Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 601-610. Justice, Audrey thought she misheard. What? The Evernight goddess destroyed the artificial death god. The Emperor, Hobert replied with a smile, the creator said so. Audrey found it hard to maintain her spectator state, a deity had acted. Then she realized why she was so surprised. Firstly, it concerned her faith. Secondly, she had traded information many times, but this was the first time she had traded, real-time, information. Audrey suddenly seemed to realize that the deity she believed in was not a stone statue in a church, but a living being with her own consciousness and actions. The hanged man, Alger, in his shock, immediately recalled Fool's earlier hint, the era changes because of this. He couldn't help but wonder. Adam is about to become a god, Fool and the Creator are further awakening, and the Evernight goddess has also taken action. What about the other deities? Do the other deities have any moves? Moon Emlyn had a similar thought to Alger. At the same time, he thought, the deities have been very active recently, just like our ancestor of the blood race, who personally gave me instructions to actively participate in the Tarot Club, which has a world-saving purpose in the future. Hermit, Catalya was surprised. The Orthodox deities have also taken action. This is the first time I've heard about the real-time movements of Orthodox deities. Star, Leonard couldn't quite believe his ears. The Evernight goddess destroyed the artificial death god. How come I don't know anything about it? As an elite of the church and a member of the Red Gloves, I actually don't know about this. Then he asked, the Emperor, the Evernight goddess, I mean the Evernight goddess, what does she want with the uniqueness of the death pathway? Is she trying to accommodate it? Hobert answered without thinking, I don't know. No, you must know. Hobert smiled. When you become an angel, I will tell you this information for free. Leonard really wanted to ask, are you kidding me? But in the end, he said nothing, because he knew that this information was too high level. Even a yes or no answer was too high level for him to be qualified to know. Finally, Hobert said somewhat casually, this news is temporarily confidential. Klein thought, it must be kept secret. Otherwise, the Evernight goddess's plan would be completely exposed, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Hobert then said to the son, I'm not clear about the specific process of advancing to ferryman, but I imagine it should require some contact with death. After all, he is the ferryman who sends the undead to the underworld. If the position of death were vacant, perhaps he wouldn't be affected. But now, the uniqueness of the death pathway has activated, so your former chief established some contact with him. Thus, the scene that the current chief of City of Silver witnessed occurred, with the two connected by those black thin tubes. Perhaps without this connection, there might have been hope for a successful advancement. However, because the state of the artificial death god was also very strange, it should have greatly affected or impacted your former chief, ultimately leading to his failed advancement. Your current chief handled it very appropriately. If it hadn't been dealt with in time, City of Silver might have been affected, perhaps even turning into a city of the undead. The son, Derek, took a deep breath. This meant that City of Silver's attempt had once again ended in failure. He hid that trace of sorrow deep in his heart. I understand, Mr. Emperor, thank you for your answer. Hobert smiled, then asked everyone, does anyone have any other questions? Catalya asked, does the disappearance of the artificial death god have any impact on us, or on the current world situation? For now, the impact should not be significant, Hobert said. After all, very few people currently know about this matter. As for the changes it brings to the current world situation, that's hard to say. Just as Fool reminded earlier, the era changes because of this. In the next few years, I wouldn't be surprised by anything strange that happens. Catalya slowly nodded, understanding that the Emperor meant that this matter would have a huge impact on the future. Alger then asked, so, does that mean Salinger has completely fallen, with no possibility of revival? Hobert spread his hands, it's hard to say. I don't know if the Underworld Emperor has left any contingencies, and this pathway is so special, I don't know if the concept of complete death even applies. Alger sighed with emotion. I forgot again, how can I utilize the concept of death to imagine the state of a deity? Seeing that no one else had any questions, Hobert then said to Leonard, how about we trade information about Zoroaster? Leonard nodded. Good. Hobert then asked, do you want to hear it yourself, or do you want everyone to listen with you? Well, most of the information, everyone already knows. Leonard was slightly startled. I can listen by myself. Yes. Then I'll listen by myself. Everyone wasn't particularly interested in the information about this angel family, and it seemed to involve Mr. Star's privacy, so no one suggested joining this trade. So Hobert asked Fool for help to establish a private communication space, then began, as far as I know, the Zoroaster family was very supportive of Black Emperor Solomon. It is said that this is because in the early 4th epoch, the ancestor of the Zoroaster family was killed by Amun, and it was Solomon who helped the Zoroaster family preserve that sequence 1 Beander characteristic. After establishing the Solomon Empire, Solomon helped Pale's Zoroaster advance to sequence 1. Leonard then learned about the old man's past, so, the old man has lived for at least 2,000 years. Hobert began to describe the situation at the time. At that time, the Solomon Empire was at its peak. After briefly recounting the demise of the Solomon Empire, and the establishment and subsequent demise of the Solomon Second Empire, Hobert spoke again about the Zoroaster family's consistent support for the Solomon Empire. Especially during the establishment of the Solomon Second Empire, Hobert said. At that time, Solomon was weak and also had a great hatred for the Tudor Empire and the Trensost Empire. Any rational angel would not choose to pledge allegiance to Solomon, but the Zoroaster family still chose to support Solomon. I dare not say this is a noble act, and there may have been some secret dealings behind it, but in the Beander world, such a choice is already considered a moral paragon. The fool, Klein, who was listening in at the top of the bronze long table, sighed with emotion. Perhaps the moral bottom line of the Beander world is too low. Alas, the higher the sequence, the colder and less human they seem. Leonard, unaware of so many backstabbing incidents between deities, felt nothing. Hobert finally said, with the demise of the Solomon Second Empire, the Zoroaster family has been in hiding to escape Amon's pursuit. But Pale's Zoroaster should not be dead, he should have been playing hide and seek with Amun for over 1,000 years. At this moment, he might be hiding in some corner, a corner that Amun would find very difficult to think of, or even if he did, it would be difficult to confirm. Klein secretly laughed in his heart. No matter how knowledgeable you are, you would never guess that Pales is currently hidden inside this Mr. Star. Leonard, on the other hand, realized why the old man would hide on him, because he was an official Beander, protected by the church, and Amun wouldn't find him so easily. As the transaction was about to end, Leonard considered whether to ask the Emperor or you Hobert. But then he suddenly felt a bit unsure about this, because in his previous interactions with Hobert, Hobert had never appeared so knowledgeable. Leonard felt that if the Emperor was not Hobert, and he mentioned Hobert, would it cause inconvenience to Hobert? He himself would also be in danger of exposure. So, in the end, he decided, observe for a while first. After this transaction ended, Emlyn cleared his throat and said, a prominent figure in my clan is about to arrive in Backland and has specifically requested to see me. How should I deal with him? Leonard was first startled. Him? An angel? Alger, who was good at dealing with such matters, pondered for a few seconds before saying, Fool just said that the era has changed. Although the prominent figures of your blood race may not know the full story, at their level, they should have some awareness, more or less, and thus prepare to respond. That prominent figure specifically asking to see you is both a test and an observation. Just act as you normally would, but there might be some subsequent trials or tasks. Emlyn nodded slightly, just as I thought. He gently nodded and said to the hanged man, thank you. After their conversation ended, Hobert said, I'm issuing a wanted poster. After obtaining Fool's consent, he materialized a portrait of a small boy. This is the person we are currently looking for. Don't be deceived by his appearance, or rather, he may no longer be as childish as he appears on the wanted poster. A very terrifying soul is hidden within him. After seeing him, do not attempt any attacks. Just pretend you know nothing. He doesn't have the terrifying abilities of Adam and Amen. As long as you are calm enough, he won't know that you recognize him. After obtaining information about him, immediately pray to Fool. Please ask Fool to notify me. His bounty is £100,000. If useful clues can be provided, a reward of £5,000 can be claimed. If definite clues can be provided, and this fellow is apprehended based on those clues, a reward of £30,000 will be received. Audrey's feelings were very complicated after seeing the little boy. Logically, she should have hated him intensely, but Audrey also felt grateful to him, otherwise she and Hobert would have continued to hide their feelings. Klein, whose bounty seemed to have recently increased to £90,000, was a little curious. What kind of heinous crime did the other party commit? Alger also had the same question. Why does he have such a high bounty? You can consider him a henchman of an outer deity, or even simply a clone of an evil god. He once tried to utilize me to find the creator and attack the creator with the power of that outer deity. Hobert said. Because of this, an innocent family of 5 has already been killed by him, and a good friend and I were almost killed by him. Audrey thought of their kiss on another planet, still feeling shy and reminiscent. Furs frowned. Almost died. Oh my god, I didn't even know about this. Did it happen today? A good friend. Could this, good friend, be Audrey? She felt as if she had pieced together the truth. What did Hobert and Audrey experience together that made Hobert make such a decision? Katlia, on the other hand, thought of something else. Did the Emperor help the Creator escape the pursuers, earning considerable merit, and thus gain access to so much high-level information? Klein then manipulated the world to ask, is an outer deity an old one? Hobert said, old one is a noun, while outer deity refers to the deities in the starry sky. Klein roughly understood Hobert's meaning. And Leonard pondered the meaning of the deities in the starry sky in his heart. Other members also realized that the old ones in the starry sky had been trying every means to attack the gods of this world. It was only then that Audrey realized her predicament involved a struggle between gods. Thinking that she and Hobert were rescued by the Evernight goddess, she became even more convinced that the Creator and the Evernight goddess were firm allies. At this point, this tarot club meeting came to an end. The world explained the confidential parts of the gathering to Leonard, and then all the members rose and bowed to the head of the bronze long table to bid farewell. The crimson light in front of Leonard's eyes dissipated, and he returned to the real world, with an undonned red gloves lying before him. Just then, a slightly aged voice suddenly echoed in his mind, been gone for so long. Leonard said, I thought there were only 2 or 3 members. I didn't expect Mr. Fool's divine meeting to have 8 people, and they exchanged some very secret information. Pales asked, you don't need to keep this information confidential. I cannot disclose the detailed information of other members, but I can tell you some intelligence traded at the gathering. This was what the world, Klein explained to Leonard at the end of the gathering. Then Leonard asked, old man, do you know about the Rose Redemption? You actually trade intelligence of this level. Pales, who had lived for over 2,000 years, was also somewhat surprised. Leonard then asked, is this a very powerful organization? More than just powerful. Pales smiled, that's an organization established by gods and king of angels. Leonard recalled that he had indeed heard Emperor say that the initiators of this organization were Dark Angel and the Evernight Goddess. He had thought it was like a church, where these 2 were the nominal supreme leaders, with angels, demigods, and other members below them. From what the old man said, this organization seemed to have more than one god and king of angels. Leonard asked, old man, do you know who the members of this organization are? Pales said, the first batch of members definitely exceeded your imagination. I still suspect whether Ouroboros was bragging. It was only then that Leonard realized that the intelligence traded today might already be the limit of what the old man knew. Pales suddenly asked, "Did you also trade intelligence about the Zoroaster family?" Leonard blurted out, "No." Pales's aged voice was full of teasing, "Your answer was too quick. It has already exposed your true thoughts." He chuckled, "Don't I know what kind of person you are?" Leonard, who was usually thick-skinned, felt a little awkward at this moment. He changed the subject, "Oh, by the way, I still have to complete a transaction with a member. Do you know? The Tarot Club's transactions are actually completed through sacrifice and grant. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver." Derek returned to the real world, took a deep breath, immediately stood up, and hurried to the round tower to request an audience with Chief Colin. Upon meeting, Derek said, "Your Excellency Chief, I went back and thought about it for 2 days, and I think I've figured out what those black thin tubes are." Colin's eyes became somewhat profound, but immediately returned to normal. "What are they?" "It's possible that the current, death, has a problem, which affected the state of the former chief, ultimately leading to the failure of advancement." Derek reported the key points of the intelligence he obtained to the chief. "Fortunately, you cut off those black thin tubes in time, otherwise the problematic, death, might have used the former chief to affect the entire city of silver." Colin frowned slightly. "Are you sure? I mean, is that really what you think?" "Yes," Derek replied with great certainty. Colin grunted, "Very good, your idea has resolved the doubts in my mind. Besides rewarding you with some merits, you can also propose some rewards yourself." Derek found that he could now completely understand what the chief meant. The merits were a reward for himself, while the reward proposed by oneself was actually asking what remuneration the provider of this intelligence needed. He thought for a moment and then said, 6 Beander characteristics at sequence 7 level. Derek didn't know what Mr. Emperor wanted, but he knew that Mr. Emperor always had a great demand for Beander characteristics. Colin nodded, "No problem. Lowen Kingdom, 62 Queen's Avenue." Hobert stared at the ceiling for a while, hearing the faint sound of rain. He got up and opened the curtains, and indeed, it was raining again outside. It was only around 4 in the afternoon, but it was already somewhat dim outside, as if evening had arrived. He stretched, went to the study downstairs, and sacrificed the magical item for Leonard to fool, then received £9,000 in cash. The transaction price for this magical item was actually £10,000, but after deducting £1,000 for purchasing Li Yu from Catlia, he received £9,000. After putting away the cash, Hobert called Dofus and told him that he had a major operation recently, and asked Dofus to participate in the Beander War that might break out in the South Colson region. Hobert's responsibilities for him were, first, to be in charge of logistics, and second, to protect Jeffrey City as much as possible. They talked until nightfall. Hobert had dinner, then braved the rain to Brave Bar, had a beer, and then slowly returned to the Earl's mansion by carriage. However, Miss Sharon never appeared. Hobert mumbled, "Perhaps Miss Sharon isn't at the bar today." Back at the Earl's mansion, Hobert was about to change into his pajamas when his spirituality suddenly sensed something, and he looked at the full-length mirror in the corner. The mirror showed the scene in the bedroom, but the bedroom door in the mirror suddenly opened. Hobert couldn't help but glance at the actual bedroom door, which remained motionless. In the mirror, Sharon, with light golden hair, exquisite features, and dressed in a Gothic court gown, entered the bedroom and stood beside Hobert in the mirror. Hobert couldn't help but look beside him. He clearly felt someone standing there, but there was nothing beside him in the real world. At this moment, Sharon, as if passing through a layer of water film, emerged from the mirror. "What do you need me for?" Hobert noticed that Sharon's eyes looked even more ethereal, and her hands, fingers, and even her dress had become more delicate, as if lacking a sense of reality. It was only then that Hobert remembered that Miss Sharon was now a puppet. He said, "I want to trade another batch of Beander characteristics with the Temperance faction." Miss Sharon nodded slightly, without much change in expression. "All right, we also have some new demands." Before the last transaction, many members of the Temperance faction had been stuck at a sequence for a long time. The batch of Beander characteristics traded before only basically met everyone's advancement needs. But now, 7 or 8 months had passed, and the Temperance faction naturally had new demands. However, the method of this transaction is a bit special, Hobert said. We are going to have an Beander war soon. If the Temperance faction can participate, I will pay you with Beander characteristics as remuneration. If 3 demigods from your side can participate in the war, complete the designated tasks, and there are spoils of war, even if it's only 1 Beander characteristic of sequence 9, I will pay the Temperance faction 1 Beander characteristic of puppet. If you can capture demigod level spoils, I am willing to trade with you at a 1:1 ratio. For anything below demigod, it's 1:2. For example, if you capture 1 Beander characteristic of sequence 4, you can exchange it for 1 Beander characteristic of puppet here. But if it's an Beander characteristic below demigod, you need 2 to exchange for 1 Beander characteristic of the prisoner pathway of the same sequence. He smiled. Doesn't that sound like a good deal? I find enemies for you, and after eliminating them, you can exchange for the Beander characteristics you need. Sharon, however, said very calmly, the transaction you initiated is very deceptive. She said, as long as 3 demigod-level powers participate in the battle, no matter where they are placed, they will definitely attract the attention of the enemy, and they also have to complete the tasks you give. It's impossible for us to simply kill a sequence 9 and then withdraw from the battle. Hobert showed no shame at all that his intentions had been exposed. He smiled. What I can guarantee is that your tasks will not be the main attack. He spread his hands and said, as long as you participate, you can get an Beander characteristic of puppet. I think this is a very good deal. Sharon considered for a few seconds before saying, whether we participate or not, I will give you an answer the day after tomorrow. Hobert nodded, all right. Sharon turned to return to the mirror. Just as she reached the mirror, Hobert suddenly said, Gehrman Sparrow will also participate. Although he had not yet sent an invitation to Klein, he had mentioned it at the Tarot Club today, and Klein had not shown any refusal, so this external helper representing the Fool could almost be confirmed. Sharon turned her head. Does that have anything to do with me? Hobert gave an awkward smile. I was just saying. He quickly found a good reason. After all, we met each other through him. Actually, Hobert was very curious whether Sharon had any emotional fluctuations towards Klein, but it seemed not for now. However, it was also possible that Sharon was very good at hiding her emotions, as her emotions rarely fluctuated. Watching Miss Sharon leave, Hobert then had the kitchen make a batch of donuts, and then wrote to Klein, sending a formal invitation. As for Klein's remuneration, Hobert let him propose it himself. Soon, Klein sent a reply, indeed accepting Hobert's invitation. As for the remuneration he proposed, it was a clue to the scholar of your potion formula. Hobert remembered that the Evernight goddess seemed to have it, and he actually just needed to pray to the Evernight goddess. He smiled slightly. This counts as a clue, right? Hobert opened the map of the South Colson region, planned the Beander battle again, and then lay down, thinking about Furs for a while, and then Audrey for a while. As a result, the more he thought, the more awake he became, and he only slept for more than 2 hours using meditation. Waking up, Hobert felt that his state was quite good. If he could obtain Li Yu, he could immediately try to advance. So Hobert had breakfast early, waited in the study, and around 7 o'clock, he received news from Mr. Fool that he could arrange the grant ritual. Hobert immediately arranged the ritual and obtained a gray sea fish the size of 2 palms. Its whole body was covered with fine scales, and at this time, there was a layer of fine, salt-like crystals on the surface of these scales. Hobert waited for a while, and these crystals gradually gathered, turning into a somewhat illusory, gray, scale-like object. All the materials were gathered. However, Hobert did not immediately concoct the potion, but first went to the Roll of Light specialty store and saw people buying light bulbs in the morning. He then went to see the construction site in the suburbs. The outlines of the second batch of 2 large power plants were already visible. Finally, Hobert took a carriage and toured the Empress Borough, as well as the Wood District, St. George District, and several other areas where the middle class was relatively concentrated. The power lines in the Empress Borough had been basically laid, and laying was also underway in the areas where the middle class was relatively concentrated. After seeing all this, it was already noon, and Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion. He first told Dolphus that no one should approach the study and had him guard the door from the outside, then locked the door from the inside, took out all the prepared auxiliary materials, and, by means of Grant, retrieved the Beander characteristic of a frenzied mage from the country of disorder. Because this Beander characteristic would continuously affect the surrounding people and environment, Hobert simply stored it in a small box made of order crystal. Taking the newly purchased measuring cylinder and balance, Hobert began to concoct the potion. First were the auxiliary materials. Hobert successively added the clear liquid containing filamentous white-striped spider venom. It is said that white-striped spiders are one of the main materials for advancing to an demoness of undying. However, they do not need the white-striped spider's venom, so before Jonathan and others mutinied, the demoness sect entrusted the Theosophy order to sell it to an auction house. Next were the scale-shaped fish crystals, the jelly-like brain fluid of a 6-bearded exotic beast, and 8-year-old red wine. These 4 auxiliary materials concocted 1/3 of a beaker of bright red potion, emitting an alluring aroma. Finally, Hobert opened the small box made of order crystal, and took out a palm-sized metallic liver from within. This was the Beander characteristic of a frenzied mage. It continuously emitted black mist and ceaselessly wriggled. During its wriggling, a human face was precisely outlined on its surface. This human face continuously displayed expressions of anger, smiles, confusion, and more. At the same time, the space around it was constantly being distorted, as if it was about to escape from Hobert's hand at any moment. After adding the Beander characteristic to the bright red liquid composed of auxiliary materials, it quickly melted, and its influence on the surroundings temporarily disappeared. Hobert looked at the crystal-like gray liquid shimmering in the beaker, took a deep breath, and drank it down. Boom! As soon as the potion entered his mouth, Hobert's thoughts seemed to explode. Memories and ideas burst forth uncontrollably. The scenery in his vision swayed back and forth, quickly turning upside down, spinning left, right, up, and down, as uncomfortable as a hangover. At the same time, chaotic sounds rang in Hobert's ears. Violin music like frantic scratching, Alger's off-key singing, the roar of a train, Klein's cold words, "This shot is for the captain," and done with blood on the corner of his mouth, "We saved Tingen City." There was Furs saying, "I'm never going to Backland again," Audrey saying, "I regret it so much," and hundreds of voices appeared simultaneously, constantly echoing and repeating in Hobert's ears. He could no longer distinguish who said what. Hobert was already feeling very uncomfortable from the shifting vision and was on the verge of vomiting, but he couldn't close his eyes, cover his ears, or stop his thoughts. Finally, a kaleidoscope of colors appeared before Hobert's eyes, the sounds gradually faded, his vision stopped rotating so violently, and the thoughts in his brain quieted down. But it was too quiet. Hobert had no thoughts at all. He felt as if he had become this Earl's mansion. The butler, the head male servant, the first-class servants, the second-class servants, the chef, the gardener, the coachman, the tailor, the rough servants, and so on, each with a set of salaries, accommodation, food, and other benefits according to their status. Hobert felt as if he had transformed into the air outside the window. If he became a little drier, the fog wouldn't be so thick. If he became a little wetter, it would form a continuous drizzle. Soon, Hobert felt his consciousness cover the entire Queen's Avenue, and then the entire Empress Borough. At this moment, Hobert believed he was the god of the Empress Borough, capable of making a king a rough servant, or a rough servant a king. He could move anyone's position, change the weather in the Empress Borough, and turn early autumn into late autumn. Hobert greatly enjoyed this feeling and was unwilling to engage in any further thought. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before Hobert's eyes. That light rapidly approached, and it was a giant light bulb. It was the giant, extinguished light bulb in Order Square. The light bulb was surrounded by circles of people, who all exclaimed, "This is the Earl of Light." Hobert's consciousness began to feel some happy emotions, no longer so unemotional, no longer so abstract and conceptual. The light bulb in front of him suddenly transformed into countless tiny points of light. These points of light gradually magnified, some showing a family of 3 looking at the light bulb above their heads, exclaiming, "Earl of Light." Some showed a young couple looking at the light bulb above their heads, exclaiming, "Earl of Light." Some showed a child looking at the light bulb, exclaiming, "Earl of Light." Behind each point of light was an exclamation, and each exclamation allowed Hobert to retrieve some thoughts. Because the Sequence 3 ritual was thoroughly prepared, in just a few seconds, Hobert came to his senses. He found himself still in the study, but at this moment, the study was filled with a thick black mist. Hobert struggled to find his body. Suddenly, the black mist solidified and quickly molded Hobert's body. At this moment, Hobert felt a sense of realization. The Sequence 3 potion had completely reshaped his body. From then on, ordinary physical attacks would not cause him any harm. Because the ritual was prepared so thoroughly, Hobert felt no discomfort whatsoever. Apart from the overflowing spirituality, he didn't seem like someone who had just completed an advancement. For a fleeting moment just now, Hobert felt himself become very abstract, even turning into a symbol, a concept. But soon, the light bulb and the Earl of Light, one a physical entity and one a concept, allowed Hobert to quickly distinguish between the abstract and reality, and then helped him regain his sanity. At this point, he finally understood that at Sequence 3 inches Frenzied Mage, he was already an abstract collective. After all, both order and rules are abstract, and to better utilize and destroy them, one must become equally abstract. Then Hobert recalled the advancement process just now. It seemed his consciousness was spread throughout every corner of the entire Empress Burrow. He wondered if the king in Sodalak Palace would notice. Or was that just his illusion? Hobert smiled helplessly. Why didn't he remember Klein's advancement to Sequence 3 causing such a big commotion? Even during his advancement to Sequence 2, it seemed there wasn't much of a stir, right? Then he thought again that even if George III noticed, it wouldn't matter. After all, he was a count of the Loan Kingdom, and his advancement wouldn't harm the Loan Kingdom. If George III sent someone to confirm the advancement, he could openly admit it. Hobert did not continue to ponder this question but immediately began to utilize his spirituality to check what changes had occurred in his abilities. The signature abilities of the Black Emperor, Pathway, Distortion, and Chaos, had undergone another qualitative improvement. At the Sequence 3 level, Distortion could distort the thoughts of all targets within a certain range and could distort them in different directions. At the Sequence 4 level, Distortion was also an area of effect attack ability, but it could only distort in one direction, for example, only allowing all targets within a certain range to change from fleeing to charging. However, at the Sequence 3 level, Distortion could completely achieve things like distorting some targets escape into standing in place, distorting some targets escape into charging, and distorting some targets escape into lying down, and so on. Overall, it became much more refined. At the same time, a single distortion of space could move about 5 kilometers, an increase of 200 to 300 times compared to the previous distortion. After a little thought, Hobert knew why such a change had occurred. The previous distortion was merely a simple distortion of space, while the current distortion also distorted the spirit world, so there was a fundamental change in the distortion distance. Hobert also understood why, under the Frenzied Mages distortion, Beyonders of the door pathway couldn't enter the spirit world. It was because that part of the spirit world was also distorted, causing a huge impact on the travel ability. This ability also became more conceptual. For example, it could distort the concepts of two targets that had no association with oneself, whereas sequence 4's, distortion, could also distort the concepts of two targets, but one of those two targets had to be oneself. Sequence 3 level, distortion, had no such requirement. Besides thoughts, minds, and space, it could also distort emotions, feelings, sensations, as well as temperature, gravity, light, and so on. It seemed anything could be distorted. The second ability, chaos, also underwent a qualitative change. All previous effects of chaos were still usable, but two new usages were added. The first usage was that it could make a person's thoughts become mad and disordered, causing the target's deepest emotions or desires to erupt. For a period, they would be unable to distinguish between what was real and what were their own illusions. And for a period, they would find it difficult to form effective plans and logical thinking. The second usage was also a conceptual usage. It could plunge the order of an area into rampage and chaos. For example, it could reverse the identities of people in a large office building, turning managers into employees and employees into managers. It would also make all rules, regulations, and laws in people's minds become chaotic. This ability was the frenzied mage's most adept rampage ability. In Grey Fog Town, Hobert had experienced the taste of rampage from afar. It was more complex than chaos, and crucially, it could affect logic and emotions for a period. This meant that in combat, targets would continuously increase their probability of misjudgment and errors. Other abilities had also improved significantly. For example, Fallen could make the target's body and spirituality both become fallen. For example, Grant could grant away all received damage, curses, diseases, and negative effects. However, spiritual pollution and mutation were still difficult to completely grant away. Most abilities became more abstract. For example, association. If Hobert were to investigate a murder case, as long as he saw the victim's body, he could quickly associate it with the murderer. If it was someone he had seen before, he could quickly identify the murderer. If it was someone he hadn't seen, as long as he saw them within a certain period, he could immediately establish the corresponding association. After finishing his observation of his abilities, Hobert immediately entered the country of disorder to see the changes there. First, Hobert lifted Truncest's seal, bringing him to his grand hall. Let's talk about the Trentsust family. Just as Hobert expected, the handsome but somewhat bookish Truncest smiled and said, "No problem." Hobert first asked the question that had long been in his heart: how did the Trentsust family's curse come about? Don't misunderstand, not all descendants of the Trentsust family suffer from the curse. Truncest smiled, only the descendants of Aelernia and I have this curse. Hobert raised a hand and conjured a stone chair for Truncest. Please sit, let's talk slowly and in detail. Truncest sat down, seemingly without any intention of hiding anything from Hobert. Regarding this matter, where would you like to start listening? From the very beginning, of course, Hobert said. After a few sentences, Truncest's voice grew increasingly mellow and pleasant, and he always wore a smile. Let me think. I first learned about the concept of the Old Ones from some of Solomon's fragmented words, and later Adam showed me the second blasphemy slate, which gave me a complete understanding of the Old Ones. Hobert then asked, hasn't Adam always been an opponent of the Trentsust Empire? Do you think Adam showed me the blasphemy slate out of kindness? Truncest gave a cold laugh. It was precisely after seeing the blasphemy slate that I later developed a rift with the 6 gods in my quest to become an Old One. Hobert hummed, finding that reasonable. Roughly after becoming the order-killing prince, I discovered a paradox. Truncest continued, to become an Old One, one must enter the nation of disorder, and to enter the nation of disorder, one must obtain the help of uncertain mist. He explained, in the 4th epoch, the seal of Lord of the Mysteries on the Sephira was not as loose as it is now. At that time, the only way to enter the nation of disorder was to utilize the association between uncertain mist and the nation of disorder. However, once one comes into contact with uncertain mist, one will inevitably be affected by it and suffer very severe pollution. And the nation of disorder is also a serious source of pollution for deities. The Black Emperor and the Justiciar both face this paradox: to become an old one must confront such pollution, and having endured such pollution, it becomes very difficult to become a normal old one. Hobert seized the opportunity to ask, do other old ones not have such problems? They do, but not all of them, Truncest said. For example, the pollution of Saphira Castle on Fool is almost negligible, but it has some pollution on Error, and not insignificant pollution on Mr. Door. Another example is that the pollution of River of Eternal Darkness on Death is negligible, but it has some pollution on Darkness, and not insignificant pollution on Twilight Giant. Therefore, Darkness and Twilight Giant, if they wish to merge with the Saphira, must obtain the uniqueness of the Death Pathway, and a similar operation is required to merge with Saphira Castle. Hobert said, oh, then in the fourth epoch, why didn't Mr. Door and Aemon eliminate Antigonus and obtain Fool's uniqueness? Truncest seemed not at all surprised that Hobert knew so much secret history. He smiled and said, that's because in the fourth epoch, Lord of the Mysteries' consciousness was still very strong. They experimented with Antigonus. As soon as he became a god, Lord of the Mysteries would immediately awaken within him. So, although Abraham accommodated the uniqueness and successively consumed 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics, he never performed the god ascension ritual. Hobert nodded. With Truncest's explanation, he also seemed to recall that in the fourth epoch, the will of the original, who was the god of the second epoch, was still very strong. That's why Adam kept delaying his promotion to visionary until recently. Truncest continued the topic of the paradox: only the Black Emperor and the Justiciar are exceptions. No matter which pathway, they will be polluted by the nation of disorder. So the first thing I had to do was break this paradox. So I found Aelernia and sought cooperation, on the condition that she would become empress and the blood race would become the great nobles of the North Continent. She helped me transform the spirituality and bodies of our descendants, making them very similar to me, both physically and spiritually. Hobert frowned and asked, what was the purpose of doing this? Truncest smiled. You'll know in a moment. He said, with this arrangement in place, I then began to look for the way Solomon had contacted Uncertain Mist back then. Uncertain Mist had also always wanted to infiltrate the barrier, and we almost immediately hit it off. I performed the complex ritual to obtain a very small part of its essential power. Soon, I used Uncertain Mist to find a way to enter the nation of disorder, but at the same time, influenced by Uncertain Mist, I began to search everywhere for the sealed Son of Chaos. Truncest paused and then said, how to enter the nation of disorder is a profound question. I certainly couldn't bring Uncertain Mist in, otherwise, it would immediately control this place. So I thought of using the power of the Son of Chaos, after my processing, to counteract Uncertain Mist, thereby gaining a brief opportunity to enter the nation of disorder. Just as I predicted, after entering the nation of disorder, I was immediately subjected to deep-seated pollution, but as long as I entered here, my goal was achieved. I re-established some rules here, making the nation of disorder able to accept my spirituality and physical body, but such a change could not be completed overnight, and my pollution was irreversible. So after leaving a mark in the nation of disorder, I let Uncertain Mist completely pollute me and began to try to destroy Lord of the Mysteries' seal on the Son of Chaos. I also prepared a grand sacrifice ritual to receive more power from Uncertain Mist. The 6 gods indeed joined forces to kill me, and thus, my first goal was achieved. Only then did Hobert understand. No wonder I have never been polluted by the nation of disorder. It turns out that Truncest had once re-established the rules here. Then he asked, somewhat strangely, why didn't you commit suicide? Due to the influence of Uncertain Mist and the nation of disorder, I had very little sanity left at the time and was completely unable to control my power, Truncest said. Of course, more importantly, have you ever heard of a god committing suicide? At the level of a true god, their own divinity does not allow them to commit suicide. Hobert nodded, recalling some information he had previously obtained. Truncest was indeed somewhat mad before his fall, and now he had personally admitted that he was the true god who had once tried to destroy the jinn. He clearly remembered that the jinn had never been obtained by the Orthodox churches, but a true god had once tried to destroy it. Hobert then thought that Rosal, after building his mausoleum and jumping to the Black Emperor pathway, also did not choose to immediately commit suicide to wash away his madness, which seemed to be for the same reason. Truncest continued, when I was killed, my previous arrangements with Aelernia began to take effect. Soon, my consciousness awakened in your bloodline. Hobert was somewhat curious. How did you manage to do that? This is not difficult for a justiciar, Truncest said. I can stipulate that my divinity and humanity slowly flow towards individuals who are very similar to me in spirituality and body. And stipulate that after my main consciousness dies, these scattered consciousnesses in the bloodline will become the main consciousness. Thus, my consciousness can survive in this bloodline, gradually condense, and gradually form a relatively complete consciousness. At the same time, the moment one of your descendants becomes a sequence 2 angel, I will become incredibly powerful along with my divinity, resurrecting within the ascendant's body. The so-called family curse is merely a side effect of this plan, because I cannot control the consciousnesses scattered in the bloodline. These consciousnesses will unconsciously tell some history of the fourth epoch, or the glory of the Trensost Empire. The 6 gods' churches seem to have noticed this, which is why, even after more than 1,000 years, they are still actively hunting down the descendants of the Trensost family. Hobert had made similar conjectures before, and now, after confirmation, he sneered inwardly. Indeed, after becoming a true god, there is not much humanity left. He asked, then why didn't you warn your descendants and make some preparations in advance? I heard that after your fall, the Trensost family was besieged by the 6 gods' churches and some angel families, losing most of its power. Your empress and the blood race also suffered heavy losses, and it seems many are still very weak due to injuries sustained back then. Truncest was silent for a few seconds before saying, Aelernia was a good wife. Even after I became a true god, she still allowed me to retain much of my humanity. However, after being influenced by uncertain mist, I became very irrational, and at one point, I couldn't distinguish whether I was Truncest or uncertain mist. Not only did I not warn them, but I also forgot to utilize the Nation of Disorder to mark the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway. He said, originally, I planned to utilize the Nation of Disorder to also mark the Black Emperor uniqueness that I had already obtained at the time, so that after my complete resurrection, I could quickly find it. Moreover, if others wanted to become a god using the Black Emperor's uniqueness, they would be polluted by the Nation of Disorder the moment they accommodated the uniqueness. However, I later discovered that I hadn't done any of these things. Hobert nodded. It seemed that Truncest's pollution at the time was already very severe, to the point where he had basically lost his self. He thought of a new question. If one were to become a Black Emperor, would your operation be simpler? Just one resurrection would wash away all the pollution, and then one would simply wait for the Nation of Disorder to change. Truncest, however, said, the Black Emperor's resurrection is not omnipotent. I deeply doubt whether such a resurrection can wash away the pollution of uncertain mist. Hobert was stunned. That's right, during Rosal's resurrection, he was again polluted by the mother goddess of depravity. This method seemed to be able to wash away excess Beander characteristic and madness, but it couldn't wash away old one-level pollution. Then he realized another problem. Then why can our family only choose the Black Emperor pathway? Logically speaking, shouldn't it be more reasonable for us to only be able to choose the Justiciar pathway? There are 2 reasons, Truncest replied. First, the Trensost family has always been primarily a Black Emperor pathway family. I was forced to switch to the Justiciar pathway. Therefore, becoming a Beander of the Black Emperor pathway represents pure bloodline. The second is the influence of uncertain mist. It detected my intentions, but its ability to descend was very limited, only capable of making subtle changes. To increase the difficulty for me to reclaim the nation of disorder, after my resurrection, it performed a certain standardization operation, allowing you to only consume potions of the Black Emperor pathway. In this way, even if the Trensost Empire left behind some high-level Justiciar pathway characteristics, it would be difficult to utilize them. Hobert slowly nodded and asked again, can this branch of descendants, modified by you, all enter the nation of disorder? No, you are an exception. Truncest became serious. I underestimated Rex's power, and I also underestimated his persistence. He paused and then continued. Decades ago, I felt that the rules in the nation of disorder had changed according to my intentions, becoming harmless to my spirit and physical body, so I chose to resurrect within Rex, who had excellent talent. The timing was also just right. At that time, the six gods no longer opposed the emergence of a new Black Emperor or Justiciar. Oh, by the way, the influence of uncertain mist on the Trensost family can be broken after sequence 2, and then it will be possible to change paths. Hobert smiled and nodded. He had no such plans, because under Adam's arrangement, he could relatively easily obtain an Beander characteristic of an order-killing prince. If he could obtain the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway, then becoming a Black Emperor would be easier for him than becoming a Justiciar. Truncest did not know Hobert's thoughts. He continued, after I chose to resurrect in Rex, his fate underwent corresponding changes. Perhaps Rex himself didn't know it, but after he made his mark in the Beander world, he attracted the attention of many forces. As far as I know, he gained the attention of Earth Mother, Storm of Lord, and also the Numinous Episcopate and the Secret Order. These organizations and deities all began to invest in him. My judgment was indeed correct. Rex, like me in my youth, became a legend of an era. At this point, Truncest's expression changed subtly. What surprised me most was that Rex, through continuous investigation, vaguely guessed my intentions. So, he designed a false advancement, intending to trick me out of his bloodline. Hobert didn't understand. What do you mean by a false advancement? Truncest smiled. Child, advancing step by step according to the correct sequence, isn't this a rule of the Beander world? Hobert nodded. Yes. Then from sequence 6 onwards, advancement requires using corresponding rituals to stabilize one's state and get through the most difficult part of the advancement. Isn't this a rule of advancement? Of course it is. Truncest said solemnly. As long as it is a rule or order, a lawyer can make utilize of it. Even if the rule is perfect and has no loopholes, it can still be used. Hobert understood. This is something I hadn't thought of before. Truncest praised. Rex is the most lawyer-like lawyer I have ever seen. He then continued. The reason for designing this false advancement was, first, because his state at the time was not very good. He didn't have the time or the right opportunity to completely digest the frenzied mage potion. If he had truly advanced in his state at that time, he would have lost control during the advancement. Of course, I wouldn't resurrect in a monster, which would have foiled his plan. Additionally, he found an Beander characteristic of a Duke of Entropy, but after many attempts, he couldn't obtain it. If he had been given enough time, he would have succeeded, but he wasted too much time on you and your mother, and time simply wasn't enough. Ultimately, he chose this method to trick me out, making me mistakenly believe that he had advanced to an angel, and thus awaken within his body. Hobert frowned. Why did he do that? Of course, it was for you. Truncest said. As long as I awakened within his body, the curse of the Trensost family would end, and you could grow up carefree. Hobert was silent for a few seconds before saying, this father's love is very heavy. At this moment, the Mr. Rex, in his heart had gradually transformed into the concept of father. Truncest suddenly smiled. This is not good. In this cruel world, before becoming a god, one has no power or qualification to protect their family. Hobert, however, interrupted with a smile. Respected Knight Emperor, do you regret it? Even if you became a true god, you failed to protect your wife and children. Your wife died tragically because of you, and your child suffered for over 1,000 years because of you. He looked at Truncest. Please, how did you utilize your power and qualifications to, thoroughly, protect your family? Truncest's expression gradually solidified. He clenched his fists tightly on the armrest before saying, "This aspect of a lawyer is also not good, they always unconsciously utilize language as their weapon." Hobert took a deep breath, then showed another smile, and asked as if to lighten the atmosphere, "What happened next? Were you tricked?" "Of course not." Truncest slowly unclenched his fists. "My consciousness at that time was already quite clear, and I detected that it was a trap." He sighed. Looking back now, it was truly dangerous. If that trap had been set 20 or 30 years earlier, I might have fallen for it. Hobert also nodded. Yes, it was truly dangerous. It was a close call that he didn't succeed, otherwise Hobert wouldn't know how to face his biological father. Would it be Rex? Or Truncest? He then asked. Then why did my father pass away? Rex had a backup plan. Truncest replied. He obtained a saint-level sealed artifact from the life school of thought and used a very dangerous ritual to distortion your fate, making you no longer a member of the Trentsust family, but a descendant of the Tudor family. Truncest said with a half-smile. Unfortunately, he still failed. He only made Christine your adoptive father, and you were only not a member of the Trentsust family before the age of 23. Then he explained. Back then, it was a justiciar and the beauty goddess who together transformed you. How could a sequence 3 plus a saint-level sealed artifact completely change your fate? Moreover, fate can only be played with for a while, but not for a lifetime. Rex exhausted all his spirituality and blood, but still failed to achieve his goal, and ultimately could only die in regret. The backlash from this ritual was immense. It scattered Rex's spirit and mental body, leaving no possibility of resurrection. Additionally, everything Rex did also attracted the attention of Uncertain Mist, so after his death, an angel from the Tamara family came to collect his Beander characteristic. Hobert was stunned. No wonder his mother had searched for his father's spirit in the underworld for so many years without success. It turned out to have been scattered in this ritual. At this moment, Truncest suddenly smiled. Everything Rex did failed to achieve his goal, but it achieved mine. You will be another perfect vessel, and more suitable than Rex. The Beander characteristic he didn't obtain, you can obtain in a relatively easy way. As long as you don't want to fall into madness, you will eventually have to advance to an angel. As long as you become an angel, your humanity will quickly be replaced by my consciousness. Hobert ignored Truncest's intimidation and instead asked, why does Uncertain Mist insist on finding the Jinn? When Solomon was affected by Uncertain Mist, he had sought the Jinn, and when Truncest was affected by Uncertain Mist, he was also looking for the Jinn. I don't know, Truncest said, but I perceive that the Jinn, or rather, the Son of Chaos, possesses something extremely important to Uncertain Mist. Hobert then asked, what is the main ability of Uncertain Mist? Its description is rules, Truncest said. Additionally, it causes a certain area to fall into a state of chaos or primordiality. There is no time, no space, no mass, no weight, and no Beander power in there, nothing at all. Only Uncertain Mist can re-establish order there, and it can establish it however it wishes. Hobert thought to himself, this sounds like the concept of a black hole or a singularity. As for the ability to establish order afterwards, it reminds me of a science fiction novel I read before, which stated that if the cosmic constants were even slightly different from what they are now, the cosmic environment would be vastly different. Hobert then asked, do you know that it used some unknown means to merge a part of its power and a part of its consciousness into a little boy? I don't know, Truncest said. I cannot share your vision and perception, I can only generally sense some things. Then he said, don't worry too much, because its power within the shield is very limited. If it wants to gain more power, it must perform a large-scale ritual, and in that case, the 7 gods will surely notice. Hobert continued the topic, can he enter the nation of disorder at any time? No, He has to utilize your association with the nation of disorder to get a chance to enter the nation of disorder. Finally, Hobert asked, why was I able to enter the nation of disorder when I was still an ordinary person? And why could I instantly become the master of the nation of disorder? Was this also your doing? Truncest suddenly fell silent, and after a long while, he said, I don't know. Don't know. This answer greatly surprised Hobert. You seem to be affected by something. Truncest said, furrowing his brows, but with my current power, I cannot discern the source of the power affecting you. Then he shook his head. However, this power did me a great favor. You have been integrating with the nation of disorder, and when I resurrect, it will save me the process of integrating with the nation of disorder. Hobert smiled. You look full of confidence, as if you are sure to succeed. Of course. Truncest said, to prevent another incident like Rex's, I have already devised a method over the years. As long as you become Sequence 3, I will be able to share most of your memories, and you will have no secrets from me. Hobert was stunned. This was something he hadn't expected. Truncest smiled and reached out, as if to grasp Hobert's memory. Don't struggle. All struggles are useless in my eyes. You. His smile gradually froze, as he apparently grasped nothing. Secrets. Hobert, who was about to leave the nation of disorder to hide, found that at this moment, his chest in his spirit-body state was covered by a thin layer of stars. It was filled with tranquility and the aura of the night sky. Hobert suddenly recalled that before, in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, on the second level behind Channy's Gate, Evernight Goddess had pointed at him before sending him to Mist Town. He had never understood the meaning of Evernight Goddess's gesture, but now he understood. It was to allow him to keep secrets. Hobert smiled. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I hope you can continue to be as optimistic as you are now. All right, let's stop here for today. Please return. Although he used the word, please, he still used ropes formed from the water in the pool to pull Truncest down to the pool at the foot of the mountain. Truncest did not resist, because resistance would be useless. The master of the nation of disorder was still Hobert. After Hobert was the only one left in the hall, he began to recall his conversation with Truncest. First, Hobert had no respect for Truncest as an ancestor or elder. He knew very well that this was an enemy of his, a huge enemy for his continued advancement to Sequence 2. The next question was, how to prevent Truncest's resurrection while simultaneously advancing to Angel. Hobert recalled the relevant conversation again, noticing that Truncest had said, replace his humanity. This reminded him of stories about clones. It was clear that his branch of the Trensust family was a group of clones, meant to extend Night Emperor Trencest's life and fulfill his ambitions, ready to be overridden by his consciousness at any time to complete the resurrection process. Hobert thought that the channel, through which Truncest would replace his humanity was the bloodline of the Trensust family. He felt that Rex's method was the best, but he didn't know if his own fate could be changed again, allowing him to break free from the bloodline and complete his advancement. He decided to consult Klein immediately after leaving the nation of disorder. As for how to deal with Truncest, it was clearly not something that could be figured out overnight, and thinking hard about it now wouldn't yield results, so he could put it aside for a while. Taking a deep breath, Hobert felt the enhancement of his abilities within the nation of disorder. First, he could control all the land in the nation of disorder. So, with a wave of his hand, he arranged all the scattered forests, mountains, plains, and lakes together, forming a large primeval forest, a small mountain range, an endless plain, and numerous scattered lakes. The increase in controllable territory allowed Hobert to further borrow the power of the nation of disorder. This made Hobert's spirituality realize that he could create a scepter. As soon as this thought emerged, under the influence of the nation of disorder, he immediately had the corresponding concept. It turned out that the so-called shadow of order referred to utilizing loopholes in order to grasp certain authorities in other domains, thereby quickly and effectively establishing an order favorable to oneself. By using the obtained authority, distortion, and chaos could play a greater role in a certain domain, completely disrupting the order of that domain. These authorities were like hiding in the shadows of relevant domains, difficult to detect, but as the master of the nation of disorder, he could utilize these unseen powers. For example, Hobert could, through certain operations, grasp certain authorities related to storms and lightning, allowing him to utilize these authorities to create weather favorable to himself. If fighting a Beyonder of this sequence, it would completely make the power of this domain within a certain area chaotic and difficult for the enemy to utilize. However, there was a condition for creating the corresponding authority. One must find the overflow of the unique essence of the relevant domain to condense it into a certain authority. Hobert understood the concept of unique essence as follows. For example, when Evernight Goddess fights the god of war, the sky on Evernight Goddess's side must be a starry sky, and the sky on the god of war's side must be in a state of twilight. This is a kind of overflow of unique essence, manifested by the surrounding large-scale environment becoming abnormal due to uniqueness. But to create authority, such an overflow was not enough. It had to be that after the war ended, some places remained in a state of night for several days, so that a large amount of overflow could be used by Hobert. In Hobert's view, this was a process of utilize, distortion, and amplify. Utilizing the overflow of these unique essences, distorting them into tools he could utilize, and then amplifying the effect of this tool, formed a certain authority in the relevant domain. This was equivalent to using some scraps of uniqueness to create a high imitation authority with some effect of uniqueness. It was vastly different from true uniqueness, but much more useful than sealed artifacts or anything else. Hobert recalled that the Black Emperor sequence did not seem to possess similar abilities, nor did it resemble the related abilities of the Justiciar sequence. Finally, he understood that this was an ability possessed by the Anarchy, which is what these two sequences plus the Nation of Disorder could become, an old one. At the same time, Hobert realized that the authority of the Anarchy seemed to be authority itself. A Justiciar establishes and maintains rules. A Black Emperor destroys order, maintenance, and destruction, combined make authority. However, the abilities of the Anarchy that Hobert could utilize were very, very few, only allowing him to grasp a small amount of authority in one domain. But for Hobert, this was a great help. Moreover, this great help was easy to obtain. In the Raging Sea, in the ruins of the god war in the Sonia Sea, there was plenty of this overflowing power. Hobert could even choose. Now the only problem was that the spirit world of the god war ruins had also become very chaotic, making it impossible to travel there. One could only honestly go by ship. A round trip would take at least a week, and Hobert was currently very busy, unable to spare a week's time. The key was that he was already sequence 3, and going to the god war ruins was very dangerous. At this moment, Hobert thought of cannon fodder, cough cough, he thought of his loyal god blessed, Raft, who could make this fellow run an errand for him. For safety, he could help him contact Catlia or Alger to take him to the god war ruins by ship. Hobert found this method quite feasible, so he left the Nation of Disorder and first wrote a letter to Klein, asking if his friends from the Fate sequence could help him change his fate. After the letter was sent, after waiting for about 10 minutes, Hobert prayed to Fool again, asking Mr. Fool to contact the hermit and ask if she was willing to go to the god war ruins again. Sitting in his study, Hobert simulated Klein's reaction after hearing his prayer. First, he would excuse himself to the washroom, then go to the gray fog above, check Hobert's prayer, then mosaic this prayer, and cast it into the hermit's star. After waiting for about half a minute, the hermit replied, and then the hermit's reply was mosaicked and finally cast into the star representing the emperor. Thinking of this, after another 7 or 8 seconds, a scene of a woman in a wizard's robe in a praying posture indeed appeared in Hobert's mind. Currently, the hermit had other things to do and could not go to the god war ruins in a short time. So, while Fool had not yet left his divine kingdom washroom, Hobert quickly used prayer to ask the hanged man if he was willing to go. After a few minutes, he received a reply. The hanged man was willing to go. After settling on the price and boarding location, this transaction ended. Hobert looked at the clock in the study. This transaction took about 12 minutes in total. If Fool had social engagements at this time, he wondered if others would assume that the wealthy Don Dantes had prostate problems. Or was he constipated recently? With a slight smile, Hobert told Doffus outside that his advancement was over and he no longer needed to stand guard outside. Then he went to the Nation of Disorder again, poured his power into the star representing Raft, and said in a majestic voice, "Go to the God War ruins and find that horse running on the sea." Then Hobert withdrew his power and left the Nation of Disorder. This was Hobert's choice after consideration. He remembered that in the hermit's description, there was a fiery horse running on the sea in the God War ruins, like a scorching sun falling into the sea. He estimated that it should be a part of the power of the sun sequence. Hobert thought about it, whether it was his sealed artifact or Beander characteristic. He seemed to lack this aspect of power, so he could try to utilize that fiery horse to create authority. Returning to the real world, Hobert prepared himself and used travel to arrive at Tony Manor, with his, God blessed, alt account online. Raft had been transferred to the department dealing with the governor's mansion at Tony Manor. When he received the instructions from the creator just now, he was both excited and agitated, already restless. Upon seeing the God blessed outside the office, he immediately walked out quickly and led Hobert to a small conference room. Hobert smiled and said, "You should have received the creator's instructions just now, right?" Yes. Raft said, "But how do I go to the God War ruins?" He had seen descriptions of the God War ruins in the family's notes, but ordinary passenger ships probably didn't go there, right? According to the creator's instructions, I have already found a ship for you. Hobert said, "Go pack your things. Board the ship at Alavi port in 2 hours. The entire journey is expected to take more than a week." Yes. Raft was about to go back to pack his things when he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back. "God blessed, where do I find the horse running on the sea?" Hobert replied like a divine stick, "Follow God's guidance." In fact, Alger, the captain of the Blue Avenger, knew the approximate area where the horse was located. Raft didn't dare to ask further, "I understand." Then he asked a little nervously, "What after finding that horse?" Hobert smiled and replied, "Of course, pray to the creator." Raft secretly cursed himself for being foolish, not having thought of such a simple question. Hobert then asked him, "How is your potion digestion?" Raft smiled bitterly, "I've only digested a little more than half. After this mission is over, the Creator will bestow grace upon you, allowing you to digest the other half of the Briber potion." Hobert smiled. Raft could hardly believe his ears and immediately puffed out his chest, saying, "Praise the Creator, thank the God blessed." After speaking, seeing that the God blessed had no further instructions, Raft quickly went back to pack his luggage. Actually, there wasn't much to pack, just some changes of clothes and daily necessities. Arriving at Alavi port, there was still some time. The two found a bar, each ordered a local specialty beer, and chatted for a while under Raft's flattery, until Alger's Blue Avenger arrived. After seeing Raft off on the ship and briefly greeting Alger, Hobert returned to Backland. Just a few minutes after returning to his study, Klein's messenger delivered a letter. This time, Reinette, carrying 4 heads, did not ask Hobert for gold coins. Hobert opened the letter and saw only one sentence written on the thick stationery: "Find a suitable reason to visit Dr. Alan Chris's house. The address is Wednesday morning, 3 Birmingham Road, Hillsden District." Earl Hobert stepped down from his luxurious carriage and looked at the small villa in front of him. This was Dr. Allen's home, and inside was a newly born serpent of destiny. Hobert stepped forward and entered the courtyard gate. There were some pedestrians on the surrounding streets, but they seemed not to notice the luxurious carriage by the roadside, nor Earl Hobert, who was quite famous in Backland at the time. This was the benefit of being a Sequence 3. As long as Hobert didn't want to be noticed by the people around him, his distortion ability could spontaneously affect the minds of people within 5 kilometers, making them ignore Hobert. They could still see Hobert, but they would simply think he was an ordinary young man, and wouldn't associate him with the founder of Roll of Light. As soon as he entered the yard, a servant immediately came up to ask Hobert's purpose. Upon learning that he was a friend of Dr. Allen, the servant entertained him while having a maid call Dr. Allen out. When Allen saw Hobert's face, it was as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he just couldn't recall where. "May I ask who you are?" Hobert smiled. "I'm your old friend. I was passing by and thought I'd drop in for a chat." As he spoke, he distorted Dr. Allen's perception, making Dr. Allen feel that the person in front of him was indeed an old friend, but he just couldn't remember his name. The two chatted in the living room for a while. Hobert took a sip of the tea brought by the servant, but he didn't see Allen's newborn child. He didn't dare to ask, as asking would easily make the Serpent of Destiny think it had been exposed. Actually, the Serpent of Destiny's request to meet Hobert surprised him somewhat, but then he thought it was still reasonable. Perhaps its Beyonder ability made it realize that this meeting was related to the resurrection of a true god. At any time, the resurrection of a true god was a major event in the Beyonder world. After a few words, Hobert stood up to take his leave. Allen enthusiastically saw him to the courtyard gate, and watched Hobert's carriage drive away, sighing, "This fellow hasn't visited in a long time." The last time. He had forgotten when the last time he visited was. Then he seemed a little lost. Who exactly did I just entertain? This was the difference between distortion and deception. If the target was deceived, they would never notice anything amiss. But distortion was different. The effect only lasted for a period of time. However, the target would still find it difficult to recall Hobert's appearance or specific information. They might sense something was wrong but wouldn't know what it was. Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion by carriage. As soon as he entered his study, he received a letter delivered by Klein's messenger. Opening the letter, the content roughly stated that Hobert's destiny now seemed to be closely linked to something of very high authority, making it impossible to change. Hobert scratched his head. The so-called something of very high authority probably referred to the country of disorder. Then he sighed. Even the Serpent of Destiny couldn't do anything, which made it a bit difficult. Just then, a scene suddenly appeared in Hobert's mind. A young man dressed in the robes of an Earth Mother Church cleric, praying. Without even seeing his face, Hobert knew it was the vampire Emlyn White. Perhaps he had just finished wiping the seats of Harvest Church and was about to go home. "Respected Mr. Fool." It was indeed the voice of Moon Emlyn. He said, "Please inform the Emperor that a Count of our blood race wishes to discuss cooperation with the Emperor at 8 p.m. tonight at the Moon Lake Hotel." Hobert smiled. It seemed the blood race wasn't very interested in forming an alliance, but they wouldn't refuse to cooperate with the Creator's faction to strike at the Rose School of Thought. The fact that they sent a Count to attend the meeting this time also indicated their increased pay attention to of the Creator's faction. "Fool who does not belong to this era." Hobert prayed. "Respected Mr. Fool, please tell the moon that I will arrive on time." After the prayer, Hobert was about to get back to his thoughts on solving Truncest's problem when his spirituality stirred, and he looked at a piece of letter paper on his desk. A series of blood-red words suddenly appeared on the letter paper, as if written in blood. "Is now a good time to talk alone?" Hobert was slightly stunned for a moment before realizing it was Miss Sharon's question. So he said, "It is." A pane of glass on the window opened like a door, and the somewhat ethereal Miss Sharon floated out from within. Hobert stood up and smiled. "I hope you bring good news." Sharon first expressionlessly sized up Hobert, then said, "It's good news, we've decided to participate in the war and will deploy 3 demigods." She seemed to sense that Hobert was different from 2 days ago, but couldn't quite pinpoint how. Hobert smiled. "That truly is good news." After the two discussed the details of how to travel to the South Colson region, Sharon took her leave. Hobert sighed helplessly. His previous train of thought had been completely interrupted, so he took out the map again, deciding to first resolve the Beyonder war that could erupt at any moment. In the evening, Hobert, wearing his mask, arrived at the Moon Lake Hotel. Emlyn, The contact person for this meeting was already waiting at the hotel entrance. Upon seeing Hobert's mask, he raised his chin and smiled. "We've already met once, do you still need to wear a mask?" Emlyn knew Hobert, and he also knew the Emperor, but he didn't know that the Emperor was Hobert. He only knew that they were both the Creator's dependents. Hobert deliberately rasped his voice and said coldly, "Who says we've met?" Emlyn was slightly taken aback. He was about to habitually utilize his nose to smell, but he remembered that last time he smelled a strong perfume, and didn't know the Emperor's true scent during the last transaction, so he couldn't distinguish whether the person in front of him was the Emperor. Seeing Emlyn's somewhat troubled expression, Hobert's lips curled slightly upwards, and he said in his normal voice, "Just teasing you, let's go. This way, please." Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't the Emperor who came this time, it would have been difficult to explain to the Blood Race Count. Emlyn led Hobert to an elegantly decorated conference room, where the Blood Race Count and 2 Viscounts were already waiting. Hobert had met the 2 Viscounts during his last transaction with the Blood Race, Ounds, who wore glasses and was dressed like a professor, and Evan, who looked relatively young and had a stylish haircut. The Count was a first-time meeting. She was a very beautiful woman. Although she didn't possess the seductive charm of a witch, her beauty was comparable to one. Her short black hair was meticulously styled. She wasn't wearing a long dress, but rather a neutral-style lady's suit, very much like a successful woman. Emlyn introduced, "This is the respected Countess Rosalind." Hobert politely greeted her, "Hello, Countess." "Hello." Rosalind smiled and shook Hobert's hand. After they were seated, Ounds chatted with Hobert about the weather in Backland for a few moments, then Hobert brought the conversation to the main topic. "We are going to launch an Beander War, and I have been ordered to invite the Blood Race to participate." Rosalind then said, "Please give me a reason for the Blood Race to participate." Hobert thought to himself, "I have a very good relationship with the Earth Mother Church, wouldn't that be a good reason?" However, such a reason could only be thought of silently. 1 Scarlet Scholar, 2 Potion Professor, and 2 Vampire Beander characteristics. Emlyn really wanted to ask, "This Scarlet Scholar Beander characteristic, wouldn't it be the one promised to me in the trade?" But to avoid revealing too many secrets, this question could not be asked for now. Rosalind pondered for a moment before asking, "We can deploy 2 Viscounts." "No. You must deploy at least 1 Count, which is a demigod." Hobert smiled. "What I just said is only the superficial reward. You should know that in this world, Beander wars are not encountered every day. If we win, I think you will definitely reap a large amount of spoils." Hobert's goal was to utilize this war to establish closer cooperation with the Blood Race. If they could deploy a demigod, his objective would basically be achieved. Countess Rosalind showed a beautiful smile. "What if the war fails?" "Then you will still get at least 5 Beander characteristics." Hobert smiled. "Everything in this world has risks, and your risks are already very small." Rosalind did not comment on Hobert's words, only asking again, "You keep talking about an Beander war, which means our identities will be completely exposed to the enemy, right?" Hobert smiled. "The difference between war and combat is that a victorious Beander war can crush an Beander organization or an Beander family. If we win, they will have to hide from the Blood Race in the future. If we lose, we will be the first to be purged, and you will have enough time to hide yourselves." Rosalind asked again, "Who is the war against?" "The Demonist sect." Rosalind took a deep breath. "Are you crazy?" Hobert said nothing, just looked at the Blood Race Countess. Rosalind immediately realized that for this war, the Creator's dependents in front of her already had a good chance of winning. Then she was very surprised. Is the Creator's faction so powerful? They can actually go to war with the Demonist sect. Ounds and Evan also exchanged glances. They knew very well that among all secret organizations, the Demonist sect definitely belonged to the stronger ones. Emlyn also hadn't expected the enemy to be the Demonist sect. This was the craziest idea he had heard recently. Rosalind was silent before saying, "The risk is too great. I need to go back and consider it." This was within Hobert's expectations. He stood up and said, "No problem. Once you have a result, you can ask Emlyn to inform me." Then he reminded her, "It's best to be quick. Our main forces have already started to gather." To be precise, Bach and the other 3 families had already assembled in the South Colson region. Thursday morning, Longtail Island. Furs and Zio were riding horses, inspecting the territory where the eastern mountains met the plains. In the nearby area, Angus's subordinates had already engaged in several Beander conflicts with the mountain god church, but both sides were relatively restrained, with no casualties. This was more like both sides demonstrating their strength. Hobert had once discussed this battle with Angus, and Hobert believed it wouldn't start anytime soon. As it stood, the initiative to start the battle was in Hobert's hands. Whenever he decided to reclaim control of the eastern mountains, the battle would erupt. The mountain god church had already felt the assertiveness displayed by Angus, and with their strength, they would hardly take the initiative to attack. If they could take the initiative, that would be even better, as it would avoid having to search for their traces in the mountains. The inspection team, in addition to Furs and Zio, included Angus and a dozen other Beyonders from the Special Operations Department, as well as a dozen officials of various ranks and many servants. The main purpose of this inspection was actually to invite Furs to survey the feasibility of building a dam on each of the 2 small rivers on Longtail Island. Although Longtail Island did not distinguish between summer and winter, it did have a rainy season. Once the rainy season arrived, the rivers would swell, easily flooding the farmland and villages on the plains. Zio looked up at the sky, which seemed to be about to rain again, and said to her good friend beside her, "Didn't you drive him away? And you're still helping him inspect his territory." She had learned to ride horses when she was young, and her equestrian skills were quite good, but her saddle had to be the smallest size, otherwise her feet wouldn't reach the stirrups that matched it. Furs had only recently started riding. She carefully pulled the reins. "This island also belongs to me, of course, I have to manage it well." Zio shook her head. In her impression, Furs was not a person who liked to travel around. At this moment, a few raindrops hit everyone. Zio skillfully put on her raincoat and pulled the brim of her hood. She was about to help Furs put on her raincoat when she noticed that the raindrops seemed to avoid Furs, not a single drop landing on her. Zio asked in surprise, "How did you do that?" She didn't remember astrologer having such an ability. Furs smiled, "It's a secret. Simply by unsealing the teleportation statue, raindrops would automatically part after falling a certain distance." Zio guessed that this might be a sealed artifact Hobert gave her and planned to ask her when they were alone later. "Scatter quickly." Angus, who was at the very front, suddenly shouted. Zio saw that the heavy rain ahead became very strange. The raindrops suddenly turned into small ice cubes. They were no longer falling down, but some were going left, some right, and some even up, as if they wanted to return to the sky. It was like a whirlwind formed by rain, or rather, icy water. Although she didn't know what was happening, Zio knew there was danger. She pulled the reins from Furs's hand, leading her horse to quickly leave the team. The icy water whirlwind, indeed quickly came towards them, and everyone scattered to avoid it. Angus immediately realized something was wrong, shouting a reminder as he chased, "Madam, be careful." The icy water whirlwind was actually chasing Furs and Zio. Angus shouted loudly, "No distortion here." Angus had already realized that the rainwater of the icy water whirlwind was flying in all directions due to a powerful distortion force. But his prohibition had no effect at all. Furs, sensing the danger, immediately injected her spirituality into the Traveler's Gate. However, something strange happened. Although the space in front of the 2 became illusory, that illusion was like clothes twisted tightly together, looking very dangerous. Furs and Zio dared not enter the spirit world, which was clearly distorted, and continued to run forward. Seeing the icy water whirlwind getting closer and closer, Furs quickly prayed to the Creator, the Creator in the shadow of order. At this moment, Hobert in Backland had just received notification from Hermit Catalya that tonight at midnight, Queen Mystic Bernadette had invited Hobert to meet on the highest peak on the east bank of Full Moon Lake. Hobert had once taken Bernadette to that peak, where one could overlook the entire Full Moon Lake. Afterward, tourists often saw a beautiful lady with peculiar attire sitting alone on the top of that peak, and some even said she was the spirit of that mountain. Hobert guessed that it should be Bernadette. As long as he contacted Bernadette again, all the external assistance Hobert could think of would be reached. Just then, Hobert heard the prayer from the country of disorder. At sequence 3, Hobert could already clearly hear who was praying in the country of disorder. Hearing Furz's urgent voice, Hobert immediately entered the country of disorder, his spirituality spreading to the star representing Furz, and saw her and Zio galloping on horseback. Behind them, a distorted space was chasing them. Hobert immediately took action, projecting power to Longtail Island through Furz's star. On Longtail Island, Furz and Zio, as well as Angus and the others chasing behind, all felt a surging power descend. The icy water whirlwind suddenly stopped, and then the small ice cubes formed by the rainwater fell to the ground. Splash! The surrounding raindrops fell normally to the ground, as if nothing had happened. Angus, who caught up from behind, let out a long breath, praised the Creator. If Madame were harmed in front of him, he estimated his own future would be ruined. Furz also whispered, praise the Creator. Zio looked at Furz with some surprise. She had recently noticed that her friend had undergone considerable changes over the past 6 months. At this moment, she suddenly felt as if she didn't know Furz anymore. In the country of disorder. Hobert was about to utilize true sight to examine the surroundings and see where that immense distortion power came from. But he suddenly thought, isn't this a great opportunity to break the ice with Furz? There was no time to check. Hobert immediately returned to the real world and used travel to Longtail Island. In the spirit world, Hobert realized he had to put on a disguise. So when Hobert appeared on Longtail Island, his hat was on backward, he was just wearing a shirt, and the cufflinks on his shirt were mismatched. The shoe on his left foot was nowhere to be found. After emerging from the spirit world, Hobert asked anxiously, Furz, where are you hurt? Let me see quickly. Under the makeshift rain shelter, Furz had just had a drink to calm her nerves, waiting for the servants to boil hot water. When she saw Hobert's appearance, her expression remained blank, but there was a touch of emotion in her eyes. Seeing Hobert like this, Zio paused for a moment before asking, Hobert, where are your shoes? Hobert first thanked Zio internally for her divine assist, then realized, and looked down. Oh, right, where are my shoes? He smiled sheepishly, just now I heard Furz was attacked by an unknown force. I was anxious and might have lost them somewhere while running. Angus, who was sheltering from the rain with Furz in the same shed, bowed slightly to Hobert and then immediately left the shed. He sensed that it was better not to listen to these conversations. Zio shook her head with a smile, such a big person, and he can still lose his shoes. Then she delivered another divine assist, your hat is on backward too. Hobert then touched it, my apologies. After straightening his hat, Hobert again came to Furz's side with an anxious expression, let me see, are you hurt? As he spoke, he took Furz's hand and checked her all over. Furz really wanted to shake Hobert's hand off, but seeing Hobert's urgency, she couldn't bear to, so she didn't. I'm fine, I'm fine. Hobert inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she started talking to him, it was a good start. He checked her and, seeing that Furz was indeed not seriously injured, he said to her sternly, don't do such dangerous things again. This made Furz a little stunned. Then she realized that it was just a normal inspection. How was it dangerous? Before she could say anything, Hobert added, what did I tell you before? The mountains are still very dangerous right now. What are you doing in the mountains? Do you know how worried I was just now? You're such a grown-up, why are you so troublesome? Furz felt a little guilty. I was just inspecting the riverbank, and this section of the riverbank happens to be at the foot of the mountain. Hurry back, what's the point of inspecting in such heavy rain? Hobert said, take Zio back with you. I'll continue the inspection. Furs hesitated for a moment but still said, okay, mainly to see where to start building the dam on the right river. Got it, got it. Hobert waved his hand impatiently, hurry back and rest. Furs used travel to take Zio back to the governor's mansion. Furs, who appeared in the office, was still a bit confused, always feeling that something was off just now. Zio took off her raincoat, wanting to hang it on the hanger, but she reached twice and couldn't reach the hook on the hanger. She simply tossed it up, and it landed perfectly on the hook. Hobert seems to care a lot about you. Zio said, I've known him for so long, and this is the first time I've seen him so disheveled. Furs's mood was very complicated now, of course, I know that. How could she not feel Hobert's care for her? These past few days, she always thought of the little moments she shared with Hobert, which made her unable to dislike Hobert at all. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Under the shed in the eastern mountains, Hobert watched the pouring rain outside with a cold expression. His concern just now wasn't entirely feigned, it just wasn't to the point of panicking and losing his shoes. Hobert opened the leather bag he carried, which had spatial magic, took out his shoes, and then pulled out a vest to put on. Instantly, his image looked much more composed. After rebuttoning his cuffs, Hobert waved to Angus under another shed, inquiring about what had happened. After listening to Angus's description, Hobert suddenly recalled some information he had seen before. Sometimes, Megali the mountain god would display her power somewhere on Longtail Island. For example, she might cause a certain area to lose its sense of direction, or she might fundamentally disrupt the order of a village, and so on. Was Furs's encounter a coincidence? Hobert took a deep breath and gently waved his hand. Angus immediately noticed that the raindrops within his sight stopped falling and were suspended in midair. This surprised him slightly. The Earl's power seemed to have grown stronger. Whoosh! After 4 or 5 seconds, the raindrops seemed to finally escape the Lord of the Mysteries' power's restraint, continuing to fall to the ground with majestic force. Hobert hadn't felt any abrupt power just now, so he rose and unhurriedly took a step. When his foot landed, he was already 5 kilometers away. Angus in the shed was a bit surprised and a bit excited. He was now completely certain the Lord was currently a sequence 3. The reason he was quite excited was that among the Tudor family, only the patriarch was a sequence 3, and becoming a patriarch was very difficult. Angus knew he wouldn't be able to become a patriarch in this lifetime. However, serving the Creator seemed to make becoming a sequence 3 not difficult, and it also didn't seem to be the ultimate peak. A few minutes later, Hobert returned to the shed. He still hadn't found any clues about Megali the mountain god. Sitting on a chair under the shed, Hobert saw that the frozen water droplets on the ground not far away were only just beginning to melt. This reminded Hobert of the ice-water whirlwind he had seen through True Sight. The mountain god's state seemed a bit Lord of the Mysteries, because the Black Emperor pathway does not emit cold auras. Although one could freeze raindrops by altering the surrounding temperature, there was no need for it. The Black Emperor's primary ability is distortion. Lowering the temperature would only be to create conditions more favorable to oneself or unfavorable to the target. For example, if the hunter pathway used fire-type attacks, lowering the temperature could force the enemy to expend more spirituality to complete a normal attack. At that time, Furs and Zio didn't need to utilize temperature reduction to suppress their opponents. So Hobert was almost certain that the mountain god's state was somewhat Lord of the Mysteries, causing her to uncontrollably emit a cold aura. Hobert thought for a while but couldn't grasp the key. He then waved his hand, and the surrounding rainwater suddenly changed its path, falling elsewhere. Let's set off again. Thus, the subsequent journey became somewhat magical for ordinary people. The heavy rain continued to pour, but not a single drop fell on the members of this small team. This would certainly expose the existence of Beyonder power to some extent, but Hobert felt he had no obligation to keep it secret. Before, He would have concealed it, but now that he had become a frenzied mage, he was completely too lazy to hide it. Moreover, most of the officials among these people came from the Traveler's Gate, and these servants had just experienced an Beander event. They had all already come into contact with the Beander, so there was no need for secrecy. When they reached the river, the rain had essentially stopped. Hobert saw that the river water had already begun to turn murky, and it even seemed as if it could burst its banks at any moment. The villagers of the villages on both sides had already begun to gather their families, preparing to flee to higher ground. As for the crops in the fields, they couldn't be taken away. Whether they could be preserved, and how much, depended entirely on the will of the gods. On the way back, Hobert spoke with the officials in charge of agriculture and water conservancy. The dikes definitely needed to be built, but how high to build them and how to build them required consulting professionals. Spend money when necessary, don't save money on the planning stage. After setting the tone for this matter, Hobert had Angus protect everyone on their return, while he himself used travel to return to the governor's mansion a step ahead. Upon seeing Furs and Zio in the office, Hobert said calmly, "The matter of building the dikes has been basically decided. Next, we'll discuss how to build them." Furs nodded. "I understand." Hobert said to Zio, "I have something I need to talk about with Furs alone." Furs, however, said, "Is there anything Zio can't know?" Clearly, she wasn't planning on giving Hobert a chance to talk alone yet. Zio looked at Hobert with a smile, watching how he would respond. Hobert cleared his throat. "All right then, recently the Creator is going to launch an Beander war against the Demonist sect in the South Colson region. The main personnel participating in the war have basically begun to gather in South Colson. They include..." Wait. Zio raised her hand. "I'll go out after all." Currently, she was not very willing to have too much involvement with the Creator. If she knew the future plans of the Creator's forces, it would be difficult to avoid involvement. Furs was also a bit helpless. She knew her friend's thoughts and also knew that such matters should be kept as secret as possible, so she could only watch Zio open the door and leave. "I mean, we need to do a good job of reception." Hobert smiled. "This is a good opportunity to showcase the achievements of South Colson's construction." Furs rolled her eyes at Hobert. Why was he starting to talk about non-confidential matters again? "How is the construction in the factory district coming along?" Hobert asked as he walked towards the liquor cabinet, only to find that all the bottles were gone. "Where's my wine?" Furs, sitting on the sofa, replied, "I had someone take it away." It wasn't that she was too angry to have them taken away, rather, Hobert had drunk too much wine during last week's tourism festival, so she had someone collect all the wine. Hobert smacked his lips and had no choice but to pour himself a cup of tea. "I suggest we establish a mechanism for discussing work, because the next period will be a critical time for the construction of Longtail Island. If we don't want the people here to still have to brave the heavy rain with their children and elders to seek shelter from floods on unsheltered high ground, like they are now, we cannot be careless in any way. In this regard, maintaining effective communication between you and me is crucial." Although Hobert's method of gaining sympathy was somewhat shameless, it was very effective. Furs had always sympathized with the local natives, so she had always wanted to do something for them. At the same time, it was also during this recent period that Furs gradually grew to like governing, because she saw that under Hobert's advocacy, the policies implemented by Mayor Condra had already significantly improved the situation of some natives. For example, the miners, their working environment had become much safer, and they only worked 8 hours a day, with their diet improving by a whole level. Furs clearly saw that their complexions were no longer so sallow, and they had some spirit and vitality, no longer appearing as numb as before. At the same time, Furs also knew her own limited abilities, so she had never dictated to the city government, only diligently completing the work Hobert assigned her, reviewing financial appropriations, observing the capabilities of officials, and collaborating with the supervisory department to oversee the city government's work. In reviewing financial appropriations required more consideration of actual circumstances, which was why Furs had been inspecting various places recently. Furs had no reason to refute Hobert's suggestion, so she began to talk about the recent construction progress in the industrial zone. This was tantamount to tacitly agreeing to Hobert's suggestion. Currently, the construction of the second batch of relatively high-tech industrial zones has fully commenced. Hobert even directly, in the name of the creator, had Apton travel back and forth between Longtail Island and Backland to coordinate these technical issues. There were no problems with the planned construction of the second batch of factories, but there were many issues with the planned construction of the third batch of factories. Firstly, the third batch of factories had relatively higher technological content, such as machinery factories, steam engine factories, shipbuilding factories, etc. Only for the steam engine factory could Hobert relatively easily obtain relevant technology through Mr. Dicko's. Even if Hobert used his identity as an Earl, it would be difficult to obtain other types of technology. The key was also to establish corresponding research and development institutions to convert the acquired technology into processes usable for mass production. If this institution were set up on Longtail Island, it would be difficult to recruit personnel. Another issue was the land for construction. The entire eastern plain of Longtail Island had basically been utilized. Unless cultivated land was encroached upon, there was no large area of land available for factory construction. However, there were many suitable places for building factories in the mountainous areas. Hobert calculated the time before saying, "I estimate that the war with the demonist sect can be completely resolved within a week. Even if I fail, I will definitely severely damage the demonist sect. Longtail Island can develop with confidence, there's no need to worry too much about retaliation from the demonist sect," he said. Then the next step is to solve the problem of the Mountain God Church. There's no need to worry too much about the technical personnel issue. I estimate that by the end of the year at the latest, we will be able to get whatever kind of talent we want. So, after the problem with the Mountain God Church is resolved, these factories will begin construction. Furs was slightly stunned but didn't ask why the technical personnel issue could be resolved by the end of the year. Generally, when Hobert said something could be resolved, it definitely could. After the work discussion was over, she stood up, about to give a subtle hint for him to leave, but Hobert said again, "Let's talk about Zio's problem again." Furs sat back down. "What problem? I only thought of this while I was on inspection just now. Should Zio join the creator's faction?" Furs first nodded, thinking this would indeed be a good opportunity for Zio. But then she shook her head. "Zio won't join at the moment. As long as you also think this idea is good, I can try to make it happen." Hobert said, "Sometimes, whether or not to join the creator's organization isn't something Zio can decide." Furs indeed felt that this idea could help Zio. According to her observations, up to now, whether it was the creator's favored ones like Hobert, or those who served the creator's power like Angus and his team, none had shown obvious mental problems. On the contrary, some residents on the Full Moon Lake West Bank had significantly improved mentally after starting to pray to the creator. Moreover, according to some information Hobert revealed at the Tarot Club, and some actions of the creator, all indicated that this was a deity in a very normal state. Zio currently had no faith either. If she could believe in the creator, that would be even better. However, Furs was still somewhat uneasy. "What do you plan to do?" "I can request the creator to give Zio some tasks, allowing Zio to gradually integrate into our group," Hobert said. "After I leave later, you can lie to Zio, claiming that when you prayed for the creator's help just now, the creator noticed Zio." This kind of operation made Furs a bit bewildered. Can the creator agree to such a request? That was a deity, would he help Hobert solve such a small matter? Doesn't Mr. Fool also often provide us with help? Hobert smiled. Otherwise, why would everyone want to be a favored one of a deity? He paused, then added, "I just need to pay a price within an acceptable range, or complete other tasks to offset this request." Furs immediately said, "I will pay you the corresponding remuneration." Hobert smiled. No need, Zio is also my friend. Furs was about to say something more, but Hobert interrupted, if you really want to give me some remuneration, just ask the kitchen to make an extra staff meal. After all, it's almost lunchtime. Furs opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately did not refuse. Seeing Furs agree, Hobert whispered, when you talk to Zio later. In the office, one person was in charge of brainstorming ideas, while the other listened attentively, occasionally discussing things together. Hobert, Furs, and Zio had lunch together. Zio observed Hobert and Furs with some surprise. They casually chatted about things on Longtail Island, seemingly without the estrangement they had when they first met. After lunch, Hobert left Longtail Island. He understood the principle of knowing when to stop. It was already quite good to reach this point today. Such things needed to be done slowly, without rushing. After Hobert left, Furs suddenly said to Zio very seriously, Zio, there is something I need to formally inform you about. Her friend suddenly became so serious. Zio was still a bit unaccustomed to it. What is it? When we were attacked by an unknown force this morning, I prayed for the help of the Creator, Furs said. Just now, Hobert told me that the Creator has noticed you. Zio was a little surprised and immediately checked her spirit body and spirituality, finding no discomfort anywhere. Don't be surprised, Furs said with a smile, following Hobert's instructions. Hobert asked me to remind you that if the Creator gives you any tasks later, then congratulations, you will have the opportunity to become a dear of the Creator. Zio didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's there to congratulate? Then she asked, what tasks will the Creator give me? What if I can't complete them? Why did it notice me and not you? Seeing that Zio, as Hobert had guessed, began to actively inquire about the Creator, Furs began to recount the things the Creator had done over the past year or so. She didn't make a summary, but the focus was on saying that the Creator was a very normal deity, and how it helped the common people, and described this attention as an opportunity. She also said that Hobert also received the attention of the Creator through some coincidental events when he was at Sequence 7, and in the past 6 months, he has not only done many things to help ordinary people, but is now also a demigod. Zio had always felt that the Creator was a deity that was both good and evil, but ultimately still a malevolent god similar to true Creator, primordial demoness, and so on. Listening to Furs's narration and recalling the scenes she had seen on Longtail Island recently, there was indeed no sign of bloodiness or distortion, but rather a beauty of a new order. The more she listened, the more Zio felt that this might really be an opportunity. Hobert returned to Backland to continue preparing for the war. He estimated that he might spend less time in Backland recently, so he first took some time off from Director General Georgina. Hobert had no actual duties in Military Intelligence Section 9, and usually just slacked off at work, so he could take leave whenever he wanted. Then Hobert took a carriage to Earl Hobert's mansion, first paid his respects to Audrey's mother Catherine, and presented gifts. Today, Earl Hobert and his eldest son Hobert were not at home, so Hobert came to visit Catherine first. Catherine had no fondness for Hobert, but no malice either. The reason for her lack of fondness was mainly due to the many negative rumors about Hobert previously. In her opinion, he was not a steady noble. The reason for her lack of malice was that Hobert was indeed very capable and had many ideas, always bringing unexpected surprises to people. Considering that Hobert was very likely to marry her daughter later, Catherine still received him very warmly. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, Hobert finally made his request to see Audrey. Although this did not conform to the rules, as their romance had not yet been made public, Catherine did not refuse. So Hobert met Audrey, who was having afternoon tea in the garden. She wore a relatively loose long dress, and her hairstyle and jewelry were also quite casual, but paired with her beautiful face and perfect figure, these clothes and jewelry became radiant. Beside Audrey, a golden retriever lay, with half a bowl of dog biscuits in the food bowl in front of it, and water in another food bowl, seemingly also enjoying the leisurely afternoon. Upon seeing Hobert, she stood up and smiled. Hobert, I thought you had forgotten about me. Hobert smiled and quickly stepped forward, picking Audrey up and spinning her around. How could I? My little fairy. The moment Audrey was picked up, the noble education she had received since childhood, which emphasized decorum, made her first thought to break free, but she quickly felt that being held and spun around was quite stimulating, so she was left only with giggling, laughter. This was Earl Hobert's mansion after all, so Hobert couldn't be too excessive. He put Audrey down, took her hand, and kissed the back of it. Because of that little boy, I've been quite busy lately. Audrey slowly nodded, and had a servant bring Hobert tea and pastries. She smiled and asked, "You won't be too busy to attend next Thursday's ball, will you?" Next Thursday, Duke Christine will hold a ball to announce their romance. Hobert sat beside Audrey. Of course I won't have time. Next Thursday, I will be dancing the opening dance with the beautiful Audrey at Duke Christine's ball. I won't have time to accept your invitation. Audrey was stunned for a moment before she understood Hobert's joke. Hobert, you seem different from before, but this is very good. Originally, she wanted to say, but I like it very much, but the habit she had developed since childhood prevented her from expressing it so directly. Hobert took a sip of tea and smiled. That's because before I was Earl Hobert, and now I am Miss Audrey's lover. Audrey's cheeks were slightly flushed. This is really good. Then she asked, I heard my father say that Earl of Light has already started selling equipment for manufacturing light bulbs. Audrey smiled. It is said that many shareholders are very surprised by this. These past few days, she had begun to, openly, and without any disguise, pay attention to the operation of Earl of Light. Earl Hobert also usually helped her keep track of this information. Only Hobert expressed dissatisfaction with this, repeatedly reminding Audrey to be reserved. Hobert tasted another pastry. This is also why I don't want to see those shareholders, because it's too troublesome to convince them one by one. Facts will convince them. Then he asked, are you willing to take on a position at Earl of Light? Audrey was slightly taken aback. I'm already working at a charity organization. Working before marriage was the main way for noble women to experience life. It's up to your ideas, Hobert smiled. I just feel that the decision-making level of Earl of Light is too young, and I'm a bit worried. Currently, the top decision-making level of Earl of Light consists of Hobert's two trusted aides, Todd and Apton. The middle level includes several young nobles from Backland, and the decision-making level also includes several representatives of grassroots workers. Although these people do not have shares, they receive monthly dividends in addition to their salaries. Audrey smiled and shook her head. Hobert, I am younger than those managers. If I participate, their average age will be even younger, right? The significance of your joining is different, Hobert said very seriously. My strategies are generally fine, but I'm just afraid that they will do something unstable when I'm not around. As long as you are at Earl of Light, even if you do nothing, they will consider it more when making decisions. In fact, currently, Earl of Light completely obeys Hobert's decisions. The company's decision-making body is more like a department that discusses how to implement Hobert's decisions. Audrey immediately said, after I go to Earl of Light, I want to do some practical work. Of course. Hobert smiled, you can be the financial director. Audrey was stunned, I don't know much about finance. That's why I'm asking you to be the director, Hobert said. Specific tasks can be left to professionals. A director doesn't necessarily have to know everything. I'll find you a teacher, and you can familiarize yourself with the specific business while working. He smiled, your main responsibility is to supervise the source and destination of every penny, just to make sure that a roll of toilet paper in the factory doesn't cost £3 to buy. As a banker's daughter, Audrey immediately understood that Hobert wanted her to supervise and ensure that the money was spent where it should be. The two chatted for a while longer about Earl of Light and the ball next Wednesday, then Hobert got up to leave. Audrey did not ask about the progress of the investigation into the little boy, or what Hobert had been busy with during this time, only reminding Hobert to be careful. Leaving Earl Hobert's mansion, Hobert took a carriage to Christine's mansion. They first discussed the ball, Then Hobert informed Christine of his upcoming actions in South Coulson and invited him to participate in the operation to provide a safety net for any potential accidents. Christine knew that Hobert might have a close connection with the Creator, but he had never inquired about it. Today, Hobert asked for his help, and he readily agreed. After having dinner with his parents and younger brother at the Duke's mansion and chatting for a while, Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion. Arriving at the study, Hobert called Dennis, as Dolphus had already gone to South Coulson yesterday. Hobert planned to leave the Earl's mansion in his care during this period. After explaining this matter, Hobert sat at his desk, considering his arrangements for the next few days. As he thought of Furs and Audrey again. Suddenly, Hobert recalled a question that arose shortly after he was promoted to Earl of the Fallen. Hobert was very worried that if he continued to advance, his humanity would become weaker and weaker, and he would become colder and colder. At this moment, Hobert suddenly realized that after being promoted to Frenzied Mage, his humanity had not only not weakened, but had become even warmer than before. He realized that this was very likely the influence brought to him by Furs and Audrey, as well as his parents, sister, brother, subordinates, and others. Theoretically, friendship, kinship, and love can all strengthen and stabilize humanity. Hobert recalled his previous conversation with Truncest, who said that Aelernia had endowed him with much humanity. He, a justiciar, at least an order-killing prince, could gain more humanity from his empress. Hobert was now a frenzied mage, and he could gain double the humanity blessing from Furs and Audrey. For a sequence 3, such humanity was enough to contend with their divinity, and should even be sufficient at sequence 2. Following this line of thought, Hobert also considered that although his humanity showed no signs of weakening, it did not mean that divinity had no effect on him at all. Hobert carefully considered his actions over the past 2 days and realized that he seemed to be growing increasingly repulsed by the current rules. Whenever he encountered anything rule-based, he felt an urge to break it. It was like yesterday when he visited Dr. Allen. He could have easily used a sealed artifact to change his appearance and taken a hired carriage to see the doctor. But at the time, Hobert felt extremely annoyed by the middle-class habits of visiting and the so-called proper conduct, so he simply pretended to be an acquaintance of Dr. Allen when he visited. Even if it caused some trouble later, he felt it was acceptable. Recalling it now, Hobert realized that for some time before, he had been breaking some of his own habits and principles he had set for himself. However, at that time, he wasn't so disgusted by normative things. This was clearly an unconscious influence from divinity. Regarding this, Hobert believed he needed to be more vigilant, as some rules didn't need to be broken, or rather, violating some rules was very uneconomical. When encountering such rules, it was best not to violate them if possible. Taking a deep breath, Hobert composed himself and used travel to arrive at the Lord's Manor in South Coulson. After having a servant tidy up his bedroom, Hobert went to the villa area to meet Lawrence of the Bach family, as well as Barnett of the Tudor family and Osman of the Tony family. Hobert personally greeted them when they arrived, but then he had Donna, who had already been promoted to sheriff, and the butler Dolphus entertained them. Over the past few days, Donna had taken the people from the 3 families on a tour of the entire scenic area, as well as the plantations on the West Bank, and the factories and farmlands, explaining the current governance policies of South Coulson and some unique policies. At this point, the 3 families gained a deep understanding of the South Coulson region. They first realized that the Creator's power actually had a place on the North Continent, where the 7 Orthodox churches were gathered. Although the South Coulson region was not large, with a population of only over 100,000, the mere existence of such a place indicated that the Creator was widely recognized on the North Continent. At the very least, organizations serving the Creator were not like the Aurora Order or the Demonist sect, which were well-known secret organizations. Secondly, they realized that the policies in this territory were vastly different from other places, which seemed to be demonstrating certain wills of the Creator. This made them further realize the influence of gods on the real world. Finally, there were their mutual conjectures. The reason Hobert had the three families come together was to make the forces loyal to the Creator appear less isolated. Thus, all three families felt that they were only a part of the Creator's power. After Hobert met separately with the patriarchs of the three families and briefly discussed the arrangements for the next few days, he used travel to reach the highest peak on the full moon lake east bank. Under the still bright moonlight that night, Hobert stared blankly at his territory before him. At this moment, Hobert felt somewhat unreal. This time last year, he was still a university student with only 15 pounds of pocket money. Now, Hobert's assets were so vast that even he wasn't entirely clear about them. Whenever he had time, he would ponder how to spend all that money. As for his current status, he was already an earl, with 2 territories, over 1,000 subordinates, a regular army of 3,000, and nearly 800,000 subjects. And all of this had happened within the past year. This made Hobert not only feel that this, Lord of the Mysteries, world was magical, but his own destiny also seemed quite magical. Thinking again about the large-scale Beander war he was about to organize, Hobert couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, with a heroic spirit of, "The world is in my hands. Your advancement speed is as fast as a train." Bernadette's voice suddenly rang out. Hobert looked in the direction of the voice and saw Bernadette sitting on a swing surrounded by flowers and vines. The ropes of the swing seemed to be tied in the void. In short, the top of the ropes was invisible. Bernadette looked somewhat unreal, like a character from a TV show or movie. She wore a very capable-looking shirt, and a somewhat neutral pair of pants, with long-barreled boots on her feet. Her hairstyle was very fashionable, but distinctly different from the hairstyles of women across the North Continent, looking very flowing and elegant. Coupled with Bernadette's stern expression, Hobert had the illusion of meeting a beautiful woman in the plaza downstairs in his residential complex. Bernadette swung forward on the swing, then jumped down from the swing surrounded by somewhat illusory flowers and vines, landing directly in front of Hobert. She immediately became real, losing all sense of unreality. And the swing, flowers, and everything behind her vanished as well. Hobert smiled slightly and replied like a charlatan, "These are all the Lord's grace." Bernadette did not continue the topic but asked, "I heard you are going to wage an Beander war." "Yes, the opponent is the demonist sect." Hobert said, "If you participate, I will pay you a certain reward. As for the spoils of war, sealed artifacts can be yours, but Beander characteristics must be mine." Bernadette asked again, "Do you have a chance of winning?" "Currently, the chances of winning are not small," Hobert replied. Bernadette pondered for a moment and then said, "What kind of reward do you plan to give me?" Hobert smiled and said, "A mystic, Beander characteristic." He had obtained this Beander characteristic from the second Aurora Order demigod he killed, and it had been useless in the country of disorder, so he might as well utilize it to trade with Bernadette. Hobert added, "Of course, if your spoils do not include a demigod-level Beander characteristic, all spoils of Oravi Island must belong to me for you to receive this Beander characteristic." The conditions Hobert offered surprised Bernadette. Oravi Island currently only had 2 demigods, and Bernadette was one of them. Although Katlia was about to become a demigod, she was still one step away, and besides, she outwardly belonged to the Moses ascetic order. Even if Katlia advanced, Oravi Island, high-end combat power was very limited. This was why everyone knew Oravi Island was fighting the Moses ascetic order, but had never heard of them having large-scale battles. It was precisely because Oravi Island had always lacked high-end combat power, so they strenuously avoided decisive battles, and the Moses ascetic order was relatively loose as an organization. Therefore, for over 100 years, the two sides had been in a standoff but rarely engaged in combat. Bernadette smiled and said, "Sounds like a good deal." She said, "But besides these rewards, I also want a promise from you." Hobert asked, "What promise?" "If I need some help, you cannot stand idly by." Bernadette said, "Of course, I will also pay you a reward." Hobert probably guessed what Bernadette would ask him for help with. "No problem." Bernadette nodded. "Tomorrow, the Beyonders of Oravi Island will arrive at your lord's manor in succession. Hobert said, I will make sure to receive them well. He added, the day after tomorrow, around 10 a.m., we will hold a combat meeting. Please be sure to attend. No problem. Bernadette agreed, extended a hand, and the swing she had been sitting on reappeared, its rope still invisible at the top. Then, a cluster of flowers and mysterious-looking vines appeared. Bernadette sat on the swing and said, goodbye. She swung forward and disappeared from Hobert's sight. Having invited the last external aid, Hobert also returned to the Lord's Manor to rest. Just as he lay down and was about to fall asleep, a scene suddenly appeared in Hobert's mind. It was Emlyn informing Hobert through Mr. Fool that the blood race had decided to send a demigod to participate in the war. Hobert sat up, smiling helplessly. Do these vampires like to discuss things in the middle of the night? However, while Fool had not yet returned to bed, Hobert immediately prayed to Fool, asking Mr. Fool to inform Emlyn. The combat meeting would be held the day after tomorrow, so please have the blood race arrive quickly, and their participating demigod must attend this meeting. Then Hobert asked Mr. Fool to inform the world and also asked Mr. the World to attend the meeting. After doing all this, Hobert was wide awake. He guessed that Klein must have also been woken up by Emlyn and was now wide awake. Thus, Hobert stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, until dawn. On Friday morning, Furs also arrived early, as they had many people to receive today. First, the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought, led by Sharon and 2 other demigods, arrived in 3 batches. Unlike the Bach and other families, they were external aid and, relatively speaking, guests. Therefore, Hobert and Furs, as a couple, had to personally receive them to avoid any impoliteness. They mostly gathered in Backland and then came through the Traveler's Gate set up by Hobert. At noon, the forces of Orivy Island arrived in 2 batches. They used ancient spatial witchcraft, arriving from the sea and the North Continent respectively. Currently, only some members of Orivy Island knew how to utilize this witchcraft. In the afternoon, Blood Race Earl Rosalind arrived with more than a dozen Blood Race members, including Emlyn. At this point, all the external aid forces had arrived. After entertaining these external aids, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Hobert and Furs had just arrived in the study to drink some tea when the butler, Alan, came to report that Madame April had arrived. Hobert quickly went to the front yard and found April waiting in the main hall. She looked radiant, and her mental state was surprisingly much better than when they last met. April also seemed to re-examine Hobert. Child, you look more energetic. Hobert smiled slightly. Mother, are you all right? Thanks to the black jade ring you gave me. April said, it helped me through the most difficult time. Of course, Hobert's address of mother also played a big role. Hobert was very happy. That's good, that's good. Then he said to Furs, who had entered behind him, hurry and tell the kitchen to prepare a lavish dinner. Perhaps you should prepare a few more tables. April smiled. I heard that the Demonist sect is secretly gathering to attack South Colson. Hobert nodded. Yes, unfortunately, I only know 2 of their gathering points. Therefore, he could only report them to the Orthodox churches twice. Otherwise, an initial wave of reports would be enough to curb the Demonist sect's sharp edge. April said, I've long disliked these witches, so I've also brought some Viander forces to participate in the war. Klein arrived in South Colson as Gehrman Sparrow around 8 a.m. on Sunday. Since the range for controlling his marionette had reached 5 kilometers, he found a hotel in the town to stay, then manipulated the marionette to the Lord's Manor. Now that he could share vision and abilities with his marionette, even though it was the marionette that went to the Lord's Manor, Klein felt as if he were there himself. He was greeted by Doffus, who looked expressionless. Mr. Gehrman, welcome. The 2 had met when Hobert held his wedding. Klein realized that this butler seemed different from before. He guessed that the other party might have already advanced to a demigod. This made him sigh inwardly. How extravagant, having a demigod as a greeter. Hello. Klein, maintaining his cool and aloof persona, simply greeted him. Doffus made a gesture to invite him in. Please come this way. As he walked inside, Klein asked, am I the first one here? No, Earl Hobert, Counselor Jonathan and others, as well as Mr. Archibald, have already arrived, Dolphus introduced. Klein thought to himself, I don't know Jonathan or Archibald. Following behind Dolphus, Klein was led to a very spacious conference room. On the inner wall of the conference room hung a huge map of the North Continent. Hobert was standing in front of the map with a gentle-looking middle-aged man in military uniform and another middle-aged man with effeminately styled hair, seemingly discussing something. Dolphus pointed to one of the chairs. This is your seat, please make yourself comfortable. Klein nodded, seeing many seats around the wide and long conference table. Some were individual, some were behind a large seat, and there were also several large and small seats. Klein's seat was one of the individual large seats. Ah, Gehrman. Hobert smiled, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. He asked cordially, have you had breakfast? The kitchen made Fenaport-style croissants this morning. A hint of a smile gradually appeared on Klein's stern face. I have. Hobert said, oh, and continued, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Archibald, the Chief of Staff for this war, responsible for war planning. The one who just left was the Deputy Chief of Staff, Dolphus, whom you've met before, responsible for the logistics of the entire campaign. And this is Counselor Jonathan, the intelligence officer for this battle. Klein shook hands with both of them. When shaking hands with Archibald, he felt a familiar aura. Or rather, the person in front of him seemed to be a marionette. The two exchanged smiles and said little beyond a greeting. Hobert invited Klein to sit down. The Harvest Festival is about to open in a few days. Are you interested in attending? Klein muttered inwardly, please win this battle first. But he said aloud, of course, I'll come to see it. At this moment, the conference room door opened again, and Hobert smiled, you sit first, I'll go greet someone. Klein nodded and sat in his designated seat. He soon understood why Hobert was so confident, planning the Harvest Festival before the war even began, because the Beander forces gathered this time completely exceeded his imagination. Hobert first greeted a very tall man named Lawrence. They came as a group of 3, and were arranged in 3 large seats, 1 in front and 2 behind. Klein now understood that these large seats were prepared for demigods. And Jonathan, whom he had just met, also sat in a large seat, with 2 large and 2 small seats behind him. Adding Archibald and Hobert himself, there were already 9 demigods in the conference room. But more demigods arrived successively. Hobert then greeted a demigod dressed as a gentleman named Barnett. His 2 subordinates were also demigods. Then came a demigod wearing a Rorstad archipelago-style coat, whom Hobert called Osman. The 2 people following him were also demigods. Just as Klein was marveling that these demigods arriving together must each represent an Beander organization, Hobert greeted a very beautiful lady who looked to be in her 30s. He heard Hobert address her as Mother, while Archibald stood up and politely called her Miss April. Klein guessed in his heart that this should be someone from the Trenshust family. Hobert's extensive connections were inseparable from his status as a descendant of a royal family. This Miss April only brought one sequence 5 subordinate. The next participant surprised Klein. It was the somewhat ethereal Miss Sharon. Miss Sharon was also surprised to see Gehrman Sparrow. Their seats were adjacent, but they didn't immediately start chatting. Instead, they simply nodded, exchanged a glance, and first observed the other attendees of the meeting. Next to enter was a demigod wearing the robes of an Earth Mother Church bishop, whom Hobert called Archbishop Simpson. His arrival clearly startled everyone, as no one expected a member of a true God's church to attend. Following closely behind was the vampire Earl Rosalind, who was somewhat surprised to see so many people in the conference room, perhaps not expecting so many attendees. The next person to arrive again surprised Klein. It was Bernadette. Bernadette smiled slightly upon seeing Gehrman Sparrow. Guided by the butler Dolphus, Bernadette and one of her demigod subordinates took their seats. Klein looked around and sighed inwardly. The high-end forces of the true God's churches are just like this. Because everyone belonged to different Beander organizations, they kept observing each other, and almost no one interacted. Emlyn, who attended with Rosalind, thought to himself when he saw Gehrman Sparrow. This is Mr. World, the recognized mad adventurer. He's here to represent Mr. Fool's faction. Huh, his gaze seems a bit off, like he knows me. Then he thought, that's right, a noble vampire, handsome, qualified to attend such a high-level meeting. These conditions easily confirm that I am, Moon. At this moment, the last attendee, the imposing Christine, arrived. Everyone had seen this Duke in the newspapers, and his participation was not unexpected. After all, he was Hobert's father. Klein, however, found it strange why Hobert's mother and father's seats were so far apart. And they seemed familiar, yet their relationship appeared to be not very harmonious. Doffus beckoned for the servants to close the large door, and Hobert stood up and announced, "This war council officially begins." Klein finally realized how terrifying the power gathered by the Creator for this operation was. Everyone present was either a demigod or a core member of a medium-sized Beyonder organization. And those who could sit in the large chairs around the conference table were definitely demigods. Klein counted, and there were as many as 25 of them. He found it strange. He hadn't encountered many demigods since coming to this world, and he always felt that the number of demigods in this world wasn't large. But with such a small gathering, the number of demigods was so terrifying. After a moment of thought, Klein understood. He usually hid in Backland, and let alone demigods, even angels might not be able to find his trace. Hobert was different, his territory and power were laid bare, impossible to hide. There were demigods who wanted his life, and there were demigods who would unite around him. This was the difference between being in the dark and being in the open. At the same time, Klein finally understood. No wonder Hobert was so confident. It turns out such terrifying combat power has been assembled this time. Does this guy have a fear of insufficient firepower? Let alone the demonist sect, even if the true God's churches didn't deploy angels or utilize grade 0 sealed artifacts, they would find it difficult to resist an enemy of this scale. Then Klein thought, fortunately, there are people from the Earth Mother Church among the attendees, otherwise such a gathering would definitely be highly scrutinized by the Earth Mother Church. They might even send angels to monitor this place. If they weren't careful, they might end up in a confrontation with the Earth Mother Church before even fighting the demonist sect. But as long as their people were present, and they were striking at the demonist sect, the Earth Mother Church would implicitly approve the legitimacy of this meeting, and the Fernando Port royal family would not say anything. Afterward, if a large-scale Beyonder war were to take place on the territory of the Phinopot Kingdom, as long as it did not cause large-scale civilian casualties, no one would stand up to stop it. At this moment, Hobert, standing at the head of the conference table, said, "I invite the Chief of Staff for this war, and also the overall commander behind enemy lines for this battle, Archibald, to explain the enemy and our situation, as well as the tactics we plan to adopt." Archibald stood up and bowed slightly to everyone. "Hello everyone, I am honored to be able to plan such a large-scale Beyonder war. I think, apart from Patriarch Lawrence, most of you have rarely or almost never participated in an Beyonder war. This is one of our disadvantages. According to the reliable intelligence we have obtained, the enemy has two, Demoness of Undying, who once participated in the large-scale and prolonged Beyonder War of the Pale Disaster at the end of the Fourth Epoch. And these two, Demoness of Undying, will definitely play an important role in this battle." Klein recalled the Demoness of Undying he had seen on Disease Lieutenant General's ship. As far as he knew, at least that Demoness of Undying had participated in many battles of the Fourth Epoch. Archibald continued, "Of course, the enemy's disadvantages are also very obvious. Long-term dispersed deployment makes their organizational capabilities very concerning, and the demonist sect's power is far from as strong as ours. According to our existing intelligence, the enemy began to gather after collecting intelligence, but as of today, they still haven't launched a large-scale attack. We only had a small-scale battle with them on Longtail Island. The enemy seemed to want to kidnap the lady of the manor, but because we were well prepared, they did not succeed." Although Hobert hadn't been in South Colson much during this period, Archibald and Jonathan had already done a lot of preparatory work and had already engaged in 2 small-scale battles with the enemy on Shipyard Island and Longtail Island respectively. Archibald continued, I personally guess that the enemy must have received news that we have gathered a large number of Beander forces. At this time, they should realize their own lack of strength. Bernadette, sitting near the head of the table, asked, if they don't fight this war, what should we do? Should we keep waiting here? After all, the demonist sect has been a secret organization for so many years, they could completely choose to temporarily disband at this time. Then various disgusting tactics would be used in turn, such as launching small-scale raids after everyone disbands, and so on. I believe they will fight, and even if they retreat, we must take the initiative to attack. Archibald said, we'll talk about taking the initiative to attack later. First, let me explain why the other side must fight. First, according to our understanding, whether it's the demonist sect or the Theosophy order, their internal conflicts are already very intense. In normal times, such conflicts can be suppressed by higher sequences, but if they gather and do nothing, it will definitely make the opposing forces within them question their leadership, or it could trigger more uprisings or defections. In addition, according to the limited intelligence we have obtained, many famous socialites in various countries and regions have suspended all external activities for various reasons. This should be the demonist sect doing everything possible to gather all the forces they can. As long as they are still gathering forces, it means they will definitely take action. While the demigods present found it reasonable, they also felt that this war might not be able to be fought as a large-scale charge and battle. Archibald continued, we have simulated and believe that the most likely tactic the opponent will adopt is harassment. Because the opponent has the help of the Theosophy order, there are many Beyonders of the apprentice sequence, and their mobility is very strong. In previous small-scale conflicts, they have already adopted such tactics, with one apprentice sequence Beander paired with one witch sequence Beander. If they have the advantage, they will immediately engage in battle, if they don't, they will immediately leave. Facing their tactics, our corresponding tactic is to prioritize eliminating the opponent's apprentice sequence Beyonders. According to our statistics, there are 2 demigods of this sequence, 8 travelers, and 7 or 8 sealed artifacts with travel abilities. If we can utilize demigods to eliminate their travelers, their projection capability will be halved. At this point, everyone realized that this war had been prepared in great detail, and this meeting was not as simple as a meet and greet. Although the people present usually commanded others and found it difficult to be commanded themselves, everyone felt at this moment that they could listen to what Archibald had to say and then express their own opinions. The enemy's second tactic is likely to be a virus tactic. Archibald said, given the experience of the Backland Smog event, a demigod-level Beander of the witch sequence can kill all ordinary people in Jeffrey City within 20 seconds. So, tomorrow, we will evacuate the population from the city, leaving an empty city to fight the enemy. We believe the enemy will never just try to harass us. If the enemy wants to fight a large-scale war in Jeffrey City, they will first try to raid the Lord's Manor, then turn the water source into a source of poison, and let this land be contaminated by toxins. I have communicated with Bishop Simpson. The Earth Mother Church does have some ways to eliminate this Beander virus, but it requires a certain amount of time. Before the virus is eliminated, Jeffrey City and the entire resort area can only remain empty. The surrounding farmland also cannot grow anything. Although this cannot cause large-scale casualties to our effective forces, it will bring huge losses. The demonist sect's tactics will basically be achieved. After all, they don't want to fight us to the death, they just want to achieve a certain victory and resolve internal conflicts. If the enemy achieves this goal, we will have failed. At this point, everyone successively realized a difference between Beander combat and Beander war. In Beander combat, if one's stronghold is destroyed by the enemy, one just leaves that stronghold. Because the cost of a stronghold is not large, and most of the cost is borne by the landlord. But a city cannot be abandoned just like that. Archibald continued, for this tactic, our corresponding tactic is an ambush. We will ambush at the water sources, at the upwind positions, and in the city center, these places where it is easy to spread the virus. If they do not appear in these places, then their speed of spreading the virus will definitely be slower, which will give us ample time to encircle her. The demigods finally understood why Earl Hobert had entrusted the planning and command of this battle to this stranger named Archibald. This was a demigod with a war mindset. By the time the meeting reached this point, everyone inwardly admired Archibald's war planning skills. Archibald gave everyone a few seconds to understand the tactics, then continued, if the opponent delays in attacking, then we must counterattack. Now, I invite Counselor Jonathan to speak and report their significant discovery to everyone. Archibald sat in the seat below Hobert, and Jonathan stood up in front of the map and said to everyone, 2 days ago, we used some scattered clues to find the headquarters of the demonist sect. Everyone was moved for a moment. This was equivalent to discovering a fatal weakness of the enemy. No wonder Archibald was clamoring for a counterattack. It turned out he knew where the enemy's headquarters was. Jonathan walked to the map, pointed to the huge map, and said, it's on the west side of the central plateau, within the Intis Republic, upstream of the Selenso River. At this moment, Miss Sharon, a member of the Temperance faction, suddenly reminded, according to our intelligence, the demonist sect's headquarters seems to be on the south continent. Yes, Jonathan said, we also received such a clue, and considering the history of the demonist sect, we had some doubts about the headquarters location we just obtained. After our discussion, we unanimously agreed that this should be the demonist sect's headquarters in the North Continent. After all, in recent centuries, members of the demonist sect have been active in various countries of the North Continent. If the headquarters were still on the South Continent, it would be very inconvenient. Sharon nodded, indicating that she also agreed with this conjecture. Jonathan then said, now, I invite Mr. Archibald to continue explaining the tactics of this battle. Archibald returned to the head of the conference table. Earl Hobert and I both believe that the enemy should have deliberately exposed the location of their headquarters to us. The demigods were all startled, but they quickly understood Archibald's meaning. Archibald, in his military uniform, continued to explain, if I were the overall commander of the demonist sect, under conditions of weaker strength, I would definitely try to make myself the defending side. The simplest way is to expose my headquarters and make the enemy the attacking side. This way, the opponent can utilize the long-standing arrangements of the demonist sect to consume our effective forces. This was also what everyone had just thought of and were considering how to break this difficult problem. This also explains why the demonist sect has been consolidating its forces but has not launched a large-scale attack. Archibald said, we believe that the enemy will definitely divide this battle into 2 parts, harassment and steadfast defense. On one hand, they will utilize their mobility advantage to harass Jeffrey City, and on the other hand, they will steadfastly defend the demonist sect's headquarters. For the solution to this tactic, please let Hobert explain to everyone. Hobert slowly came to the head of the conference table. Seeing everyone looking at him, Hobert said, at that time, the Creator will send an angel to break through the demonist sect's headquarters defenses. Several demigods almost gasped at this moment, but Bernadette and a few other demigods suddenly chuckled. That's right. This is not an ordinary offensive and defensive battle, but an Beander war involving a deity. Problems that are difficult to solve in ordinary offensive and defensive battles are not too difficult in such an Beander battle. At the same time, everyone also realized why Hobert was doing the next explanation, because it would definitely involve the Creator's arrangements at the angel level. Indeed, Hobert continued, according to the intelligence we have, the demonist sect may have 3 angels, 2 of whom are said to have not appeared for several centuries. Some sources say they have long since fallen, and others say their state is very poor, and they can only remain dormant in a fixed area. But to err on the side of caution, we will assume we are facing 3 angel enemies. So, this time, in addition to the Creator deploying 2 angels, 2 more angels will be invited as external aid. Everyone need not have any worries about the power at the angel level. If the primordial demoness descends with power, the creator will also immediately act. When Hobert was on Shipyard Island before, he had felt the gaze of the primordial demoness, and just as he remembered, the primordial demoness's current state was extremely poor. Perhaps in the starry sky or the astral world, she could maintain a relatively good state, but in the real world, the power she could descend was very limited. After Hobert was promoted to Sequence 3, although the power projected from the country of disorder could still only support the empty framework of an king of angels. But it was much stronger than before. If before he could only fight the divine abomination, SUA for 3 or 4 rounds, now he could fight SUA for 30 or 40 rounds, and blocking a Sequence 1 was no problem at all. If the primordial demoness descended with power stronger than Sequence 1, it would inevitably involve her main body, and it would not be too late to pray to the Evernight Goddess or the Earth Mother at that time. Everyone heard that there was still in surplus of angel-level combat power, and their last bit of worry disappeared, which was exactly the effect Hobert wanted to achieve. Hobert continued, "Our general offensive plan is for the angels to attack first and disrupt the enemy's arrangements. During this period, it is best for all of us present not to attack first. Wait until the opponent's angels are drawn out, and after the battle between the angels begins, we will then seize the opportunity to attack. Because the angels will definitely be tied up with each other, the angels' attack at this time can only be considered a feint. We are the main force for inflicting casualties on the enemy's effective forces. At that time, the Creator will personally command the frontline battle and will personally direct the attack routes to everyone, so as not to let the visual impact of the angel battle affect our state. It is best for everyone to pray to the Creator before the battle, so that in case of danger, timely rescue can be provided. If you don't want to pray, try to stay with people who have prayed before." At this point, everyone's expressions were somewhat solemn. There were 3 types of demigods participating in this battle. The first type, like Lawrence, Barnett, and Osman, came prepared to join the Creator. They would naturally not refuse to pray to the Creator. The second type were Klein, Christine, and April, who greatly trusted Hobert. If needed, they would also pray to the Creator in advance. However, the third type of participants, either out of respect for Hobert or for the promised rewards, were unwilling to pray to the Creator. Hobert did not dwell on this issue but continued, "I will emphasize again, our main task is to eliminate the enemy's effective forces, demigod or below, to the greatest extent possible. The Creator will only point out the route to everyone, the specific command tasks will be carried out by each of you. The problem now is who stays behind and who attacks. The number of people staying behind should not be too many, nor too few. So I suggest that Bishop Simpson be the confirmed force to stay behind, and then set up several mobile forces. If the enemy's surprise attack is too strong, they stay. If it's not very strong, they immediately go to support the front line. Also, after the war begins, there will be 3 travelers' gates connecting from here to the Demonist sect's headquarters. I will announce the locations of those gates before the battle begins." This tactic was not complicated, because such a tactic would have higher fault tolerance. Hobert said, "I have prepared some materials for everyone, which are descriptions of the abilities related to the apprentice sequence and witch sequence. You can take them back and have your subordinates circulate them." He said loudly, "Tomorrow is everyone's last preparation time. If the enemy has not launched an offensive tomorrow, then at 7 o'clock on the morning of the day after tomorrow, we will launch an attack on the Demonist sect's headquarters." Everyone agreed, and then Dophus distributed the materials to everyone. Hobert then asked everyone, "Any other questions?" The vampire Earl Rosalind asked, "Will you join us in the offensive?" Hobert nodded, "Yes, I will follow everyone's attacking pace and pray continuously." Everyone immediately realized that Hobert would then become the connection point between the Creator and the real world. Hobert added, "The overall commander here in Jeffrey City is Archibald." Everyone asked a few more questions, but no one raised objections to the tactics announced by Hobert. Finally, Hobert said, "If anyone needs some lawyer and arbiter sequence charms, you can pray to the Creator to obtain them." Dofus will provide free black iron and corresponding spiritual materials, but if you want to obtain demigod-level charms, you need to prepare the corresponding metal and spiritual materials yourself. Metal is not difficult to obtain, only better quality black iron is needed, but the requirements for spiritual materials are higher. The first choice is demigod-level spiritual materials from the lawyer and arbiter pathways. Some special materials can also be used as mediums for making charms. This was a capability Hobert possessed in the country of disorder when he became the Earl of the Fallen, but he had never used it. Hobert's words greatly moved everyone, and they all prepared to collect the materials. As for demigod-level charms, there was no need for those. After the battle meeting concluded, Hobert personally settled Christine down, then returned to his study and immediately entered the country of disorder. Because someone was already praying to the Creator for charms. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert's spirituality spread to the first pulsating star, which belonged to Lawrence. He was praying for some arbiter pathway charms. Such a request was quite reasonable, as the Bach family were all beyonders of the lawyer pathway. So Hobert mobilized the power of the country of disorder, evenly embedding these powers into the many carved black iron pieces placed before Lawrence. In a villa on a mountain outside Jeffrey City, Lawrence, following the prayer method given by Dofus, placed the carved black iron, along with the corresponding spiritual materials, on the altar. Then he prayed to the Creator again and again. Lawrence couldn't tell how many times he had prayed to the Creator when, suddenly, a surge of power rushed towards the altar, and the carved black iron instantly underwent a noticeable change. The carved inscription suddenly glowed, the entire piece of black iron became even darker, as if it had transformed into another type of metal, and the charm was also enveloped in a thin layer of black light. Then the surging power disappeared, and dozens of charms appeared before Lawrence and the others. After praising the Creator, Lawrence scanned the charms with his spirituality, and they were all sequence 5 level. This made them praise the Creator's mighty power once more. In the country of disorder, Hobert quickly received the second prayer. He extended his spirituality, and it was Klein. Hobert was startled. This guy was also praying for some arbiter pathway charms. For a trickster, such charms shouldn't be very useful, right? But thinking that the other party was here to help, such a request should not be refused, so Hobert mobilized the power of the country of disorder and gave Klein a batch of charms. Next, the Tudor family and the Tony family successively prayed and obtained a batch of lawyer pathway charms. Hobert nodded. This was also quite reasonable, as the Tudor family were basically arbiter pathway beyonders and greatly needed lawyer pathway charms. And half of the Tony family's beyonders were hunter pathway beyonder powers. Lawyer pathway charms were also very useful to them. At this moment, a familiar star pulsated again, and Hobert was stunned. It's Klein again. What is he praying to the Creator for? Extending his spirituality, Klein was actually praying again to obtain another batch of lawyer pathway charms. Hobert then realized, is this guy here to stock up? Or does he feel it's a rare chance to catch the Creator and wants to milk him dry? Forget it, Hobert thought. Just consider it helping a friend make a profit. So he waved his hand again, allowing Klein to obtain another batch of lawyer pathway charms. Throughout the afternoon, and even the next morning, people continuously prayed to the Creator for power, obtaining batches of charms. Sharon, Bernadette, and others, forces that were clearly still wary of the Creator, also successively prayed to the Creator after hearing that other Beyonder organizations had successfully prayed for charms. However, they all had their subordinates complete the prayers, with Emlyn performing the prayer for the bloodline. Hobert marked them one by one, so that after the war began, he could immediately find any organization he wanted to locate. The demonist sect did not launch any attacks throughout Saturday, so early on Sunday morning, all Beyonder organizations completed their assembly according to the notification from yesterday afternoon. At this time, Hobert announced the locations of the 3 travelers' gates to everyone. Then, according to the previous arrangements, the Bach family and the bloodline rushed to the front line through one of the gates. The Tudor family and Orivy Island went through one gate, and the Temperance faction and Klein went through another gate, each rushing to the front line. Other forces temporarily remained in Geoffrey City. If support was needed, the Creator would notify Archibald, who would arrange the supporting personnel based on the actual situation. And Counselor Jonathan and others from the Council of Knowledge were already at the front line to receive them. After everyone reassembled in 3 parts within the Intis Republic, they began to approach the demonist sect's headquarters under the leadership of the Council of Knowledge. The Travelers' Gates were directly dismantled and would be installed at more forward positions. The demonist sect's headquarters, from the outside, appeared to be a summer resort built close to the mountain, but upon observation, it was clear that this was merely a disguise. The resort connected to the mountain behind it, and the main structure should be within the cave behind. This resort had a huge courtyard that looked bustling with activity, with carriages filling several large parking areas. The Creator's Beander forces approached the resort from 3 different directions. When the resort appeared in their sight, they began their final adjustments. At the same time, members of the Council of Knowledge quickly began to restore the Travelers' Gate. They made no attempts to conceal these actions. If the demonist sect could send people to destroy the Travelers' Gate at this time, it would be even better. Just as Jonathan and others had guessed, there was a huge space inside the mountain behind the resort. Here there was a church dedicated to the primordial demoness, and the central mechanism of the demonist sect. In the square at the center of the cave, the white saint, Katerina Pell, dressed in white, with a clear and beautiful appearance like a young girl, stood before a large mirror, observing the enemy's situation. In front of her, there was not only a large mirror but also several smaller mirrors, arranged in an arc before Katerina. At the top of the cave, there was a pure white crystal, emitting a holy light that illuminated the entire cave. Behind Katerina, there was also Black Witch, Clarice, wearing an Intis-style court gown, looking serious yet with a hint of charm, as well as several despair witches. The large mirror in front of Katerina was divided into 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower, displaying enemies approaching from 3 different directions. She smiled and whispered, "Come on, attack. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing Hobert step forward alone from the crowd, Katerina pulled a strand of hair from her head and burned it in front of one of the smaller mirrors. A scene immediately appeared in that mirror. It was the Wanderer Collier, 1,000 miles away. Katerina said, "Begin the operation." Within the Finapot Royal Kingdom, southeastern Central Plateau. In a sparse forest, Collier, with a cleanly shaven beard, meticulously combed hair, and somewhat feminine movements, holding a mirror, said, "Yes." After breaking contact with Katerina, Collier said to the more than 20 people around him, "1 apprentice, paired with 1 witch. Attack in 2 waves. The first wave, concentrate your forces on attacking the wells in Geoffrey City. There must be an enemy ambush there, but they have many places to ambush, so the Beander forces there must not be very strong. In a short time, we will have a considerable advantage. The first wave must hold for at least 3 minutes. At this time, the second wave of forces will strike. By then, the enemy's Beander forces should have all gone to support the wells. All of us must buy half a minute for Ms. Lola, to fill the entire Geoffrey City with Beander viruses, to pollute its water sources and soil, and to turn it into a permanent dead city." At this moment, the graceful Ms. Lola stepped forward, smiling and saying to everyone, "Come forward." Everyone lined up and walked towards Ms. Lola, who kissed each of their foreheads one by one. This was the witch's blessing. Those who received the blessing, in addition to having a short-term surge in adrenaline, being in a more excited state, acting more agile, and having more abundant spirituality, could also temporarily avoid damage from the Beander viruses spread by Ms. Lola. After everyone had received the blessing, the first batch of attackers used travel to depart. The few spies who returned on the day of the tourism festival had basically figured out the structure of Geoffrey City. Thus, the first batch of 12 people found the wells in Geoffrey City without much difficulty. Guarding the wells were Bishop Simpson's elite druid team. Upon seeing the space in front become illusory, a team member immediately blew a whistle for reinforcements. Bishop Simpson raised his hand, and thick vines with purple thorns quickly emerged from the ground. The first wave of attacking enemies seemed to fall into a pile of vines. The leaders of this wave of enemies were a demoness of despair and a secret sorcerer. The secret sorcerer immediately created a secret realm to help everyone avoid the attacks of these poisonous vines. After dodging the vines, the secret realm disappeared. The demoness of despair summoned several ice arrows and shot them at the members of the druid team. As the ice arrows were fired, a layer of frost spread across the ground. Just as the two sides were about to engage in close combat, the demoness of despair and the secret sorcerer felt something in their spirituality and looked at the roof ahead. The Duke Christine, awe-inspiring without being angry, suddenly appeared there. He looked at the battlefield below but did not immediately join the fight, instead saying, "No teleportation here. No flash here." At this moment, Christine extended his right hand and made a downward sweeping motion. A traveler who was in combat suddenly stiffened and immediately fell to the ground, lifeless. He was executed by Christine. The demoness of despair truly felt despair at this moment. She felt that her side would find it difficult to hold on for 3 minutes. In front of the demoness sect headquarters, Hobert stopped far away and began to pray. Arriving in the country of disorder, sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert glanced at the resort ahead. Just as he was about to release the Holy Infant King to clear the minefield, he sensed something was off. The enemy's reaction was too calm. They should have easily found out that the Creator had 2 angel subordinates, but the resort still hadn't activated any defensive magic formations, as if saying, "Welcome, angels of the Creator." Hobert pondered for a moment. "I might as well give you something harsh." With a wave of his hand, he summoned the ancient death god's corpse, injected it with the power of order, and then cast it into the star representing himself. Klein looked at the demoness sect headquarters in the distance. He was quite certain that they had already discovered their tracks. Since they did not take the initiative to attack, it should be as Hobert and the others speculated. They had set up many traps in the church headquarters. Sharon, standing by, suddenly looked in Hobert's direction and said, "A hidden door has opened." Klein also looked at Hobert, thinking to himself, "It seems that under Hobert's prayer, the mysterious passage connecting to the Creator has been established." But what Klein did not expect was that the image of the Creator suddenly appeared in midair. He was clad in a suit of armor emitting a black holy light, and wore a crown with a huge black gem on his head. His face was covered by a visor that showed no emotion, and a long, phantom cloak stretched down his back. He radiated a holy brilliance, and this brilliance, like dust, seemed to have a congealing effect. He seemed capable of ending all chaos, yet also capable of bringing about complete chaos. Although far away, the Beyonders of the Temperance faction were still awed by the majesty emanating from the Creator, wanting to prostrate themselves on the ground and express their loyalty to him. Klein's eyes narrowed. The image of the Creator looked even more magnificent than before. Then, the Creator's deep voice resonated, "Lie down, close your eyes, and restrain your spirituality." The Beyonders in the 3 formations were all stunned, but some reacted quickly, like Klein, who immediately lay down upon hearing the Creator's instructions and waved to Sharon and Marich, "What are you waiting for? Lie down quickly." Sharon then belatedly ordered the dozens of Beyonders behind her, "Lie down." In fact, without her command, many Beyonders behind them had already fallen, but they were not lying down. Rather, they were trembling and prostrating themselves on the ground under the pressure of the Creator. Only demigods could barely withstand the majesty of the Creator. Lawrence and others in another formation, after exclaiming that the Creator's image was even more magnificent, also immediately lay down. Rosalind was somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of the Creator, but she also immediately issued orders to lie down, close eyes, and so on. Bernadette in the 3rd formation looked directly at the Creator, sighed with some disappointment after 1 or 2 seconds, and also immediately lay down. Barnett and others from the Tudor family in the distance were first surprised by the image of the creator, then replaced by ecstasy. This was a god. The Tudor family had not had the protection of a god for over 1,000 years, and now, they had once again received the protection of a god. They had just lain down in excitement when they felt a tremendous spiritual pressure emanating from the front, and many beyonders were pressed to the ground, gasping for breath. Inside the cave, White Saint Katerina, standing before the mirror, was instantly filled with an ominous premonition upon seeing the image of the Creator. Their arrangements in the manner could even deceive angels, but they might not be able to deceive a god. Indeed, the Creator in midair made a pushing motion. Boom! A thundering power poured down from midair, and a giant bird appeared in the manor. Its body was covered with feathers made of continuously burning black flames and phantom mysterious patterns, and its eyes were deep black, but there seemed to be layers of phantom gates overlapping within the deep blackness. All light around it seemed to be covered by a thin black veil, turning grayish-white. Sorrow. In the manor, including Katerina and others in the cave, they all felt the sorrow represented by death. They all missed their fallen comrades, friends, and relatives. The giant bird, easily 7 or 8 stories high, looked down at all living beings around it. The horses pulling carriages in the courtyard and several beyonders immediately froze upon seeing this enormous figure, falling to the ground like harvested stalks. Their souls had already departed for the realm of the undead. However, their corpses sat up in unison, piously kneeling on one knee towards the undying bird ancestor's corpse, while the horses and wild rabbits, mice, and other animals around the manor prostrated themselves on the ground. Then, they stood up and began to seek out and tear at living creatures around them. Inside the cave, the moment the ancient death god's corpse appeared, numerous dense cracks suddenly appeared in the mirror in front of Katerina. Crash! The huge mirror shattered into pieces on the ground. Puff, puff. Katerina, who had been observing in front of the mirror, did not have time to close her eyes. Both her eyeballs burst open, and 2 streams of blood flowed down her clear, snow-white skin. She felt her mind stop for 1 or 2 seconds before she suddenly thought, quickly go and shut down the traps outside. Do not enrage him. Upon hearing the command, 2 despair witches immediately rushed towards the manor outside using mirror travel, but as soon as they reached the front of the plaza, they tumbled out of the mirror world. One of the despair witches weakly said, "The world in the mirror seems to be stirred by some terrifying power." Katerina was somewhat in despair. It's too late. The ancient death god's body in the manor instinctively wanted to kill all living creatures and establish its kingdom of the undead here. He could sense that there were still many vibrant lives inside the manor, so he lifted a wing and flapped it, sending out a gale that could freeze souls, tearing off the roof of the manor. This made Hobert, who was observing from behind, exclaim, using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito. If such an attack had occurred during the battle between the Bach family and the Rose School of Thought in the South Continent, all enemy forces below the angel level would have been annihilated. Of course, the Bach family would also have been annihilated. Whoosh! After the manor's roof was ripped off, it let out a sound like a wail, and then, a sacred white light appeared inside the building. Suddenly, a spear-like crystal shot out, directly hitting the chest of the ancient death god's corpse. The enormous body of the undying bird ancestor's corpse tilted its head, glancing at the spear in its chest, seemingly not quite understanding the purpose of this spear. At this moment, the spear tilted, only slightly deforming a few feathers of the ancient death god's corpse. Although this corpse could only borrow a portion of the ancient death god's power through methods like utilize and alter, the hardness of its flesh was almost the same as that of the ancient death god when he was alive. The spear that failed to pierce the ancient death god's corpse did not fall to the ground. Its front end exploded, sending ice crystals flying, and almost instantly, the ancient death god's corpse and the entire manor were frozen in ice crystals. From Hobert's perspective, it looked like a giant transparent amber had formed there, more beautiful than a diamond under the sunlight. This was not the end. The latter half of the spear was suddenly stretched and widened by an invisible force, forming a gigantic mirror. The mirror surface quickly darkened, and the ancient death god's corpse and the entire manor in front of them immediately disappeared from the real world, appearing inside the mirror. Hobert, who was behind, couldn't help but frown. If an angel were truly sent to clear the minefield, they would still be injured by such an attack. Moreover, they would be trapped in the mirror world, making it difficult to continue participating in the battle for a while. Then Hobert became somewhat worried, wondering what would happen to the ancient death god's corpse. After all, he did not possess much consciousness. The mirror transformed from the spear suddenly shattered, as if cutting off the passage between the mirror world and reality. But in the next second, the space where the manor had been located became illusory, and a transparent, somewhat magical gate appeared, adorned with numerous mysterious symbols. Its appearance resembled both the underworld gate of the death pathway and the phantom gate summoned by the door pathway. Creak. The gate suddenly opened, and the ancient death god's corpse, still frozen in ice crystals, floated out from within. However, at this point, his head had already broken free from the ice crystals. Subsequently, the huge gate disappeared. Gah! The ancient death god's corpse let out a strange cry. Even Hobert, protected by the country of disorder, felt his spirit body tremble, and he quickly glanced behind him. Indeed, many of their beyonders who had fallen in the distance had their spirit bodies detach from their physical bodies, about to fly towards the ancient death god. Alter. Hobert altered the beyonder powers related to the undead behind him, and the immense gravitational pull from the souls greatly weakened, allowing these spirit bodies to return to their original bodies one by one. However, these beyonders, spirit bodies had suffered considerable damage. At this time, the demigods lying on the ground took action one after another, helping them offset most of the damage. Behind the now vanished manor, a phantom gate suddenly appeared in the mountain, and dozens of souls flickering with ghastly white light, their eyes blank, emerged from the mountain. Just a few seconds ago, they were still vibrant lives, but in that instant, as the main targets of the ancient death god's corpse's attack, their lives immediately came to an end. These spirit bodies dissipated one by one, heading to the underworld. The ancient death god's corpse spread his wings. Crash! The ice crystals covering him shattered, and the ancient death god's corpse regained freedom. Hobert seemed to notice that the massive ancient death god's corpse appeared to have shrunk slightly. He guessed that the ice crystal spear's attack earlier might have consumed a significant amount of his power. At this moment, the ancient death god's corpse took a step forward and kicked with a claw covered in phantom feathers. Boom! The entire mountain was thus kicked down by him. Seeing his relaxed and effortless manner, it was as simple as kicking over a dining chair. The mountain did not collapse but was kicked down, so the space within the mountain's belly was almost undamaged. Hobert saw a huge statue of the primordial demoness within the mountain's interior space. The outer layer of the statue was painted in vibrant colors, making it look lifelike. It was the image of a beautiful woman, with hair extending from her head to her ankles, clear and thick, like venomous snakes, like tentacles. The tip of each strand of hair also had an eye, either open or closed, appearing densely packed. Hobert saw that the people of the demoness sect were escaping through the passage left open in the mountain, while Katerina was in front of the giant stone statue, seemingly pleading for something. Suddenly, Hobert saw the outer shell of the stone statue rapidly peeling off, like damp wall plaster, and inside, there were even more vivid colors, bursting forth with surging power. This power swept across the ground, and the corpses controlled by the ancient death god's corpse all turned into grayish-white stone statues. Chaos. Hobert did not feel the descent of any power, indicating that this was not a divine descent of the primordial demoness. Instead, she must have left her power within the statue through a special method beforehand. So, Hobert used chaos to stop this power from breaking through the stone statue, and the speed at which the stone statue's outer shell peeled off indeed slowed down. The ancient death god's corpse seized the opportunity and spat out a mouthful of black flames, which hit the stone statue directly, covered it, and began to burn on it. The spiritual energy within the mountain became fuel for the flames, and Katerina, who was escaping from the mirror world, felt her spiritual body being drawn by a force behind her. She took out an ugly puppet from her pocket and threw it behind her. The puppet immediately floated towards an unknown force, and the drawing power Katerina experienced was greatly reduced. The ancient death god corpse's attack target was not Katerina, but the stone statue in front of it, which allowed the demoness of undying to successfully escape. The stone statue suddenly dropped dozens of stiff hairs, and all the flames on it transferred to those hairs. Hobert waved his hand. Alter. Alter at sequence 3 can already alter the target's ability and the effect achieved by the target's ability. After being amplified by the country of disorder, the abilities displayed by that stone statue could also be altered. The hairs that the stone statue had just dropped returned to its head, and the black flames once again burned all over its body. During this time, the ancient death god's corpse spread its wings, and the mysterious patterns on its wings suddenly flowed, forming an abstract giant bird pattern. This pattern was not particularly beautiful, but it made people unable to look away. The stone statue turned gray inch by inch, and its spiritual energy gushed out like a broken dam. Hobert, who was behind, stepped forward again to launch an attack, distortion. He distorted the concept of the stone statue and a corpse it had just petrified, making the stone statue's consciousness believe that it was just a rock, thus abandoning any struggle. Wooga! The ancient death god's corpse let out a strange cry, and its eyes suddenly turned into a layered, illusory phantom gate. The stone statue disappeared bit by bit, and it was unknown where the ancient death god corpse was sending it. Although the ancient death god's corpse was not under Hobert's control, its target was also the stone statue, which led to the cooperation between it and Hobert. Hobert smiled slightly. The power within the stone statue was resolved by him and the ancient death god's corpse before it could fully erupt. Just then, the stone statue suddenly cracked open in the middle, revealing a thick vine glowing with white light, with eyes and a mouth. Hobert was stunned for a moment before he realized that it should be a hair of the primordial demoness. This hair was not just a simple hair, it represented the sum of the power that the primordial demoness had projected onto this stone statue in advance. It was equivalent to a clone of the primordial demoness. Boom! This hair exploded, and Hobert saw the sky suddenly torn open by a giant hand, with a scarlet eye looking down at the ground. At that instant, all living creatures on Earth mutated, turning into ugly zombies and biting plants. Among the zombies attacking other creatures were Klein, Audrey, and Furs. In the sky, there were dark figures with 8 legs, and the image of a mother with a sinister smile. These were the puppet of that giant eye, patrolling the Earth, searching for normal creatures hiding. The sun turned blood red, and the entire land seemed to be sprinkled with a layer of blood, filled with evil and mutation. Suddenly, Hobert snapped back to reality, seeing the stone statue in the mountain shattered on the ground, completely lifeless. He wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. He had just seen the apocalypse, the most despairing apocalypse. Fortunately, that was just an illusion created by the primordial demoness's clone. Looking at the ancient death god's corpse again, it was also frozen in place, a circle smaller than before, and the black flames on its body were much more illusory. Clearly, it was also affected by the apocalypse. But soon, the ancient death god's corpse seemed to come to its senses. It glanced at the shattered stone statue on the ground, then looked around, and suddenly turned and rushed towards Klein and the others. Hobert inwardly cursed, "Damn it." The demoness sect members had already run a good distance, and now Klein and the others had become its primary targets. Distortion. Hobert distorted the direction of a large area, turning east into west, and left into right. Although the ancient death god's corpse immediately changed its direction of advance, it left the distorted space with a single flash. Alter. Hobert quickly altered the power of order within the ancient death god's corpse, hoping its internal power would quickly deplete. However, Hobert's alter only had a limited effect. A portion of the power of order could not be altered no matter how he tried. Those powers could still maintain the ancient death god's corpse's state for about half a minute. Hobert couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. After half a minute, Klein, Bernadette, and the others would have died several times over. Now, He could only quickly remind Klein and the others to quickly utilize the Traveler's Gate to escape, as many as possible. Although this would cause considerable damage to the creator's image, at least fewer people would die. Just as Hobert was about to issue the warning, he suddenly thought, if I can't distortion the ancient death god corpse, can't I distortion Klein and the others? Thinking of this, Hobert quickly went to distortion Klein and dozens of other people. As expected, he immediately distorted them 10 kilometers away, and a few distortions later, they were out of danger. After becoming a frenzied mage, he could utilize the country of disorder to perform more godlike operations. While Hobert breathed a sigh of relief, he immediately projected his image into the star representing Klein, telling him the locations of several demonist sect members and instructing them to intercept. He also warned them not to look back. Fortunately, the ancient death god's corpse didn't have much consciousness. If it wanted to chase Klein and the others, it would be easy to chase, but it was attracted by Lawrence and the others again and went to attack new targets. Hobert repeated his old trick, once again sending Lawrence and the others to chase the demonist sect members. Then, he transferred Bernadette and the others, sending them to pursue as well. After these 3 waves of Beyonders were dispatched, the ancient death god corpse, with not much time left, was attracted by a nearby flock of goats. Hobert briefly observed the 3 friendly formations that had already engaged in battle. He returned to the real world to pursue the ancient death god's corpse. At this time, all life within a 100-kilometer radius had withered. Animals, insects, and even bacteria had all died, and plants had all withered in the middle of summer, with leaves scattered everywhere. Fortunately, the demonist sect's headquarters was in a remote location, otherwise Hobert would have been too busy to handle it. Finally, the power of order within the ancient death god corpse was exhausted, and it fell heavily to the ground. Hobert quickly set up a simple altar with candles and sacrificed the ancient death god's corpse into the country of disorder. He then let out a sigh of relief, lamenting inwardly, although the ancient death god's corpse is a powerful tool for stealing the home, it must be used cautiously. If not controlled well, it can cause incalculable consequences, and the creator's reputation could easily be ruined. Then Hobert lamented that plans are not as fast as changes. He hadn't expected to immediately engage in high-end combat, with no opportunity for angels to act. After resealing the ancient death god's corpse in the country of disorder, Hobert quickly returned to the real world, using distortion of distance to catch up with Klein and the others. The first wave of enemies attacked by Klein and Sharon consisted of only 7 or 8 enemies. The demoness of Undying could quickly escape using the spirit world and the mirror world, and the demoness of despair could also quickly leave by mirror jumping. But Beyonders below demigod level found it difficult to leave quickly. Before the battle, Hobert had repeatedly emphasized that if possible, as many of these demonist sect members as possible should be eliminated. Because Klein and 3 Temperance faction demigods were present, these few enemies were no match. Just as they were about to achieve victory, Klein sensed that the immense pressure from afar had disappeared. He then looked up in that direction, only to see that a huge area, including where they had previously been lying down, had become completely silent. White mist drifted everywhere, as if these mists were the dissipating souls of that region. And the mountain behind the demonist sect headquarters had fallen, yes, completely fallen. Countless petrified creatures and many scattered stones could be seen inside. This headquarters had been completely destroyed. Klein recalled the battle plan Hobert had described earlier. Angels would dismantle the demonist sect's traps, which was only considered a feint. But could the current outcome still be called a feint? Shouldn't most of the demonist sect headquarters traps have been dismantled, and after attracting the opponent's angels out, the forces led by demigods would besiege the demonist sect headquarters? But now the headquarters was gone, leaving only the task of attacking enemies with little fighting will. Just as this one-sided battle was about to end, Klein's spiritual perception was stirred, and he looked into the eyes of a corpse that had died with its eyes wide open. On one of its lifeless eyeballs, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. Before he could clearly see her face, the other party had already grabbed a severely wounded witch, and they were preparing to re-enter the mirror. Klein immediately realized that among this wave of enemies, there was a child the other party valued. After all, the demoness sect was inherited in a family format, and many Sequence 6 or Sequence 5 were children of demigods. Klein extended a finger, bang. He blew up the corpse that could serve as a mirror, preventing the other party from quickly returning to the mirror. Since they had come, he would try to keep her. Klein was about to besiege the enemy demigod with Sharon and the others when his spiritual perception warned him of danger, causing him to roll backward abruptly, his ankles and knees feeling somewhat stiff. It was a demoness of undying. Although Klein's spiritual perception did not sense where the enemy was, he had experienced this petrifying sensation before when exploring Adam's Island. Hobert, who was in pursuit, suddenly sensed something. He once again entered the country of disorder and used true sight to check the current battle situation, discovering that the enemy demigod who had fled had returned. He immediately understood their intention, since the ancient death god's corpse, which had been a headache for them, had disappeared. They would certainly return to cover their fleeing subordinates, or rather, their descendants. To Klein and Sharon's battlefield came a demoness of despair and a demoness of undying. On Bernadette's battlefield, as well as Lawrence's, several enemy demigods appeared. Hobert smiled. If these demigods had just run away, the demoness sect would at most have suffered heavy losses in strength below the demigod level. Now that they had returned, it gave Hobert a good opportunity to heavily damage their demigod forces. So, Hobert, according to the previous plan, released the Ox Demon King, the Black Hound Spirit Beast, and the Overturning Sea Great Sage into the real world. Hobert led them to Klein and Sharon's battlefield. Klein, who was using a puppet to avoid the demoness of Undying's petrification effect, saw the three black figures behind Hobert. One was completely black, with a bull's head and deer antlers. One was enormous, with hard, ethereal scales. One had a human body but thick black hair, and dared not make eye contact with the opponent. It was the saint who had once been trapped in Mist Town. Hobert arrived at the battlefield with a distortion altar. The demoness of despair, surrounded by Sharon and others, saw the unfavorable situation and immediately gave up on rescue, escaping into the mirror world through a mirror surface created by a drop of blood. And the figures of Sharon and the other three demigods immediately became illusory and disappeared from the real world, pursuing into the mirror world. The demoness of Undying, who was attacking Klein, naturally also noticed the reinforcements Hobert brought. She had no intention of prolonging the fight, as her goal was to tie down the opponent's demigods, not to fight them. So, she immediately broke out of her invisibility state and entered the layers of the mirror world. Just as she was about to flee, the demoness of Undying noticed something was wrong. The mirror world had undergone significant changes, with gray whirlpools appearing, from which long-eyed arms stretched out, creating many obstacles for her escape. The demoness of Undying immediately realized that what Hobert had just altered was the environment of the surrounding mirror world. Then, the mirror world rumbled, as if in danger of collapsing. She immediately abandoned her plan of staying in the mirror world and instead used leap to escape. But as soon as she emerged from the mirror world, Hobert's distortion, which had been waiting outside, struck her, and her thought of fleeing immediately turned into a thought of charging. The reason the mirror world showed signs of collapsing earlier was due to the Ox Demon King and the other three monsters repeatedly using distortion. On another battlefield, that demoness of despair had long since stumbled out of the mirror world in disarray, and was being besieged by Sharon and others. And the demoness of Undying in front of Hobert never dreamed that the enemy could suddenly send 4 Sequence 3 Beyonders as support, and was instantly a bit dazed. The Black Hound Spirit Beast had already taken Hobert's rapier. He raised the rapier, and a pale white light burst forth from his body. The demoness of Undying, who had just left the distortion state, immediately felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her joints stiffening, and her spirit body being torn by invisible hands. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the demoness of Undying directly. Besides the scorching damage from the lightning, it also caused her to enter a temporary state of paralysis. Her charm ability seemed to be activated, making her incredibly alluring. Just one glance at her made Hobert's heart pound and his face flush, recalling the scene of dancing with furs. But the Ox Demon King and the other monsters were completely unmoved. At this moment, the Ox Demon King had already used distortion to get close to the demoness of Undying and, with a thrust of his golden antlers, directly impaled her into a horizontal V shape. The moment the opponent flew out, Hobert had mostly recovered from the charm state and immediately reached out a hand, utilize. He stretched the duration of the opponent's substitute ability, turning what should have been an instantaneous mirror substitute into a process that took 3 seconds to complete. In fact, the overturning Sea Great Sage and the others also possessed such abilities, but their intelligence was limited, making such complex operations difficult for them. These 3 seconds were fatal for the current demoness of Undying. Part of her body was real, and part was in a mirror state. The Black Hound spirit beast swung its rapier again, and the demoness of Undying's spirit body quickly detached from her physical body. The overturning Sea Great Sage whipped its tail, striking the demoness of Undying's physical body directly. Hobert acted at the opportune moment, alter. He altered the air density behind the demoness of Undying, turning it into an air vortex as hard as steel plate. Thus, the overturning Sea Great Sage's immense strength, combined with the steel plate-like air, sandwiched the demoness of Undying, instantly forcing her internal organs out of her mouth. At this point, the demoness of Undying finally used her high spirituality to resist the Black Hound spirit beast's grasp, and finally returned to her body. But what awaited her was Hobert's amplify, and her serious injuries immediately turned into fatal ones. Under the siege of 4 Sequence 3 Beyonders, the demoness of Undying was on her last breath. At this moment, Hobert keenly noticed that the demoness of Undying had actually given up resisting. So, under the Ox Demon Kings, Fallen, and the overturning Sea Great Sages, lightning, as well as the Black Hound spirit beast's attack on the spirit body, this demoness of Undying quickly lost her life. Hobert quickly told the Ox Demon King and the others to step back a bit, because he sensed something was wrong. Bang! Sure enough, the demoness of Undying's body split open down the middle and rapidly shrank. Hobert seemed to realize something: distortion. He wanted to distort the state of the demoness of Undying in a nearby tree, but he failed. He watched as the demoness of Undying rapidly shrank, turning into a vivid puppet split down the middle. This puppet was remarkably lifelike, very similar to that demoness of Undying, and a few thick strands of hair were wrapped around the puppet's head. However, these hairs quickly withered, turned yellow, and finally disintegrated into dust. Hobert suddenly recalled that he had heard somewhere that the demoness of Undying had the ability to resurrect. Now it seemed that this resurrection ability was somewhat like a special substitution technique, where a meticulously crafted puppet, prepared in advance, would die in place of the demoness of Undying. And that demoness of Undying should have resurrected somewhere at this time. Hobert guessed that her resurrection place was likely where this puppet had been stored previously. Hobert smiled, not feeling much disappointment. He had realized during the previous battle with the Rose School of Thought that at Sequence 3, it was extremely difficult to kill. The 2 Sequence 3 Beyonders who died from the Rose School of Thought, without exception, were both due to first being affected by the Angel War, causing their condition to become very poor. And then, under a 2-on-1 attack, they failed to escape and were finally killed completely. If they had been in good condition, it would be very difficult for 2 Sequence 3 Beyonders to besiege and kill 1 Sequence 3, as the methods of escape at Sequence 3 are always unpredictable. Hobert looked at the Ox Demon King and the other 3 monsters. He suddenly thought of a good idea and planned to try it on another demoness of Undying. So, Hobert first went to Sharon and the others' battlefield, telling them the general escape direction of some demoness sect members. How to pursue them specifically was up to Sharon and their own ideas. And the battle where Sharon and others besieged the demoness of despair had basically ended. That demoness of despair was already severely wounded and seemed to show signs of losing control. There were 4 demigods here, enough to finish off the demoness of despair. So, Hobert led his people to support Bernadette and her group. Here, 2, and demoness of undying and 3 despair witches were holding Bernadette and her group back. However, upon sensing Hobert's reinforcements, they immediately fled. Barnett raised his hand and said, "No mirrors are allowed to form here." For a moment, all the surrounding scenery seemed to be covered by a black veil, appearing very rough and not very reflective. The 3 despair witches' escape speed immediately slowed down. Barnett and Bernadette exchanged glances and quickly led 2 demigods from their family to pursue the despair witches. Meanwhile, Bernadette raised her hand, reproducing a very ancient, entirely black mirror. Bernadette, holding the mirror, said, magic mirror, help me find the demoness of undying's whereabouts." The mirror surface flickered, and suddenly the figure of Black Witch, Lacris appeared. This demoness of undying was somewhat surprised to see Bernadette. Just then, Bernadette pushed down the ancient mirror, and the black mirror surface shattered. Lacris, who had escaped from the mirror world, returned to the real world. The moment she reappeared, the ground was immediately covered with frost, but due to Barnett's prohibition, these frosts looked grayish and did not form any reflective mirror surfaces. But this was already enough for Lacris. She could still utilize these frosts to quickly escape, though her speed was a bit slower. Rampage. Hobert arrived at this moment and immediately caused Lacris to lose her sense of direction and any ability to think, filling her mind with many chaotic thoughts. By the time she slightly recovered, she was surrounded by 5 Sequence 3 Beyonders, including Bernadette. For a moment, they briefly paused, forming a standoff. Bernadette reminded, she can resurrect and escape by resurrecting. "I've already witnessed it," Hobert said. "So it's best to just beat her half to death, making her completely lose her combat capability." After a brief exchange, Bernadette raised her hand, and her own demeanor underwent a tremendous change. A crown made of ice crystals and large snowflakes appeared on her head, a snow-white cloak appeared behind her, and a long blue scepter appeared in her left hand. She reproduced, Ice Queen, temporarily gaining the ability to manipulate some ice-related powers. For a time, everything within sight was covered in ice and snow. She pointed the scepter in her hand at Lacris, and ice and snow immediately covered the Black Witch's feet and calves, rapidly spreading upwards. Giggle giggle. Lacris suddenly let out a delicate laugh. At this moment, she seemed to become even more beautiful and alluring, every movement exuding a captivating charm. Bernadette's face suddenly flushed, affected by the opponent's charm, and she couldn't bear to continue attacking. Hobert, whose face was also flushed, raised a hand. "Grant." He granted all the negative effects he received to the surrounded demoness of undying. Before the new charm could affect his judgment, he quickly threw out a small stone, uncontrolled. This was the uncontrolled stone that Hobert had not used for a long time. As his level increased, the uncontrolled stone's ability was further strengthened, and it was now very effective even against a Sequence 3. Lacris's charming expression suddenly turned ferocious, as if her spirit body had suffered a heavy blow. She quickly flung out an ugly puppet from her sleeve. The moment it left her hand, the puppet seemed to be burned by flames all over, enduring all the damage that Lacrisa had suffered. This was also the reason why Hobert rarely used the uncontrolled stone now. After becoming a demigod, sudden uncontrolled attacks could easily be evaded by the target using various means. Without the interference of charm, Bernadette's attack continued. Lacris's knees were frozen, as if she had gradually lost the ability to escape. At the same time, Ox Demon King's fallen attack, overturning Sea Great Sage's Wind Blade, and the Black Hound Spirit Beast Spirit Body attack followed one after another. Under the attacks of 5 Sequence 3s, the Black Witch had almost no room to resist. This allowed Hobert to calmly experiment with the effects of Sequence 3 level abilities in actual combat. The moment Lacrisa used the substitute, Hobert used the uncontrolled stone again. Lacrisa had just completed her mirror substitute when her spirit and spirit body were immediately subjected to violent attacks. The moment Bernadette saw the opponent trying to throw out another wooden puppet, she pointed at the Black Witch's head. Lacrisa's head was immediately covered in ice crystals, temporarily freezing her thoughts as well. Hobert gave Bernadette a silent thumbs up. This allowed him to calmly utilize, repeating the same trick, and extending the opponent's substitute process to 3 seconds. At the same time, Hobert made monsters like Ox Demon King only perform distortion and chaos attacks, allowing Lacrisa to continue suffering the torment of uncontrolled alter. Hobert even had time to alter Lacrisa's substitute ability, preventing the opponent from substituting all the attacks she received. Then Hobert successively used Amplify and Rampage, amplifying the uncontrolled on the opponent's body, and using Rampage to make the opponent lose some sanity, making her state even worse. In fact, this was Hobert's plan, to make the opponent uncontrolled. If he killed the opponent in an uncontrolled state, she would probably be able to resurrect, but Hobert could perform some operations to try to seal the opponent or block her resurrection process. Lacrisa suffered continuous attacks, and her condition became extremely poor. Her hair seemed to be affected by static electricity, and it all exploded upwards. At this time, Ox Demon King and the others' attacks were still continuing. Lacrisa's thoughts were constantly in a distortion state, unable to resist her worsening condition. Just as she was hovering on the edge of uncontrolled, Lacrisa's hair suddenly all floated up, forming a hollow circle above her head. The hollow circle immediately formed an ice crystal mirror. The scene reflected in the mirror was not the surrounding landscape, but a dark, cold, unfamiliar scene. Hobert and Bernadette's spirituality immediately sensed danger, and both quickly retreated backward. Suddenly, the mirror above Lacrisa's head became enormous, and a pale hand stretched out from within the mirror. Then, a beautiful face with frosty, snow-white skin was revealed. Her classical-style clothes were also covered with a thick layer of frost, as if her movements were somewhat stiff, and she needed to move out little by little from within. Bernadette immediately felt her left half of her body surge with blood, while her right half quickly became dull, turning to stone. Hobert was not much better off. At the same time, his left half of his body was unbearably hot, while his right half was like falling into an ice cave, as if it was about to be frozen. This made him immediately realize that the one crawling out of the mirror was an angel from the demoness sect whose condition was not very good. Even if her condition was not good, she was still an angel. This was an enemy that Hobert and Bernadette could not deal with at all. Hobert coughed as he used distortion to move away from the battlefield, and said to Bernadette, "Leave this to me." At this time, the demoness of catastrophe, who had not yet fully emerged from the mirror, was being held back by Ox Demon King and the others, and there was still time to escape. However, Hobert already felt his throat starting to hurt, like the first sign of a cold. Bernadette did not hesitate. With a raise of her hand, she summoned a carriage shaped like a pumpkin from the void. It was pulled not by horses, but by 4 giant rats, and driven by a white goose. She coughed as she jumped onto the carriage, quickly leaving the area. As the carriage ran, it dropped pumpkin seeds all over the ground. Bang, bang, bang. These pumpkin seeds exploded, forming a cloud of smoke, covering the pumpkin carriage as it departed. The reason for not leaving through the spirit world was the fear that this demoness of catastrophe had affected the surrounding spirit world, making it possess unknown dangers. Hobert did not linger either. After leaving a certain distance, he entered the country of disorder and took a look with true sight. The demoness of catastrophe had already emerged from the cold, dark environment, but the frost on her body showed no signs of melting, and every movement still looked very stiff. At this time, Ox Demon King was already wrapped in layers of gray hair, completely losing his combat ability. Overturning Sea Great Sage, on the other hand, turned into a female snake. Theoretically, this monster should have no gender distinction, but Hobert could now feel that it had become female and was unwilling to continue attacking the demoness of catastrophe. Only the Black Hound spirit beast was still struggling, holding its rapier. And the demoness of undying, who had been on the verge of uncontrolled earlier, had also regained her senses. However, She was somewhat surprised by the scene before her, but she could do nothing now but carefully restrain her spirituality and recover her state. Hobert sighed again. It should not be difficult for a Sequence 3 to escape from a Sequence 2, but if they were to face each other head-on, 3 Sequence 3s would not be a match for 1 Sequence 2. Bernadette had already run far away, and Barnet and other demigods' battlefield was also quite a distance from here. Other forces below demigod, such as Sequence 5, had already gone in teams to hunt down members of the demonist sect. Seeing that the surroundings were a suitable angel battlefield, Hobert took out the bile of the evil god's offspring, which he had prepared long ago, poured the power of order into it, and then threw it into his star. Then Hobert sighed, "This is the last time." The stiff-moving demoness of catastrophe suddenly twisted her neck to look up at the sky. A huge spherical object suddenly appeared there. Half of this sphere was pink flesh, and the other half was a transparent film like a soap bubble. Inside the film, there was a pale yellow liquid, and a completely dark infant was curled up in the center of the pale yellow liquid. It looked like a pregnant womb, with an umbilical cord connecting the infant to the flesh. As soon as the holy infant king appeared, a black, viscous tide swept towards the demoness of catastrophe like a flood. The demoness of catastrophe coughed delicately, and a barrier of ice crystals immediately appeared around her, slowing down the black tide. Then she pulled out a frosty strand of her hair, and while staring at the holy infant king, the hair in her hand burned, emitting a gray-black flame. The dark infant, like it was in a womb, actually shrank and coughed as if it were sick. The speed of the surrounding black tide also slowed down considerably. And the black witch Lacrissa, who was not far from the battlefield, had not yet recovered, but had already been affected by the holy infant king's fallen aura, and had to quickly leave the battlefield. Ox Demon King and the other 3 monsters also escaped their previous state under the Creator's rescue and left the battlefield, trailing the demoness of Undying, waiting for an opportunity to launch a new offensive. Hobert was about to retract his gaze, preparing to first team up with the Holy Infant King to drive away the demoness of catastrophe, but he suddenly felt something and looked towards the other side of the mountain, where an evil force seemed to be descending as well. Lawrence and Rosalind's formation also encountered resistance from enemy demigods while pursuing members of the demonist sect. But after blocking for 7 or 8 minutes, the enemy demigod's objective had been achieved, and they began to retreat. At this time, Lawrence used the Grade 0 sealed artifact in his hand to keep 2 of the opponent's despair witches. Lawrence and his 4 demigods launched a siege on these 2 despair witches. After killing 1 demoness of despair, the other demoness of despair was about to lose control due to severe injuries. Just at this moment, her hair also formed a mirror frame, and from the mirror in the middle, an angel was descending. Lawrence quickly shouted, "Disperse, disperse." He planned to utilize the sealed artifact in his hand to block the opponent's angel for a while, and then he would immediately escape as well. But at this time, the image and voice of the Creator suddenly appeared in his mind, "Pray to me." Although Hobert could communicate with Lawrence through his star, to descend the power of the 100-eyed demon monarch's level, Lawrence's prayer was needed to broaden the connection between him and the country of disorder. Lawrence was invigorated upon receiving the instruction and immediately prayed to the Creator. During his prayer, the angel had already emerged from the mirror. She was like an exquisite porcelain doll, with a beautiful smile, but she always made people feel that her smile was a bit fake, lacking the spirituality that only living beings possess. Lawrence completed his prayer, and the surging power he was very familiar with appeared in midair. A giant eyeball appeared there, and on the white of this eyeball, there were many small eyes. This eyeball clearly emitted an aura of anomaly, yet around its body, there was a sacred radiance interwoven with clarity and darkness. Anomalous yet normal, evil yet sacred. Lawrence had seen the 100-eyed demon monarch before. At this time, he slightly bowed towards this strangely conditioned angel and left the battlefield under the Creator's protection. The porcelain doll-like demoness of catastrophe gave the 100-eyed demon monarch a beautiful smile, then opened her mouth and exhaled a breath. This breath immediately transformed into a blizzard in the middle of summer. The sky suddenly became covered with very low, dark clouds, and strong winds carried cold snowflakes, swirling around the hundred-eyed demon monarch. If it were an ordinary blizzard, it would not harm the hundred-eyed demon monarch in the slightest, but this blizzard contained despair and a bone-chilling wind that even angels would feel. The hundred-eyed demon monarch's body was immediately covered with a layer of white frost, as if it was about to be frozen. Several eyes on the white of his eyes suddenly began to blink, and two figures appeared in midair. One was a giant light and shadow that seemed to support heaven and earth, and the other was a tall figure covered in twilight light. The hundred-eyed demon monarch recreated the scene of the ancient sun god battling the giant king. The giant light and shadow seemed to look at this land ravaged by the blizzard. For a moment, sunlight pierced through the thick dark clouds, and sunlight shone on the earth again. The strong winds in the blizzard stopped, but the heavy snow continued to fall. In the country of disorder, Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, sighed. Even an angel in poor condition can unleash such a natural disaster-level attack. On a high mountain far from the two angel battlefields, the white Saint Katerina, whose eyes had recovered, seemed to say to the air, "The current situation is not the development we hoped for." The summoning of the two angels was not something they subjectively intended to do, because the white saint had previously ordered them only to obstruct and harass, in order to gain some time. They all knew that each of the enemy's three formations had 4 demigods, so they had allocated appropriate personnel. But what they didn't expect was that 4 sequence 3 Beyonders could support the formation where Klein was in a short period of time, resulting in the death of a demoness of despair. In another battlefield, the Queen Mystic's power far exceeded their expectations, so the Black Witch Lacrissa was trapped and nearly lost control. As for the third battlefield, what they didn't expect was that one of the demigods actually possessed a grade 0 sealed artifact, and another demoness of despair had died. As for the summoning of the angels, it was actually a self-protection mechanism in their bloodline that would activate when encountering extreme danger. To be precise, this war, from the very beginning, deviated from Katerina's plan. They had received intelligence that the Creator had 2 angel subordinates, but they were not entirely clear about the war that had occurred in Fenaport. To be precise, none of the parties involved in the battle at that time fully understood why the Creator could transform into the image of an undying bird and descend into the real world. Except for the gods of the Orthodox churches, who explained it to their own combatants at the time, all other participating parties still believed that the Creator had descended into the real world. Furthermore, all parties involved in the battle at that time chose to keep this matter confidential. Therefore, the demonist sect's intelligence was, the Creator had descended at that time and turned the tide of the battle. As a result, the demonist sect designed those traps at their headquarters. The ice crystal spear trap had been there for a long time, but the descent of the primordial demoness's power into the statues was achieved through a large number of sacrifices and multiple rituals. Katerina, the overall commander of this war, planned to utilize the long spears to temporarily prevent one of the enemy's angels from participating in the battle, then utilize their own relatively normal angel to fight the enemy's second angel, and utilize the primordial demoness's power to delay the Creator's descent. If Hobert still chose to attack the demoness sect's headquarters at this time, Katerina would utilize the traps and magic formations that had been developed around the North Continent headquarters for hundreds of years to strike hard at the enemy Beyonders who raided the headquarters. This plan was indeed very good. If it had proceeded according to their plan, Hobert's side would indeed have paid a heavy price, and might not even have won. But just as Hobert lamented, plans are no match for changes. This war, from the very beginning, did not develop according to Katerina's plan. At the same time, it also did not develop according to Hobert's plan. This is war. A very pleasant voice suddenly came from the air around the white Saint Katerina. Since the war has developed to this point, let us do our best to obstruct the other side. Otherwise, if the Creator and the angels loyal to him catch up, the consequences will be unimaginable. Katerina nodded. Fortunately, we also invited external aid. A charming laugh came from the air. To be precise, that external aid came to us on their own initiative. On the angel battlefield, Hobert shifted his gaze from the hundred-eyed demon monarch and the porcelain doll angel. The hundred-eyed demon monarch was slightly stronger than the holy infant king, and Hobert was more at ease with him facing an angel alone. He then glanced at another battlefield, and the holy infant king was also not in any danger. So Hobert returned to the real world, seizing every second to utilize distortion to arrive at the midpoint between the two battlefields, so that he could utilize his own stars to descend power into one of the two battlefields at any time and influence the course of the battle. Just as he arrived at the center of the battlefield, before he even prayed to himself, a sweet voice suddenly came from behind him. "Little brother, what are you doing here?" Hobert immediately felt a chill down his spine, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he was about to continue fleeing with distortion, he began to cough violently, as if his lungs were about to be coughed out. Let alone using Beyonder abilities, even breathing was difficult. "Ah, such a handsome little brother." The girlish voice sounded again, "Come be my collection." Hobert felt his throat blocked by a thick phlegm, bent over, and coughed until tears streamed down his face, and then he found that his legs had petrified. He quickly rolled on the ground, using all his strength to unleash rampage. For about half a second, the source of the voice was affected and stopped its petrification and Beyonder virus attacks on Hobert. Taking advantage of that half-second, Hobert used distortion once, escaping the center of the petrification and Beyonder virus. With a mouthful of old phlegm in his throat, he mumbled the incantation, "Messenger." The space in front of Hobert became illusory, and a horizontal coffin floated out of the spirit world. And Hobert again felt a fever all over his body, his throat blocked by phlegm, and his legs began to petrify again. After using distortion again, these symptoms weakened again, and after using distortion several times in a row, he finally escaped the danger. Grant. Hobert struggled to utilize this Beyonder ability, granting the negative effects to a large tree. Immediately, half of that large tree turned into gray stone, and half of its leaves turned black and quickly fell off, dying from the disease. Hobert took a deep breath, feeling as if he had escaped death. It was then that he remembered, why didn't I utilize the Order Crystal's shield? After a little thought, Hobert understood that he had already been affected when the other party called out, "Little brother." Now, when Hobert recalled that, "Little brother" sound, a happy smile unconsciously bloomed on his face, as if the goddess he had admired for a long time had finally accepted his confession. Shaking his head, Hobert finally regained his sanity, but he estimated that the influence of the other party's ability would continue for some time. At this moment, a towering black tree suddenly grew on the hillside. Almost instantly, its canopy spread out, and the sky as far as the eye could see was completely covered by the large tree with dark black leaves. This also meant that the messenger Beverly had returned to her best state. Hobert felt that he had recovered enough, and after hiding in the canopy of a large tree, he entered the country of disorder. After entering the country of disorder, because of the protection of the ritual, Hobert was not worried that his physical body would suffer sudden harm, nor was he worried that he would be discovered. Upon arriving at the country of disorder, Hobert found himself roughly in the center of the three angel battlefields. In this way, he could help all three battlefields. He first glanced at Beverly's battlefield in the middle. She had already left the coffin at this time, holding a thick, wide coffin lid in one hand and a delicate metal crossbow in the other, shooting at the air. Although the enemy was still in an invisible state, Beverly could sense its existence. Every time Beverly shot an arrow, the opponent had to utilize an ice arrow to knock that arrow away. Even under true sight, Hobert could only clearly perceive the opponent's location but could not see where the opponent was. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a small-scale earthquake suddenly appeared on the battlefield. This earthquake opened up a huge crack, splitting a mountain on the battlefield in half. This crack was also very deep, and even magma could be seen at the bottom of the crack. The crack extended in both directions, heading straight towards Beverly. She calmly thrust the coffin lid in front of her. Chaos. The crack suddenly deviated from its original path, drawing a neat semicircle around Beverly, and only continued to spread along its previous path once it reached a distance. Hobert suddenly realized that the demoness of catastrophe could not only create disasters like large-scale plagues but also disasters like blizzards and earthquakes. Beverly, having recovered her state, had no problem dealing with the enemy in front of her. Hobert was about to shift his attention to the Holy Infant King, but then saw a beautiful figure suddenly appear not far from Beverly. She seemed to perfectly fit all of Hobert's aesthetic preferences. If not for the protection of the country of disorder, Hobert estimated that he would very likely stand there like an idiot, completely captivated by the other party's beauty. This was the demoness of catastrophe, who was still normal in the witch church. After she ended her invisible state, she waved her hand and created a tall mirror made of ice crystals on one side of herself. Beverly seemed to understand something. She took out a small glass bottle containing a clump of dark red hair. Crushing the glass bottle, the dark red hair inside suddenly ignited. Whoosh! The flames from these few burning hairs were very abnormal, as huge as a bonfire. A fire person walked out of the flames. The moment he walked out, the flames on his body instantly disappeared, revealing his true appearance, a young man with dark red hair, looking only 17 or 18 years old. It was Beverly's younger brother, the weather warlock Raymond. And what emerged from the demoness of catastrophe's mirror was a man in his 30s with a sallow complexion. Seeing his appearance, Hobert always felt a little uncomfortable. He paused for a moment before realizing that this man's features were perfectly symmetrical, making him look like a dummy. Hobert recalled that he had seen this man in the memory fragments of Uncertain Mist when he was dealing with the Baklung Manor incident. Connecting this with some intelligence he later obtained, he should be Duke of Entropy Petty Tamara of the Tamara family. That is, the angel who blocked Hobert and Audrey when they encountered Orsay in a suburban villa in Backland earlier. Hobert was stunned. Why was he here? Or rather, when did he get in touch with the demoness sect? After a little thought, Hobert seemed to understand. Orsay had been in Backland recently, and she should have been actively inquiring about Earl Hobert's news. And at this time, the demoness sect was doing similar things, so they established some contact. Hobert sighed. My enemies have all come together, but you've really come at an inconvenient time. Now is when the Creator's angel power is most abundant. After today, the Creator's combat power in terms of angels will only be able to invite external aid. Then he thought, in this battle, the Creator's side actually dispatched 4 angels. At the next Tarot Club, there will be something to boast about again. The 3 angel battlefields currently spanned tens of kilometers, but the impact of their battles was almost connecting. To the west was the battlefield of the 100-eyed demon monarch and the porcelain doll angel. After the 100-eyed demon monarch used mystical reappearance several times, he gradually gained the upper hand, and his advantage became increasingly obvious. The commotion from their fight was the greatest, causing half of the small basin on the west side of the mountain to be in deep winter and the other half in midsummer. The central area was a 2-on-2 battlefield, with Beverly and Raymond fighting against Shirley, an angel from the demoness sect who was still in a normal state, and Petty, an external aid from the Tamara family. Petty emerged from the mirror, saw his 2 opponents, and bowed slightly. Your Highnesses, it seems our battle is unavoidable. Beverly smiled. More than 1,000 years ago, in the 4 Emperors' War, the Tamara family chose the wrong side at the very beginning, and as a result, Tamara lost her sequence 1 Beander characteristic. More than 1,000 years have passed, and the Tamara family has chosen the wrong side again. Heh. Shirley, who was nearby, let out a clear laugh. I was wondering why it seemed familiar. So it's the descendant of the Blood Emperor, who was forced to jump to a non-adjacent pathway and thus became insane. Raymond stepped forward with a smiling expression. It's better than being forced to become a witch, little sister. Do you still like pretty young ladies or women now? Or do you prefer men more? The smile on Shirley's face vanished. She suddenly raised a hand, and strands of thick, dark hair extended from the void behind Raymond, instantly enveloping him. Raymond laughed loudly twice, then stretched out both hands, and flames formed a large pair of scissors in his hands. Clang! With one snip, flames flew everywhere, forcing the hair to scatter backward. Cough. At the same time, Raymond coughed, as if his throat was uncomfortable. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black flames, expelling all the viruses. Whoosh! The flames of the scissors in his hand grew larger, forming more than a dozen, blazing white spears, that shot towards Shirley. Another mirror appeared beside Shirley. Its surface was dark and deep. She took out a straw doll, threw it into the mirror, and the targets of those dozen or so, blazing white spears, immediately changed from Shirley to the straw man, thus flying into the mirror world. At this moment, a dark mirror suddenly appeared beneath Raymond's feet. The mirror surface rippled like water, and there seemed to be a suction force pulling at Raymond, trying to drag him into the mirror world. Distortion. Beverly finally acted, distorting Raymond's position to beside Shirley. The brother and sister cooperated perfectly. The moment his sister distorted him, Raymond pulled a long sword burning with crimson flames from his chest. When he appeared beside Shirley, Raymond had already stabbed forward with his sword. Shirley suddenly turned into a mirror, and Raymond's sword extended into the mirror, seemingly trapped. At this moment, Shirley appeared behind Raymond. She held an ice crystal spear, and it was about to pierce Raymond. Raymond, however, suddenly smiled. The pommel of his sword suddenly lengthened, forming a cross-guard and blade. The sword in his hand unexpectedly turned backward, piercing Shirley first. At this moment, Beverly provided a perfectly timed assist. Utilize. Shirley was surprised to find that she couldn't utilize mirror doppelganger. In fact, it wasn't that she couldn't utilize it, but that the time for the doppelganger technique was prolonged. The moment she was pierced, Shirley was enveloped in flames. Grant. Petty also finally joined the battle, granting the flames on Shirley away. Alter. Beverly altered the target of Petty's Grant, causing those flames to be granted from Shirley to Shirley herself. Hobert, who was in the country of disorder, originally wanted to observe how the two, Duke of Entropy, fought, but he was still concerned about the battlefield of the Holy Infant King, so he shifted his gaze to the east. To the east was the battlefield of the Holy Infant King, and the stiff-moving, frost-covered demoness of catastrophe. The Holy Infant King only had a slight advantage. Hobert was about to join the battle to first deal with this enemy angel, but the pool in front of the Iron Throne suddenly trembled, and a new star was expanding. The other party's voice was very urgent, seemingly reporting the battle situation. So Hobert first withdrew his gaze and extended his spirituality to that star. The one praying was a member of the Tudor family. He reported to Hobert that their formation had been fiercely attacked by the demoness sect, and there had already been considerable casualties. Hobert quickly dispatched the overturning sea great sage and the black hound spirit beast to provide support, leaving the ox demon king to monitor the demoness of undying, who was not in a good state. Then, he glanced at the battle situation through the other party's star. It turned out that the demoness sect and the Theosophy order had concentrated their forces and counterattacked towards Bernadette and Barnett's formations. In this counterattack, the enemy held a considerable advantage in both numbers and sequence. Hobert then checked through Klein and Lawrence's stars. Without exception, members of the demoness sect and the Theosophy order had begun to launch organized counterattacks. Although the two formations where Klein and Lawrence were located had considerable advantages, it was difficult to end the battle in a short time. Evidently, the demoness sect seized this opportunity, intending to first concentrate their superior forces to eliminate one of the enemy armies, and then defeat them one by one. But why did the other side choose the strongest formations of Bernadette and Barnett? Hobert observed for a moment and quickly understood. The members of the Oravi Island and the Tudor family were completely divided into two independent fighting units, with no coordination between them whatsoever. The key was that the Tudor family members, who were the main force, had almost no experience in Beyonder warfare. The high-ranking members could not command group combat, and there was very little coordination among the members. As for the other two formations, one mainly consisted of Temperance faction members, and the other mainly consisted of Bach family members. Klein would cooperate with the Temperance faction in battle, and the bloodline would cooperate with the Bach family in battle. Many Beyonders of the Temperance faction also had no experience in Beyonder warfare, but their demigods in many Sequence 5s had encountered many large-scale retreat-like events, and they had the ability to command Beyonder warfare. The Bach family was the most reassuring in this regard. Just last year, they launched 2 Beyonder wars against the Rose School of Thought. The members of the Council of Knowledge, who were divided into 4 and joined 3 different formations, also had their own fighting styles and could not form very effective cooperation with the Oravi Island and the Tudor family. In addition, some members of the Council of Knowledge were guarding the Traveler's Gate, ready to guide targets for the support forces from the rear at any time. Upon closer inspection, the biggest loophole in the entire front line was the formations of the Tudor family and the Oravi Island, and currently, there was clearly no force on the battlefield that could support them. The Demonist sect would definitely choose this formation to launch its offensive. After the overturning Sea Great Sage and the Black Hound Spirit Beast provided support, although they withstood the pressure of the enemy's counterattack and prevented a rout, they still failed to turn the tide. Hobert glanced at the Angel battlefield again. The Angel battlefield was the key now, so he found Archibald's star and said, "Support the front line." Soon, Archibald prayed to the Creator, "Great Creator, reinforcements will be sent immediately." Going back to more than 20 minutes earlier, when the ancient death god's corpse had just been sent by the Creator to disarm the traps at the Demonist sect's headquarters. South Colson, around a well in Jeffrey City. A raid led by a Demoness of Despair and a secret sorcerer had no chance of success after Christine's support arrived. So they automatically jumped to the second task: hold out for 3 minutes and attract all the enemies. The secret sorcerer used hit-and-run tactics to tie down Christine, while the Demoness of Despair tied down Simpson. Logically speaking, their side still had 10 Sequence 5s, giving them a considerable advantage in the battlefield below demigods, so they should be able to hold out for some time. Whip of Spirit. Christine, of course, would not fight according to the enemy's plan. After executing a Traveler, she used an Beyonder ability to attack another Traveler. The Traveler, struck by the Whip of Spirit, painfully knelt on the ground and showed signs of losing control. His spirit was on the verge of collapse. The spirits of the others also seemed to have been whipped a few times, their heads splitting with pain, and they seemed to feel some fear towards the enemy in front of them. However, they were not Christine's primary targets, so they only showed signs of extreme discomfort. The secret sorcerer pushed with both hands, and a phantom gate appeared in front of him, blocking Christine to prevent him from continuing to attack that Traveler. At this moment, Simpson summoned a large number of poisonous vines again, seemingly to block the Demoness of Despair's hair, but in reality, they mainly attacked the Traveler, who had fallen to the ground. After being pierced by the vines, the Traveler immediately foamed at the mouth and struggled for a while before losing his breath. The primary targets of the elite druid squad were also the Travelers, but the Pain Witches discovered their intention and blocked them. For a time, the battle seemed to become deadlocked, but the secret sorcerer had to protect the Travelers, so he had no choice but to abandon his hit-and-run tactics. Exile. Christine seized the opportunity and exiled the secret sorcerer. As the secret sorcerer was pushed away by a great force, one phantom gate after another appeared behind him. As soon as he was exiled outside the real world, he returned. But Christine had already taken advantage of this time to attack the third Traveler, Death. He suddenly became very tall and full of majesty, awing the Traveler, motionless in place. His spirit body dared not disobey Christine's judgment, and so he died in terror. The secret sorcerer quickly rushed over to continue blocking Christine, but Christine raised a hand again, stripping. He stripped the secret sorcerer of his phantom gate ability for 5 seconds, then bypassed the secret sorcerer again, and faced the only 2 remaining Travelers, whip. More than a dozen barbed leather whips appeared in the void, lashing every enemy. The two travelers were hit the hardest, with each lash creating a wound so deep that bone was visible. The secret sorcerer rushed over and created a secret realm, protecting the two travelers. The secret sorcerer already had no advantage to speak of, and now he had to actively protect others under Christine's direction, which made him even more passive. And Christine had to stand there since he joined the battle, not even lifting a foot. At this moment, he calmly issued a law. The power of space here is weakened, and the power of life is strengthened. The secret sorcerer's secret realm immediately became much more illusory, requiring several times his usual spirituality to maintain. And the power of Simpson and the elite druid squad were significantly strengthened. Christine then announced a new prohibition: substitutes are prohibited here. The demoness of despair and those pain witches immediately lost a major reliance. The secret sorcerer had no choice but to rush out of the secret realm and attack Christine with the Beyonder power he had recorded before. He was truly afraid that if he waited any longer to come out, his other companions would be so restricted by prohibition and law that they wouldn't even dare to move. Christine glanced at the secret sorcerer imprisonment. 9 streams of light fell, precisely hitting all enemies on the battlefield. Immediately, a circle of viscous liquid appeared around them, like a translucent glass cover, imprisoning them in place. The 5 pain witches, who had originally gained a slight upper hand, lost all their previous advantages after being imprisoned. Christine said to the 4th traveler, stripping. He stripped the life from this traveler, who had already been severely wounded by whip. At this moment, neither the secret sorcerer nor the demoness of despair had time to rescue him, and the traveler collapsed to the ground, his life rapidly draining away. The secret sorcerer created a phantom gate on the imprisoned glass cover, and once again established a secret realm around the fallen traveler, but it was still a step too late. This traveler was already on his last breath. Forget about fighting, whether he could even survive was a question. Imprisonment. Christine attacked the last traveler, re-imprisoning the traveler who had just broken free from imprisonment in a translucent cover. However, unlike the previous imprisonment, Christine could adjudicate many rules within the space of imprisonment. So he adjudicated that the space was extremely dehydrated, and the traveler's body moisture rapidly drained away at a visible speed. In about 2 seconds, his skin quickly became shriveled and yellow, like a mummy in the desert. The secret sorcerer was helpless against this, as he could not open a door on the imprisonment. At this point, 3 of the 5 travelers were dead, and 2 were on the verge of death. Christine's attack target then shifted to the secret sorcerer, but he did not utilize his full strength, only preventing the secret sorcerer from making other attacks. Both the secret sorcerer and the demoness of despair breathed a slight sigh of relief, finally achieving their goal of holding on for 3 minutes. But then, they thought of a very serious problem. In these 3 minutes, besides the sequence 3 support, the enemy had no other support. In other words, the enemy still had many reserve forces that had not been deployed. The secret sorcerer, realizing this, wanted to utilize the pre-arranged spells to notify the companions of the second wave of attack. But Christine seemed to sense this secrecy. As the secret sorcerer took out the spells, he suddenly became somewhat illusory. He found that no matter how much spirituality he injected into the spells, he couldn't make it work at all. A few seconds later, on the other side of the city, a wide main street suddenly became very illusory, and more than a dozen Beyonders emerged from it. These were the second batch of assault members led by Wanderer Collier. This area was on the windward side of the city, where the virus could spread through the city more quickly. Collier shouted, 30 seconds. Everyone clearly understood that as long as they held on for 30 seconds, their mission would be complete, and they could immediately retreat. Dophus, leading Helen's second team, was guarding not far from where they appeared. After they discovered the enemy, Helen immediately blew the whistle for reinforcements. Dophus rushed over first. After clearly seeing the enemy's positions, he basically understood the enemy's intentions. So he stretched out a hand and, in the very center of the enemy's formation, summoned the underworld gate, filled with mysterious symbols. Creak. The bronze gate opened a crack, revealing gazes that were extremely terrifying and ill-intentioned, and pale arms stretched out. The surrounding temperature seemed to be immediately sucked away, and the air from the real world swirled into the bronze gate. Along with the air, the Beander virus created by the Demoness of Despair was also sucked in. This Demoness of Despair was as famous as Panacea, who was killed in Mist Town, and was also known for her expertise in creating Beander viruses and plagues. She did not stop her Beander ability and continued to create Beander viruses. 1 or 2 minutes after the underworld gate appeared, the area in front of this bronze gate suddenly became illusory. It turned out that a phantom gate appeared almost right next to it. The phantom gate connected to an uninhabited area. The fear, coldness, and soul-grabbing power generated by the underworld gate were all connected to the other end of the gate. The space here was not affected by the underworld gate in any way. Seeing this, Dophus's chest suddenly transformed into a phantom gate. From within, he pulled out a small skeleton with a pair of wings. The wings were made of dense small bones and surprisingly had a certain artistic sense. The skeleton flew up and circled overhead. The group of enemies who had rushed from the street to attack Dophus, as well as the Beyonders remaining in the square, all felt a strong drowsiness, and their reactions began to slow down. At this moment, Collier raised his hand again, and a dark vortex appeared in front of the skeleton. The vortex quickly stopped churning and turned into a dark mirror. The mirror reflected the starry sky. The skeleton seemed attracted by the scene in the mirror and rushed into it without hesitation. Immediately after, the mirror turned back into a vortex, and the vortex instantly disappeared. At the same time, Dophus could no longer feel the skeleton's presence, so he opened his mouth and launched an attack using undead language. The dozen or so enemies on the street all felt cold and stiff all over, as if their souls were being pulled by some force. Collier stretched out a hand, and a colorful vortex appeared in front of him. He plunged his hand into the vortex, and at the same time, Collier's hand appeared above Dophus's head. This hand grabbed downwards, and Dophus felt a huge suction, his feet immediately leaving the ground, and his undead language attack was interrupted. He quickly summoned many undead, making them pull on his feet. Pale arms, or just skeletal hands, stretched out from underground and grabbed Dophus's feet. But it had little effect. These undead were also pulled out from underground by that vortex and were about to enter that spatial vortex with Dophus. Dophus then pulled out a huge, marshmallow-like spirit from his chest and used it to block the vortex. The spirit indeed blocked the suction, but Dophus's feet hadn't landed yet when it was sucked into the spatial vortex. Dophus felt as if his hair was about to enter the vortex. He quickly raised his hands, and a pale white light flashed directly above him, revealing a floating thigh bone. This thigh bone emitted the pale white light unique to the death pathway. The surroundings immediately became cold, and within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, dead people, animals, and insects suddenly came back to life, running towards the thigh bone to worship it and obey its commands. The thigh bone was not sucked into the spatial vortex, but Dophus's process of being sucked in still didn't stop. He had no choice but to brace his hands on the thigh bone, struggling to resist the vortex's suction. The virus created by the Demoness of Despair had already begun to spread on the street. Dophus and Helen, who had rushed to support him, all began to cough, clearly feeling unwell. Just then, a hazy, illusory gate, inscribed with many mysterious symbols, suddenly appeared behind Collier and the others. Creak. The gate opened completely, and in the dark space, 2 huge, lantern-like eyes appeared. Both eyes stared at the Demoness of Despair. The Demoness of Despair immediately let out a shrill scream, "Ah!" Every inch of her skin was covered in dense, closed eyes. These eyes were slowly opening. Collier realized that when these eyes fully opened, his partner, the Demoness of Despair, would reach the end of her life. He had no choice but to abandon Dophis and utilize the Phantom Gate to send the Demoness of Despair into another space, severing all her connections with those two giant eyes. Only then did the Demoness of Despair get a chance to breathe. She immediately used a wooden puppet, and the eyes on her body immediately disappeared. And those eyes grew on the puppet's body. As these eyes opened one by one, the puppet actually came to life, extending two wooden arms towards the Demoness of Despair, as if to embrace her. The Demoness of Despair immediately felt her soul being pulled by the puppet. She quickly raised her hand, and a mirror appeared behind the puppet, and she kicked the puppet into the mirror. When she returned to the real world from the other side of the Phantom Gate, she found that the entire Jeffrey City was shrouded in night, and in the dark night sky, a blood-red moon was very conspicuous. A beautiful lady in a court gown was chasing those travelers. Her speed under the moonlight was incredibly fast, like flash, only afterimages could be seen. This lady was April, who had already been promoted to summoning master. Like Christine, her primary targets were also the travelers. However, in this wave of enemies, there were only 3 travelers left. The reason April ran so fast was that she was chasing Collier and being chased by him. Even under the moonlight, her speed couldn't match a sequence 3 level flash, but Christine's prohibition covered almost the entire Jeffrey City, so Collier's flash was not very smooth at this moment. Therefore, their speeds were evenly matched. April's right fingernails suddenly grew very long and turned dark red. Mysterious symbols were inscribed on the fingernails, and blood-red mist lingered around them, looking very sinister. As she ran at high speed, she pointed her elongated index finger at a traveler from a distance. That traveler's fingernails and hair grew rapidly. But almost at the same time, a phantom gate appeared in front of the traveler, and the mutation on his body immediately stopped. April rushed near the phantom gate and clawed at the void gate with her dark red fingernails. 5 claw marks actually appeared on the gate. These 5 dark red claw marks were like dried bloodstains, or like blood-colored rust. The claw marks rapidly corroded the phantom gate, and surprisingly, they corroded a dark red hole in the insubstantial phantom gate. The moment April grabbed at the traveler again through the hole, the traveler suddenly disappeared from his original spot and appeared behind the Demoness of Despair, who had just escaped danger. At this moment, the Demoness of Despair was about to continue creating viruses when a white hand suddenly stretched out from underground, grabbed the Demoness of Despair's right hand, and pulled her towards the ground. The Demoness of Despair was pulled off balance. She saw the ground suddenly turn into a land full of white bones, as if it were an ancient battlefield, filled with ghostly fires and terrifyingly abnormal. And at this moment, the expressionless Dophis was pulling one of the Demoness of Despair's hands, as if to drag her to the resting place of souls. For a moment, the Demoness of Despair even stopped resisting, but her spirituality ultimately awakened her. She suddenly woke up with a start, her face already pressed against the ground, and the half of her body being pulled was already very stiff. The Demoness of Despair quickly used substitution, but due to Christine's prohibition, her substitution took 2 seconds to complete. Her hand slowly turned woody, and finally, Dophis was left with only a wooden puppet in his hand. It was during these 2 seconds that Dophis released a spirit from his body. That spirit was like a pure white cloud, looking quite beautiful. But beneath the cloud was a gaping, blood-red mouth with several layers of teeth. As soon as the Demoness of Despair's substitution ended, the cloud-like spirit bit her left shoulder. Because of Christine's prohibition, it was too late to utilize substitution again. A long ice spear appeared in the Demoness of Despair's right hand, piercing through the cloud-like spirit, and she flung the spirit away. But the Demoness of Despair's left shoulder was a bloody mess from the bite. However, she had no time to transfer the injury, because Dophis's new attack arrived. At this point, the Demoness of Despair was completely suppressed and could not create viruses at all. The other dozen or so members of the Theosophy Order and Demoness sect tried to come to their aid, but were blocked by Helen's second team and April's subordinates who had arrived. While Dophis was fighting the Demoness of Despair, April and Collier's struggle for that traveler continued. Originally, this long-haired, long-nailed traveler thought he was safe after Collier transferred him to the edge of the battlefield. Unexpectedly, as soon as his feet touched the ground, a hazy door appeared behind him. The door opened, and a long arm stretched out from inside, grabbing the traveler and pulling him out of the real world. Clang! The hazy door closed, and the traveler completely disappeared. But at the same time, Collier raised a hand, and 7 or 8 layers of phantom gates appeared in front of him, each gate smaller than the last. They opened almost simultaneously, and when the last gate opened, they just saw the traveler, looking terrified, being pulled into the spirit world by an arm that seemed to come from nowhere. That traveler immediately became illusory and quickly reappeared in the real world. The arm suddenly didn't know where its prey had gone and searched back and forth. It was about to grab Collier, but the doors in front of Collier closed all at once, severing the connection with the spirit world. The traveler, who had just been rescued, felt his spirituality drawn to the sky. He suddenly looked up and saw the full moon in the sky. The traveler had never seen such a beautiful moon and was completely captivated by it, a look of infatuation on his face. But for some unknown reason, though he was standing still, he suddenly fell, and for some unknown reason, he fell so hard that he knocked out a front tooth. The intense pain brought him back to his senses, and he was no longer infatuated with the moon. Looking again at April and Collier, who were still chasing each other, this traveler gave a bitter smile. Just give me a quick end. Whoosh! Suddenly, a long whistle echoed through Jeffrey City. Unlike the short, urgent whistle for help, this whistle lasted for 4 or 5 seconds. Collier and the others were stunned. Although they didn't know what the whistle meant, it certainly wasn't good news. After glancing at the demoness of despair, who was completely suppressed by Dophus, Collier finally made up his mind: retreat. This operation failed. The travelers immediately found their partners, and Beyonders holding sealed artifacts with travel abilities also injected their spirituality into the sealed artifacts. Distortion. A muffled voice interrupted their process of entering the spirit world, turning their escape into a charge. Osman of the Tony family led his people to reinforce. After surveying the battlefield, he quickly rushed into the battlefield of Beyonders below the demigod level. According to the agreement before the war, the meaning of that whistle just now was, no need to hold ground, attack nearby. Christine and April, these two Sequence 3s, were not guarding a specific point in Jeffrey City, they had actually been in the Lord's Manor the whole time. After the first wave of enemies attacked, Archibald asked Christine to go and provide support. After the second wave of enemies attacked, Archibald again asked April to go and provide support. If Archibald judged that there would be no other enemy raids, he would blow the long whistle. The unattacked defenders would immediately go to the location of the battle to provide support. Although this was an inconspicuous small design, it could completely break schemes like the enemy feigning an attack in one direction while attacking in another. Collier realized something was wrong when he saw Osman's reinforcements. He quickly rushed to the battlefield below the demigod level, hoping to utilize his secret realm to take away some of his subordinates. Otherwise, with a Earl of the Fallen present, it would be difficult for these subordinates to escape. But a hazy door suddenly appeared in front of him. The door opened, and the arm that had just grabbed the traveler stretched out from inside and grabbed Collier. Between Collier's grabbed chest and abdomen, layers of doors appeared, and that arm actually grabbed nothing. Evasion is prohibited here. Christine appeared on the rooftop, speaking in a voice full of majesty. Facing the hand that the arm once again reached out to grab, Collier suddenly felt a strong urge to resist further evasion. So, in front of that hand, he opened a phantom gate, and thus the arm, which came from who knew where, stretched from the spirit world to another part of the spirit world. Christine then said, "Escape is prohibited here." The demoness of despair, who was using mirror leap to escape through glass, hesitated somewhat in her movements. At this moment, a flame came from the street, shattering the window where the demoness of despair was, and knocking the demoness of despair out of the window. That flame transformed into a fire person, who, standing on the street, immediately summoned a blazing white spear and thrust it towards the Demoness of Despair. The Demoness of Despair was about to leap into the glass again when she suddenly felt her whole body stiffen. It turned out that Dophis, who had caught up, was attacking her with undead language. The Demoness of Despair tried hard to evade, but was still pierced by the blazing white spear, and a large fire spread across her body. The fire person rushed closer. Slaughter. He punched, severely wounding the Demoness of Despair. Dophis reached out a hand, and a pale hand emerged from the ground, twisting the Demoness of Despair's neck with a sudden force. Although she hadn't died immediately, with her injuries and numerous restrictions, she had no chance of survival against the combined attack of two demigods. Collier watched his subordinates being killed one by one. He waved his hand, and a phantom gate dotted with stars appeared above his head, his figure becoming illusory along with it. Christine immediately said, "Connection to the astral world is prohibited here." Collier's process of becoming illusory was noticeably slower, but it still didn't completely stop his progress towards the astral world. At this moment, Collier suddenly felt his brain's thoughts become sluggish. With great effort, a somewhat starry phantom gate also appeared at his feet, severing his control over his spiritual body threads. However, this gave April ample time. In the starry phantom gate above Collier's head, a crimson light suddenly appeared. A blood-red full moon, visible only to him, appeared overhead. The moon was so enchanting and beautiful that Collier couldn't take his eyes off it. But in the next second, Collier let out a scream. His eyes burst open, his hair and nails grew wildly, and slippery tentacles grew all over his body. Christine and Archibald instinctively recoiled. Because they had timely avoided looking at the moonlight, they were not affected. Phantom gates continuously appeared on Collier's body, almost instinctively evading these mutations. Finally, Collier himself turned into layers of phantom gates, but the mutation continued. While he still had a sliver of sanity, he closed the starry phantom gate above his head to avoid continued exposure to the moon's pollution. The red moonlight was blocked in the astral world, but Collier's mutation did not stop. Gradually, the layers of phantom gates disappeared, leaving only a transparent, writhing mass of maggots on the street. April summoned the hazy door again, but this time the hazy door did not open. Instead, it blocked the maggots from the battlefield of Beyonders below the demigod level, to prevent the sight of these maggots from causing those Beyonders to lose control. At this moment, Christine appeared before this mass of maggots, Death. Collier, who had long since lost his sanity, accepted this judgment, and his life rapidly drained away. The transparent maggots' forms were reshaped, eventually forming a crystal archway. The center of the archway was very illusory, as if it could connect to any place in this universe. After Christine sealed this sealed artifact to a certain extent, she checked the battlefield. By then, more and more reinforcements had gathered, and the battle was nearing its end. It wasn't until the battlefield here was almost cleared that Archibald received the Creator's instruction for support at the front. So, the Tony family and April's forces were dispatched to support the front line. When they appeared on the other side of the Traveler's Gate, Hobert used distortion to quickly send them to the front line. The balance of power between the warring sides immediately reversed. At this moment, the Creator's image suddenly appeared in midair. He was heard to say in a solemn voice, "Victory belongs to us." Immediately, the morale of the Creator's side greatly boosted, while on the demonist sect's side, they were awed by the Creator's image, and their morale clearly sagged. Seeing the advantage on this battlefield, Hobert quickly returned to the angel battlefield through his stars. Fortunately, the situation on the angel battlefield hadn't changed much during that time. However, in a series of battles, the Holy Infant King had consumed too much power and now looked somewhat illusory. Fortunately, the Demoness of Catastrophe fighting him was not much better. The Demoness of Catastrophe's entire body was covered in a thick layer of frost, and every movement she made now produced a creaking sound of ice rubbing. This was a good time to deliver the finishing blow. The Creator's image suddenly appeared behind the Holy Infant King, Amplify. He, amplified, the demoness of catastrophe's poor condition, causing her to be completely covered in frost, as if she had become a beauty dug out of ice and snow. Wah! The holy infant king let out a shrill cry. The demoness of catastrophe's expression became very painful. Her frozen body was covered in cracks, and with a crash, the ice in her body finally shattered. Inside the shattered, frozen meat chunks, a small puppet dressed in exquisite clothes appeared. The puppet immediately entered a reflective surface within the ice, using mirror leap to escape. Alter. Hobert altered the distance of the puppet's escape. She leapt twice, but ultimately only leapt a few kilometers. The puppet's head suddenly grew long black hair, which burned, emitting black smoke that formed a dark mirror in front of her. Distortion. Hobert distorted the surrounding mirror world, making it difficult for this mirror world to connect with other mirror worlds. But behind that dark mirror, there seemed to be a passage that could not be distorted. After the puppet jumped in, she was not affected by the surrounding mirror world. The infant in the holy infant king's womb suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the puppet. Some of the surrounding creatures, even stones and soil, began to fall, growing rust-like spots. The hair on the puppet's back burned faster, unaffected by the fallen. Hobert immediately went to distort her thoughts, making her return to the battlefield. The burning speed of the hair on the puppet's back accelerated again, but she still remained unaffected. When she finally disappeared into the mirror world, she only had short hair left. Hobert didn't have time to lament and immediately took the holy infant king to support the 100-eyed demon monarch. There was no longer any suspense on the angel's side of the battlefield. On the west side of the battlefield, the demoness of catastrophe, who looked like a porcelain doll, sensed something with her spirituality. She jumped into a snowdrift and escaped, weaving through the snowflakes. The 100-eyed demon monarch was not in a hurry to pursue. Instead, he reproduced a grayish-white giant dragon. The dragon's exact appearance was unclear, only its pair of light golden vertical pupils could be seen clearly. At this moment, those two light golden vertical pupils were gazing at the fleeing demoness of catastrophe. For a time, complex and independent mystical symbols appeared one after another across the entire battlefield, and the space of the battlefield became somewhat unreal. The demoness of catastrophe made several consecutive jumps, only to find that she still hadn't jumped out of the battlefield. The battlefield, which was originally only 20 square kilometers, seemed to have become boundless and endless, with no end in sight. She looked back, and the grayish-white giant dragon in midair was rapidly disappearing, but its fancy of the entire battlefield would not disappear for a while. The demoness of catastrophe raised a hand, and a gray mirror appeared before her. Just as she was about to enter the mirror, she saw a stream of information composed of characters, numbers, and mystical symbols flowing across the mirror's surface. Streams of information were also reflected in her pupils, and the immense information shock made her stand rooted to the spot, her brain seemingly working overtime, struggling to read and comprehend these messages. At this moment, all the eyes on the 100-eyed demon monarch were fixed on the demoness of catastrophe. This angel of the witch sequence first had her eyes turn into continuously scrolling streams of information, then her face, and her entire head, successively transformed into streams of information. Just as this stream of information flowed down her neck towards her torso, the demoness of catastrophe's head tilted and fell from her neck. From her neck, a smaller head emerged. This head had even less of a living person's aura, bearing a more artificial smile. Hobert, who had arrived by then, inwardly complained, "Are they playing Russian dolls?" The holy infant king immediately joined the fray. The fetus in his womb opened its mouth, and a malicious sound filled the heavens and earth. Creatures that heard this sound either exploded on the spot or transformed into hideous monsters. However, at this point, there were few living creatures left on the battlefield. The artificial smile on the demoness of catastrophe's face also gradually vanished, replaced by a pained expression with furrowed brows. The 100-eyed demon monarch seized this opportunity to reproduce, a gigantic figure with a huge vertical pupil on its face, clad in armor. This figure held a greatsword and emanated the light of twilight. Everything on the battlefield quickly began to decay, vegetation rapidly withered, animals quickly aged, and even the snow lost its luster, becoming very coarse. The vibrant colors on the demoness of catastrophe also rapidly faded, and her ceramic-like skin developed wrinkles and cracks, becoming very ugly. At this moment, the creator, in mid-air raised a hand, utilize. The giant figure, which was about to dissipate, solidified again. Hobert extended the duration of the reproduction. Thus, the cracks on the demoness of catastrophe evolved into huge fissures. At this point, the even more ethereal, holy infant king, also attacked again, and a black tide representing fallen converged towards the demoness of catastrophe. From the cracks in the demoness of catastrophe's skin, clumps of dark black hair emerged. These hairs rapidly thickened, and a snake head appeared at the tip of each hair, eventually transforming into thin venomous snakes. Clatter. The demoness of catastrophe's fragile skin peeled off, making the sound of ceramic shards falling to the ground. A beautiful and enchanting woman with a head full of flowing venomous snakes, a full figure, and graceful curves, appeared before Hobert and the others. She constantly exuded a unique charm, and both the holy infant king and the hundred-eyed demon monarch had to continuously resist the erosion of this charm, otherwise it would be difficult for them to generate any desire to attack. Hiss! The venomous snakes flicked their tongues, forming palm-sized mirrors around them. The black tide that had gathered earlier flowed into these mirrors. The twilight giant, reproduced by the hundred-eyed demon monarch, raised its greatsword and rested it on its shoulder. The morning sun, still in the east, began to emit the light of twilight, and everything on the entire visible land began to decay. This time, the demoness of catastrophe's skin showed no change, but the scales on the venomous snakes on her head rapidly lost their luster. Dozens of venomous snakes fell to the ground, struggled a few times, then became motionless, oozing putrid liquid. The holy infant king opened his eyes again and looked at the demoness of catastrophe's shadow on the ground. Her shadow instantly exploded. The demoness of catastrophe showed a pained expression, and cracks appeared on her body, but very quickly, the cracks disappeared, and a dozen more venomous snakes fell from her head. These venomous snakes instantly exploded, dying miserably at the demoness of catastrophe's feet. Hobert, sitting in the country of disorder, realized that the demoness of catastrophe's spiritual consciousness understood that the holy infant king and the hundred-eyed demon monarch would not last much longer. So she simply stopped running, because fleeing at this point would make her more susceptible to injury under siege. The demoness of catastrophe simply revealed her mythical creature state, trying to evade Hobert's siege and using the venomous snakes on her head to bear most of the damage, waiting for the holy infant king and the hundred-eyed demon monarch to give out first. At that time, even under the gaze of the creator, her chances of escape would be greater. However, this tactic was not without risks. If the damage she sustained exceeded her tolerance, she would face a very dangerous situation. Hobert glanced at the already somewhat transparent, holy infant king, and the increasingly ethereal, hundred-eyed demon monarch. Their disappearance was irreversible, and even with utilize and alter, it was difficult to prolong their existence. Then Hobert looked again at the demoness of catastrophe's still relatively dense hair. Clearly, she could endure the next few seconds of attacks. Hobert pondered for a moment. While the hundred-eyed demon monarch and the holy infant king continued their attacks, he used his distortion ability. He distorted the thoughts of those venomous snakes, making them desperately want to slither on the ground. Thus, Hobert saw the demoness of catastrophe's expression subtly change. The venomous snakes on her head, which were originally flowing freely, suddenly pulled downwards together, as if hoping to immediately detach from her body and experience the pleasure of slithering on the ground. For a moment, it pulled the demoness of catastrophe's head stiff. Seizing this opportunity, the Holy Infant King waved his small hand. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and a large black cross appeared behind the Demoness of Catastrophe. The Demoness of Catastrophe involuntarily spread her arms, and no matter how she struggled, she was ultimately trapped on the cross. One after another, dark figures appeared on the ground around the cross. Each figure held a black longsword, surrounding the Demoness of Catastrophe, and stabbing her repeatedly. With each stab, the Demoness of Catastrophe would lose some hair. Originally, dropping just a dozen venomous snakes would be enough to absorb the damage taken by her main body, but due to Hobert's distortion pull, she was now losing 30 to 40 strands at once. Amplify. Hobert further amplified the damage the Demoness of Catastrophe suffered, and the venomous snakes fell even faster. Her head visibly became bald. Unfortunately, the Holy Infant King vanished into the void the next second. Hobert looked at the place where he disappeared, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. When the large black cross disappeared, the Demoness of Catastrophe, having regained her freedom, immediately chose to escape, as she was visibly balding and could no longer withstand many more enemy attacks. Suddenly, dozens of mirrors appeared on the battlefield, and behind each mirror seemed to be a dark world. The Demoness of Catastrophe immediately leapt into one of the mirrors, but the moment she entered the mirror, that mirror turned into a flowing stream of information. Not only this mirror, but all the mirrors, the ground, and the distant flowers, plants, and trees, all transformed into streams of information. This made Hobert feel as if he were in a fantastical digital world. The remaining venomous snakes on the Demoness of Catastrophe's head fell off. Each falling venomous snake transformed into a stream of information, disappearing into the ocean of information streams. At the same time, the 100-eyed demon monarch also transformed into a stream of information. The information stream reshaped its form, turning it into the appearance of a tall tower. At the top of the tower was an eyeball made of flames. After its formation, it immediately looked at the Demoness of Catastrophe on the battlefield. The now bald Demoness of Catastrophe was using the mirror world to evade the invasion of the surrounding information streams, when suddenly the shadow of that giant eye appeared in her eyes. Countless pieces of knowledge suddenly surged into her mind. Ah! She screamed, covering her eyes, but it was useless. Endless knowledge still manifested in her mind, making her eyeballs spin frantically, as if trying to clearly see the full scope of this knowledge. At this point, she was unable to think at all. Like a stress response, her skin cracked, and strands of black hair squeezed out from her muscles. These hairs quickly surrounded her, but soon all the hair turned into streams of information, flowing into the ocean of information streams on the battlefield. Amplify. Hobert amplified the damage suffered by the Demoness of Catastrophe, followed by Rampage. This caused the Demoness of Catastrophe's thoughts to completely explode, and she lost all rationality. Her instinctive reaction made her scramble to get away from the burning giant eye. The Demoness of Catastrophe's limbs lost their luster and rapidly began to petrify. Petrification was not the ability of the 100-eyed demon monarch, but a self-protection mechanism of the Demoness of Catastrophe. Once petrified, she would not turn into a stream of information, and she wouldn't have to deal with the massive amount of knowledge in her mind. However, what to do after petrification? The Demoness of Catastrophe couldn't worry about that now. Even after petrification, her escape movements continued. Creak. The Demoness of Catastrophe twisted her stiff legs and continued to escape, but she still could not escape the nightmare of being dominated by the giant eye. When her limbs were broken, she rolled to escape. But the petrification continued, and soon her torso was petrified. She then used her teeth to claw at the ground to escape. Finally, her head was completely petrified, and the Demoness of Catastrophe let out a very unwilling cry, eventually lying motionless on the ground. The information streams on the battlefield gradually receded, revealing the battlefield's original appearance. The tower transformed from the 100-eyed demon monarch also became ethereal. The burning giant eye glanced at Hobert, then disappeared into the void. These two angel-level combatants completed their final mission, and their last remaining wisps of spirit also vanished into the void. On the ground of the battlefield, only a shriveled umbilical cord remained, along with a black stone with an eye relief. Hobert withdrew his gaze and looked at the already petrified demoness of catastrophe. Crack! The stone statue seemed to sense Hobert's gaze, split open in the middle, and a delicate and beautiful porcelain doll fell out. Its hair was long, reaching its legs, each strand very distinct. Its appearance was sweet, and with a lift of its lips, it suddenly let out a giggle, 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 laugh. Hobert initially thought this was a substitute technique of the demoness of catastrophe, but his spirituality suddenly sensed something and he looked towards the edge of the battlefield. There, a venomous snake suddenly burrowed out of the ground, jumped into a mirror, and vanished without a trace. Because the distance was too great, Hobert did not have time to stop it. After a moment of thought, he understood. This demoness of catastrophe was already in a very bad state, and the final blow from the Holy Infant King and Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch completely exceeded her tolerance limit, causing her spirit to essentially collapse, thus leading to petrification. Petrification was not death, so the demoness of catastrophe also couldn't revive. When the immense mental pressure disappeared, the demoness of catastrophe's remaining consciousness and divinity decided to cut off her tail to survive, abandoning her petrified body and transforming into a venomous snake to escape. However, what she could take away was probably only a sequence 3 Beander characteristic. Because the stone statue had lost its human form and divinity, it was essentially left with only the Beander characteristic and some mental residue, which then formed the porcelain doll-like sealed artifact. This should be the highest grade spoils of war from this battle. Hobert was about to return to the real world to pick it up when he suddenly discovered a mirror appearing next to the porcelain doll, and a very beautiful hand reached out from inside the mirror to retrieve the porcelain doll. Distortion. Hobert immediately distorted the positions of the porcelain doll and a stone. After the beautiful hand grabbed the stone, it paused slightly, then seemingly threw the stone to the ground in exasperation. Rampage. Hobert used his Beander ability on a patch of air. He could sense that the air immediately froze. At this moment, a flash of fire rushed down from the mountain. That was Raymond. He punched the frozen air. Whoosh! The air shattered into mirrors, and Shirley's figure appeared in Hobert's vision. She glanced at Raymond, then became ethereal, as if about to disappear into the real world. Distortion. Hobert timely filled the gap, distorting the other party's thoughts. Thus, Shirley, who was preparing to escape, solidified again and started doing push-ups on the ground. Raymond was stunned. Is the creator so mischievous? Thoughts aside, his attack didn't slow down at all. The longsword burning with crimson flames reappeared in his hand, stabbing towards Shirley's lower back. Chaos. Petty, who had arrived, timely caused the space around Shirley to become chaotic, causing Raymond's sword to miss and strike a stone next to Shirley. Distortion. Beverly, who followed closely, then distorted the concepts of Shirley and that stone, so the sword still struck Shirley's body. Bang! Only a stick-like staff remained in place. Shirley used staff substitution to escape and re-entered the invisible state. Whoosh! Under Raymond's sword, the staff immediately began to burn fiercely. Association. Hobert associated the staff with Shirley. Whoosh! Shirley, in her invisible state, was rapidly engulfed in intense flames. Distortion. Petty distorted the concepts of Shirley in another stone, allowing Shirley to escape, while that stone was rapidly burned into quicklime. At this point, Shirley, who had already fled to the vicinity of the battlefield, suddenly had her hair rise, forming a net burning with black flames. Then her figure quickly disappeared into the void, and Hobert and the others did not continue to attack. Because they knew that net could, to a certain extent, block Beander powers, creating an opportunity for her escape. Although Shirley appeared fine on the surface, she had already been injured in the previous battle due to the intimate cooperation of the Beverly siblings, which was why she was so intent on escaping. After Shirley left, Hobert and the others' gazes turned to Petty. At this moment, Petty's figure also became ethereal. He also had a sealed artifact on him that allowed for rapid escape from the battlefield. Arrogance. Provocation. The siblings used another combination skill, first making Petty arrogant, then easily susceptible to Raymond's provocation. Petty, who was becoming ethereal, indeed glared angrily, but he had distorted his own thoughts beforehand, prioritizing escape from the battlefield no matter what unexpected circumstances arose. So, the enraged Petty ultimately disappeared from the battlefield. Beverly and Raymond didn't hesitate. After bowing slightly to the image of the creator, Beverly returned to her coffin, and the order wood also quickly disappeared at this moment, turning into a common wooden stick found anywhere in the forest. Beverly closed the coffin lid, and Raymond transformed back into a fire person. They immediately went to assist the Tony family. Having experienced countless battles, they were well aware that even in a 3-on-2 situation, it was very difficult to prevent an enemy angel in normal condition from escaping. Hobert looked into the distance at the battlefield and found that the previous battlefields had already shifted far away. In fact, when April and other reinforcements arrived, the counterattack launched by the demoness sect immediately turned into a retreat. Currently, the distant battlefield had already become a massive chase. Hobert withdrew his gaze, immediately returned to the real world, and then quickly used distortion to arrive at the previous battlefield. Long before reaching the porcelain doll, Hobert heard its giggle, laughter, which caused hallucinations to appear before Hobert's eyes. First, Furs, wearing pajamas, appeared before him, her voluptuous figure filling out the sleepwear, gazing lazily at Hobert. Then, Audrey's figure appeared, clad only in a sheer dress, her perfect form dimly visible beneath the black gauze, like an exquisite work of art. When they appeared together, Hobert's heart raced, and he almost forgot that he was on a battlefield at this moment. Chaos. Hobert, his face flushed, made the space around the porcelain doll chaotic, effectively blocking the giggle, laughter. After all, it was just a sealed artifact, not a true angel, so it struggled to cope with slightly complex situations. Hobert set up an altar far from the porcelain doll, then immediately entered the country of disorder, and pulled the porcelain doll in. Only then did Hobert breathe a sigh of relief. Although this was only an angel-level Grade 0 sealed artifact, it was still a Grade 0 sealed artifact, a very scarce resource in this Beander world. He only felt at ease placing it in the country of disorder. At the same time, the umbilical cord and the lifeless black eyeball were also sacrificed in. Hobert collected them and placed them behind the Iron Throne as souvenirs. Then, Hobert continued to reap the fruits of victory. On a distant high mountain, the recently concluded angel battle could be clearly seen from here. A 10-year-old boy, like a little adult, stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the deep cracks left in the snow and ground by the battle. Behind him, a man in his 30s with black hair, whose left and right sides were perfectly symmetrical like a wax figure, stood respectfully. "My lord, do I need to expose Hobert's trick?" "No need," the boy said in a somewhat childish voice. "Let's go, we have more important things to do." The two, one large and one small, disappeared into the void. Hobert found the demoness of Undying, who was still being watched by the Ox Demon King. At this time, the Ox Demon King's figure also became very ethereal, almost disappearing. He believed that Overturning Sea Great Sage and the others were in a similar state. So Hobert first recalled Overturning Sea Great Sage and the Black Hound Spirit Beast, who were pursuing the enemy on the front lines. After replenishing their energy, they replaced the Ox Demon King. Only then did Hobert recall the Ox Demon King, because it only had one last utilized left. So Hobert did not continue to let it participate in the battle, but instead used his own stars to descend the power of the Creator. At this time, the Black Witch Lacrissa was already on the verge of losing control. Under the previous siege by Hobert and Bernadette, her condition was already very poor, so she had been unable to shake off the Ox Demon King's pursuit. Now, under the attacks of Overturning Sea Great Sage and the Black Hound Spirit Beast, Lacrissa's condition became even worse. When the image of the Creator appeared in midair, her spirit essentially collapsed. Amplify. Hobert amplified the Black Witch's out-of-control state. For the Creator's level to deal with the Black Witch was somewhat of a dimensionality reduction strike. Lacrissa immediately lost control where she stood. Her hair instantly flew up, patches of snake-like scales appeared on her body, and her limbs became hairy, thin, and long, like 4 spider legs. Overturning Sea Great Sage delivered a lightning strike, charring Lacrissa's skin. The Black Hound Spirit Beast, on the other hand, summoned the Ferryman's Lantern Fire to burn her soul. Then overturning Sea Great Sage delivered another wind blade, cutting off a lot of the Black Witch's hair. The Black Hound Spirit Beast used undead language, and Lacrissa's body became very stiff. Under their repeated attacks and the gaze of the Creator, the Black Witch's life gradually faded, and she finally fell to the ground, completely losing all vitality. Now came the most crucial moment. Hobert used the ability of association with all the power he could muster. This was the inspiration he had gained when dealing with Shirley earlier. Association can not only strengthen the association between two things but also cut off associations. For example, what Hobert was cutting off now was the Black Witch's association with the arrangements related to her potential resurrection. Ah! A tragic scream suddenly came from the air. Hobert saw Lacrissa's spirit body reappear in his vision because the relevant associations had been severed. She was like a lost, wandering ghost, pacing beside her own corpse with a face full of grief and rage. At this moment, the Black Hound Spirit Beast summoned the Spirit World Gate, with its intricate mystical patterns, sending Lacrissa's spirit body into the underworld. Hobert smiled slightly. Success. Although the demoness of Undying's resurrection seemed even harder to prevent than a miracle invoker's resurrection, at the King of Angels' level, her resurrection process could be completely severed. If it were a sequence 3 inches association, such an operation would be impossible to complete. Hobert even estimated that even a sequence 2 level association could only make the demoness of Undying's resurrection very abnormal, such as only reviving a part of her. But it wouldn't be able to completely sever her resurrection process. Hobert returned to the real world to collect the spoils of war. The Black Witch's corpse formed a sealed artifact in the shape of an all-black ring. After sacrificing it into the country of disorder, Hobert, along with the Black Hound Spirit Beast and overturning Sea Great Sage, joined the pursuit of the enemy. This pursuit stretched from the southwest of the Central Plateau, within the Intis Republic, to within Feniport, and finally to within the Loan Kingdom, in the northeast of the Central Plateau. Although the Central Plateau was sparsely populated, many ordinary people witnessed this pursuit. However, the Beyonders on the Creator's side became increasingly excited as they pursued, no longer caring about such matters. As for the fleeing members of the Demonist sect and Theosophy order, they had even less mind to care about these things. Thus, this pursuit attracted the attention of many factions, and there were not a few who took advantage of the situation, helping the pursuers to corner the members of the Demonist sect. The pursuit continued until dusk. There were certainly some stragglers who escaped, but the predetermined war objectives had been achieved, and the battle could end. The Beyander powers of Loan and other nations could not allow this war to continue. Although the battle results and captured spoils had not yet been tallied, both sides of the conflict, and even the observing Beyander organizations, were well aware that the Demonist sect had suffered a heavy blow this time. Outside Feniport City, in a large manor. Ethel, with short hair and dressed in a military uniform, possessing a certain androgynous beauty, reported all the compiled intelligence for the day to Castile, who was seated in the chair at the head of the table. This was a simply decorated main hall, without too many luxurious ornaments, yet everything here gave a harmonious aesthetic between the furniture, decorations, and the room itself. Philip I of Castile, who appeared very amiable, commanded in a tone that betrayed no emotion, "Next, focus on investigating the battle between the two sides' angels." Ethel respectfully replied, "Yes." Then she asked, "Your Majesty, will the Creator's power threaten us? If they wanted to threaten us, they would have done so long ago." Philip I considered for a moment before saying, perhaps the Creator only needs a stable state in the South Colson region, but his goal is not here. Ethel thought about it and agreed. With the strength the Creator had demonstrated so far, the Fernando Port royal family was no match for them. Philip I sighed and said, I never expected it. The Creator's forces are so powerful that they actually held an advantage in numbers and sequence during the battle with the demonist sect. He smiled and said, this means that giving the South Colson region to Hobert was a very worthwhile transaction. That place has not become an unstable factor for the Finapot kingdom, on the contrary, it has even invigorated the kingdom's economy. The most crucial thing is that Hobert has been somewhat tied to Fenaport. At this point, Philip I felt his choice of words was inappropriate, so he shook his head and added, it's too early to say, tied. Next, we must actively approach Hobert. Ethel again said, yes. Then she said, I suggest we cancel our original probing plan against the Creator. Philip I said, it should be cancelled. Probing now would only bring humiliation and disaster to the family. Let those family members who sincerely wish to believe in the Creator pray to the Creator, and allow them to establish altars for the Creator. Lift all restrictions on trade with South Colson, reward Hobert for his contributions in striking against the demonist sect, and strictly investigate members and forces of the demonist sect within the country. He sternly urged, we must express the royal family's stance and goodwill. Ethel agreed, and seeing that there was nothing else, she left the main hall. Philip I sat idly in the main hall for a while before letting out a long sigh and saying, if a few hundred years ago, I had more than 20 demigods in my hands. If that were the case, why would the Finapot kingdom split? Why would it accept the agreements signed between the churches? He looked at the moonlight outside the window and sighed inwardly. From today onwards, no church or organization would dare to treat the Creator's forces as a secretive organization on the level of the Aurora Order, far away in the South Continent. A brand new era might just begin from this point. Late at night, South Colson. Inside and outside the Lord's Manor courtyard, there was laughter and joy everywhere. Personnel from all factions had returned, though some Beyonders returned as corpses and Beyonder characteristics. Hobert promised to help all factions shatter the Beyonder characteristic, but that was a matter for tomorrow. Tonight, everyone drank heartily, celebrating the great victory they had just achieved. Each faction knew their own casualties, every organization had lost some Beyonders. But this still couldn't dampen everyone's excitement, because their spoils today were also very rich. In the study of the Lord's Manor, Hobert was currently conversing with Archbishop Simpson. Simpson mainly came to inquire about the battle situation on the front line today. After listening, Simpson drew a leaf shape on his chest and sighed, this victory is unimaginably great. Mainly, he had not expected that the Creator would dispatch 4 angels to participate in the battle. One should know that the Earth Mother Church only had 3 angels. This is thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. Hobert smiled politely and then asked curiously, are there only 2 gestures representing the Mother Goddess? Simpson was slightly taken aback, yes. Then he explained, a long time ago, the popular prayer gesture was to draw the shape of a leaf. It wasn't until 24 years ago that the Mother Goddess sent down an oracle, and people began to utilize the gesture of crossing their hands to cradle a baby. However, the Church did not prohibit the utilize of the original prayer gesture. Hobert paused and asked again, on what specific date was the oracle sent down? April 25. Simpson had a very deep impression of this. Hobert, however, was somewhat surprised. Simpson smiled and asked, what's wrong? Hobert smiled, somewhat flattered, that day just happens to be my birthday. And he was exactly 24 years old this year. However, Hobert didn't have much impression of this birthday. For example, this year, it was the social season in Backland, and he was busy all day. Monliza sent someone to deliver a cake to him, and Furs also came to Backland to celebrate his birthday, only then did he recall this matter. Simpson didn't take it too seriously. He smiled and said, what an unexpected coincidence. Hobert also didn't seem to take it too seriously, indeed. Then Simpson took out the spoils he and the elite druid team had captured today. According to their previous agreement, the sealed artifact captured today belonged to Simpson. And the Beander characteristics of the witch pathway were not very useful to them, so they traded these Beander characteristics with Hobert for the planter pathway Beander characteristics in his possession. Although Hobert said they were acquired by the auction house, they were mainly spoils from Archibald when the Backlung Manor incident was resolved that year. After seeing Simpson off, Hobert sat back in his chair. The first thing he thought of was his mother April's connection with the Earth Mother Church. She was definitely not just a simple Beander of the church. Just then, the butler Alan came to report, "Lord, Mr. Christine has arrived." Hobert quickly went out to greet him. After the two returned to the study and sat down again, Christine informed Hobert that he was planning to leave shortly. Hobert smiled and tried to persuade him to stay. The Harvest Festival will be held across the river the day after tomorrow, which also counts as a celebration of this victory. Won't you stay and join the festivities? I am no longer young. Christine smiled while taking out today's spoils. Hobert quickly said, "These are all yours. You are the only demigod I invited to help without promising any reward, so the spoils should rightfully be yours." Christine smiled. "If you were to give me any reward, I wouldn't have come to help." He pushed the spoils towards Hobert. "I kept one sealed artifact and one traveler Beander characteristic, everything else is for you." Christine said in an undeniable tone, "You are now managing such a large Beander organization, you have plenty of places to utilize Beander characteristics." Hobert did not decline again. Instead, he had a servant bring a pot of fresh tea and said to Christine, "Last July, I coincidentally met a subordinate of the Creator. That was a Beander at the demigod level." He had long prepared his words, but he had never had the opportunity to discuss this with Christine. Hobert told Christine that the subordinate of the Creator he met was a Sequence 3 ferryman of the Death pathway. In fact, he was referring to Mr. Azek. Christine also knew about Mr. Azek's exploration of the ruins with Hobert last year. But now that Hobert brought up this matter, he deliberately had the Black Hound spirit beast impersonate Mr. Azek, as there was a ferryman active on today's battlefield, which could easily lead Christine to make the corresponding association. After listening to Hobert, Christine smiled and said, "This is an opportunity for you." "Yes, it is an opportunity for me." Hobert followed this topic, half-truthfully saying, "Thanks to the Creator's help, I was able to communicate with the curse in my bloodline. It turns out that this so-called curse is a resurrection method of truncest." Christine stroked his chin. Rex's guess was correct. Then he added, "It seems I don't need to tell you his other guesses. Now I've encountered a problem." Hobert honestly confessed, "Only by continuing to advance can I eliminate the curse in my bloodline, but the moment I advance to Sequence 2, truncest will awaken within me. And I have already consulted members of the Life School of Thought. My fate has been altered once and cannot be altered again." Christine pondered for more than half a minute before asking Hobert, "Do you have any ideas?" "None at all," Hobert said. Christine pondered for a while longer before saying, "Let me go back and think about it." Hobert smiled and said, "It's not very urgent, we can discuss this topic another day." Then he asked, "Father, was my birth mother always a Beander of the Earth Mother Church before I was born?" "For a period after your birth, she was also an official Beander of the Earth Mother Church." Christine asked, "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Hobert said, "I'm just a bit puzzled by her sudden jump to an adjacent pathway." "There's nothing to be puzzled about," Christine said sternly. "She was influenced by an evil god. Don't trust her completely." Hobert nodded. The two chatted for a few more sentences. After seeing Christine off, Hobert fell into deep thought again. Clearly, Christine didn't know the inside story either. But Hobert put this problem aside for now, because with the war won, there were too many things for him, as the initiator, to worry about. Next to visit Hobert was Klein, who also came to say goodbye. Hobert smiled and said, "Regarding your reward, I will pay it as soon as possible. However, the earliest will probably be next week's Tarot Club." I definitely won't have time to attend tomorrow. Klein said, no rush, my potion has only just begun to digest. Hobert thought to himself, mine too. During the subsequent great pursuit, Hobert felt the digestion of the frenzied mage potion. He still hadn't had time to summarize the reason for the digestion, but it was definitely related to the Beander war he initiated. Hobert asked again, are you coming the day after tomorrow? Klein countered, is there a food street? Definitely. Then I'm definitely coming. The two exchanged a smile. After seeing Klein off, it was already late into the night, and the sounds of celebration outside gradually quieted down. After all, everyone had fought all day, and even Beyonders felt the fatigue of the day emerge after a few drinks. Hobert waited for a while. Seeing that no one else was visiting, he tidied up the 2 batches of spoils he had received and went to the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, he first held the Grade 0 sealed artifact in his hand. This was the creator's second Grade 0 sealed artifact. After a brief sigh of emotion, Hobert used the authority of the country of disorder to examine the sealed artifact's abilities. Hobert looked at the sealed artifact, which was a delicate porcelain doll. It was very well behaved in the country of disorder, only smiling without making any sounds. Using the authority of the country of disorder, Hobert knew that this sealed artifact had living characteristics and would intermittently emit a giggle sound. When this sound appeared, all males and male creatures within a 10-kilometer radius, including the holder, would mistake the doll for the opposite sex they had long admired, and this opposite sex would appear in their most alluring state. Hobert sighed. This is an indiscriminate attack ability. The holder's only advantage is knowing the consequences caused by this laughter and being able to take precautions in advance. Its abilities include, it can turn invisible, it can enter the mirror world, it can create Beander viruses, and given enough time, it can create a plague that sweeps across a country, it can maximize the holder's personal charm, it can neutralize Beander damage by burning hair, it can create disasters such as blizzards, avalanches, earthquakes, floods, and tsunamis. Hobert touched his short hair. If he were to neutralize Beander damage by burning his hair, it would probably be gone in less than 2 seconds. As for its negative effects, if the holder utilizes it for more than 1 minute cumulatively, a male will turn into a female, and a female will henceforth admire females, with the cumulative time resetting after 6 hours of rest. The holder will not be able to see his own reflection in a mirror, and when he does see himself, it means the holder has been completely trapped in the mirror world and can never return to the real world. As long as it is used once, for the next 6 days, one will be prone to various disasters and implicate those around them. Using it once will make one extremely averse to reading and studying for the next 3 days, even to the point of wanting to commit suicide. Hobert smiled. The last negative effect was clearly influenced by the 100-eyed demon monarch's final blow. Its negative effects didn't seem as severe as the 0 to 70 he had previously obtained, but they were difficult to avoid. Hobert found it hard to continuously distortion his gender, and it was clear that this sealed artifact was somewhat unfriendly to male Beyonders. Moreover, his abilities like distortion and alter could not deeply affect the mirror world. As for the 3rd and 4th points, they were not difficult to avoid if the right method was found. Hobert simply did not perform further sealing, because at his current level, even a new seal would be difficult to achieve the desired effect. It's better to just keep it in the country of disorder and utilize it, then seal it after promotion. Next came the naming process. 2 days ago, when Hobert was chatting with Lawrence and the others, he recalled that level 0 sealed artifacts in the Orthodox churches had names in addition to their numbers. Even some special level 1 sealed artifacts had their own names in addition to their numbers. For Hobert, this made the naming process much more complicated. He thought for a moment and named the sealed artifact in his hand, 0 to 71, Disaster Porcelain Doll. Then the name of 0 to 70 was accordingly changed to 0 to 70, Creation Bracelet. Hobert, quite satisfied with this name, then looked at another sealed artifact he had captured, which was a pure black ring formed by the Black Witch. Its abilities encompassed most of the demoness of Undying's abilities. After sealing it, the negative effects were also relatively easy to avoid. Currently, using it for 10 minutes in the real world would not have any impact. After naming this ring, 1 to 111, Hobert, using the method of bestowal, returned to the real world with 1 to 101, a sealed artifact corresponding to sequence 4 inches parasite of the Marauder pathway, and 1 to 102, a sealed artifact corresponding to sequence 4 inches puppet of the prisoner pathway. Then he set up the altar and made a sacrifice to the Evernight goddess. In fact, this sacrifice should have been made earlier. When the Evernight goddess saved him and Audrey and prevented him from sharing memories with Truncest, he needed to express his gratitude. However, Hobert felt that in this war, he might still need to pray for the Evernight goddess's power, so it would be better to make the sacrifice together after the war ended. What he didn't expect was that the creator solved the problem himself, but he still had to make a sacrifice to thank the Evernight goddess for her previous help. As for these 2 offerings, Hobert had already thought about them. 1 to 101 could easily attract Aemon, so Hobert needed to utilize it carefully and avoid it diligently, but the Orthodox churches could utilize it with confidence. Unless Amon's avatars were crazy, he would not easily attack the church's Beyonders. And both 1 to 102 and 1 to 103 were sealed artifacts corresponding to puppet, so one of them could be sacrificed. So, after setting up the altar and placing a bowl of fine sand, Hobert devoutly chanted, "Evernight goddess, more sublime than the starry sky, more ancient than eternity. Your devout follower seeks your gaze. I pray that you open the door to your divine kingdom. Thank you for bringing Audrey and me back to Earth before, and thank you for allowing me to keep my secrets. I hereby offer these sacrifices to express my gratitude." A reassuring sense of tranquility descended around the altar. Hobert seemed to see the deep night sky above the altar. The next moment, the star-studded door opened, and a huge suction force pulled 1 to 101 from the altar. Hobert was stunned. Did the Evernight goddess think one sealed artifact was enough? In fact, the value of an Orthodox deity being able to respond to Hobert's prayers at any time was immeasurable. After all, the Evernight goddess truly had a church and Nighthawks, and so many God-blessed and followers. Unlike the Creator and Fool, who only had a few God-blessed, and even fewer followers. Just as Hobert was about to thank the Evernight goddess again, the fine sand he had placed aside suddenly flew out of the bowl and formed a line of words in front of the altar. The meaning of the connected words was, "This is a thank you gift for saving you." Hobert was stunned. "Respected Evernight goddess, are you not interested in the second offering? I can change it." The sand on the table was blown away by a gentle breeze, forming a new line of words. "No, I need you to do something for me." Clang! The star-studded door closed, the Evernight goddess disconnected from the altar, and the profound sense of tranquility also disappeared. Hobert was bewildered for a while before he understood that the Evernight goddess had already set a price for him to have enough secrecy and avoid being affected by Truncest. The Evernight goddess not saying what she needed him to do now meant that with Hobert's current strength, he couldn't complete that task for her. He thought to himself, she wouldn't ask me to go fetch water from River of Eternal Darkness, would she? That's Klein's job, how could I steal it from him? Hobert smiled and shook his head. This is clearly an investment from the Evernight goddess in me. As for how much return I will have to pay in the future, we'll talk about that later. For him, if he successfully establishes a nation in the future, there would be no problem with the Evernight goddess church spreading its faith within the country, but if the church wanted to interfere with state affairs, sorry, no way. Putting 1 to 102 back into the country of disorder, Hobert rested for a bit, preparing for the spoils distribution the next day. In the Earth Mother's former divine kingdom, the source of life. In the early morning, crystal clear dewdrops rolled among the dense leaves, finally falling onto the forest path that harmonized perfectly with the lush green forest. In the church headquarters, which seemed to be built on a towering tree, the Pope held an emergency meeting to hear reports from several archbishops about the war that took place yesterday. The main reporter was Simpson, but he himself was not present. Instead, he attended the meeting in the form of a wooden stake standing in front of the conference table. This wooden stake was more than a person tall and had a branch with green leaves, as if it had just been cut from the forest outside. The stake had rough eyes, ears, and a mouth formed by bark, and Simpson, from 1,000 miles away, could share the senses and functions of these organs. After a few sentences of his report, an archbishop at the headquarters couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure the Creator dispatched 25 demigods in this battle?" "I'm sure," Simpson said. "I was also a little disbelieving at the time and counted twice. Many Beyonder organizations we never expected are likely loyal to the Creator, or rather, organizations with deep cooperation with Hobert. For example, Tony Manor in the Rorstad Archipelago and the Bach family in the South Continent, as well as the Tudor family, which has always been in a hidden state. It can be confirmed that they are all families loyal to the Creator. In addition, the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought, Oravi Island, the Bloodline, and the Spirituality Research Association all have good cooperation with Hobert." Another archbishop, also participating in the meeting in the form of a wooden stake, was somewhat surprised. Spirituality Research Association. The Spirituality Research Association was the organization April belonged to. Simpson nodded. Yes, their Vice President April personally participated in the battle this time. The conference room suddenly fell silent. Everyone knew that this April was a traitor to the Church, and the Earth Mother Church had always regarded the Spirituality Research Association as a hostile organization. Another archbishop asked, "It's not hard to understand why the Temperance faction cooperates with Hobert, since they have a common enemy. Why would Oravi Island and the Bloodline participate in the war?" "Sorry," Simpson said, "I wasn't able to find out any related intelligence." The Pope, who looked full of compassion, raised his hand and said to Simpson, "You continue." After Simpson finished reporting the course of the war, everyone fell silent. The demonist sect's defeat was only natural. There were 4 angels, a full 4 angels. Plus more than 20 demigods. They could even attack the source of life without a problem. Simpson said, "According to my analysis, these 4 angels are not all loyal to the Creator, and it seems that the state of 2 of them is not very good." No one commented on this, but if they were to be enemies with the Creator, they still had to prepare for 4 angels. The Pope suddenly said in a gentle voice, "The Church's attitude towards the Creator is cooperation, and Hobert also needs the Church's power. This mutual assistance model must continue, and in the future, we may gain more benefits from it." Having set the tone, the Pope ended the meeting. However, the Pope, Pope Rowan, and the Dean of the Life Research Institute did not leave. The Pope waved his hand, and a green leaf floated in from outside the window. This green leaf quickly grew larger, and Hobert's portrait appeared on it. The Pope said, "This is Hobert's appearance, so similar to Rex," and April also participated. Finally, he didn't know if he was asking himself or the other 2 angels, "Is this a coincidence?" The 3 angels fell silent simultaneously. The next day, Hobert woke up early and first asked Mr. Fool for leave, as he couldn't attend today's gathering. After washing his face, combing his hair, and changing into a more formal tailcoat, he carried a large wooden box to the side hall of the Lord's Manor. Hobert told the butler, "Alan, if I am meeting guests and new guests arrive, please ask them to wait in the main hall first." Alan agreed and had his subordinates serve tea and snacks. Now, Alan was not only the butler of the Lord's Manor but also the butler of the governor's mansion on Longtail Island, and Furs trusted him greatly. Soon, Hobert welcomed his first guest, Countess Rosalind of the Bloodline. After politely inviting the Bloodline Countess to sit, the 2 discussed the recently concluded Beyonder War. The number of Bloodline members who participated in the war was not large, but 2 members still died in battle. However, because their self-healing abilities were excellent, all the injured had already recovered. Hobert opened the wooden box beside him and, as per their previous agreement, took out the 5 prepared Beyonder characteristics and handed them to Rosalind. The Countess simply inspected the Beander characteristics, then handed Hobert the 9 Beander characteristics they had captured yesterday. They had also captured a sealed artifact, but according to the agreement, the sealed artifact belonged to the bloodline. After completing the agreed-upon transaction, Rosalind did not rush to leave, nor did Hobert rush to send his guest off. The two continued to drink tea and chat. Hobert smiled. This was a perfect collaboration, we each got what we needed. The beautiful Rosalind hinted, this was indeed a collaboration that exceeded our expectations. She was referring to the participating forces and the scale of the war exceeding expectations. Hobert then got to the main point. I think we should establish a long-term cooperation mechanism because we have common enemies. In the future, we can jointly launch attacks against the Rose School of Thought. For Hobert, his battle was not over yet. He wanted to utilize the achievements and momentum gained from this victory to redefine his relationships with various organizations. To put it plainly, in this battle, Hobert had gathered everyone through benefits. In fact, during the battle, apart from the commendable performances of the Bach family, Tony family, and Tudor family, the other forces performed poorly. Otherwise, this battle would have achieved a greater victory and dealt a heavier blow to the demonist sect. After Hobert redefined the relationships, he aimed to be able to immediately gather the necessary organizations for similar battles in the future, and for them to commit relatively seriously to the fight. This process would likely transform a motley crew into a group of skirmishers primarily led by the Creator's forces. If one wanted to obtain a truly elite Beander force, it would require continuous tempering through war. Countess Rosalind said seriously, I will convey your thoughts to the Marquis, and we will also attach great importance to the cooperation with the esteemed the Creator. She then added, I heard that the Traveller's Gate between the Lord's Manor and Backland will reopen at noon. I will return to Backland immediately then, and I will be back soon to convey the Bloodline's decision. My subordinates will not leave and will participate in tomorrow's harvest festival. Hobert smiled, welcome more of the Bloodline to enjoy the delicious food and fresh fruits. They then discussed helping the Bloodline crush Beander characteristics, but Rosalind stated that it was unnecessary as the Bloodline had ways to crush them themselves. At this point, Rosalind bid farewell, and Hobert politely escorted her to the door. Miss Sharon was already waiting in the main hall. After Hobert saw off the Bloodline Countess, she passed through the wall and stood there, watching the servants carry away Rosalind's teacup and wipe down the table and chairs. However, the servants could not see the somewhat ethereal Miss Sharon. After the servants finished cleaning, Hobert dismissed them, invited Miss Sharon to sit down, and placed a teacup in front of her. Just as he was about to pour her tea, Miss Sharon spoke, no need, I don't drink. Now, she could go a week without eating or drinking. However, Hobert still poured the tea, this is politeness. He then reopened the wooden box beside him, took out a puppet, Beander characteristic, and pushed it towards Sharon. This is the reward promised for your participation in the war. Sharon glanced at the box, nodded slightly, then raised a hand, and a small pile of Beander characteristics emerged from the center of the table like a spring. Among them were 2 Demoness of Despair, Beander characteristics. One was a trophy from the Temperance faction's joint encirclement, and the other was from the joint encirclement with Klein. However, these Beander characteristics were of no utilized to Klein, so when dividing the spoils, he gave all the Beander characteristics he had captured to the Temperance faction. Klein thus gained priority in choosing sealed artifacts, and he ultimately obtained 1 level 1 sealed artifact and 2 level 2 sealed artifacts. Especially that level 1 sealed artifact, it made Fool's demigod level sealed artifacts no longer so meager. Hobert quickly counted, Sharon had brought a total of 26 Beander characteristics, excluding the 2 Demoness of Despair, Beander characteristics, the others were mainly Sequence 6 and Sequence 7. Sharon then negotiated with Hobert, buying 15 Sequence 9 inches Prisoner, and 15 Sequence 8 inches Lunatic, Beander characteristics for £13,000. This was somewhat unexpected for Hobert, as he had not made the corresponding preparations, so he could only promise to send them to her in the afternoon, citing that the Beander characteristics were not at the Lord's manor. Hobert then, according to their previous agreement, took out 2 more, puppet, Beander characteristics, as well as 12 other corresponding sequence Beander characteristics. However, Sharon negotiated with Hobert again, using 1, puppet, Beander characteristic to replace some other sequence Beander characteristics. This made Hobert very troubled, and after some back and forth, he finally agreed to utilize the puppet, Beander characteristic to replace 2 inches Wraith, 10 inches Zombie, and 12 inches Werewolf, Beander characteristics. After this negotiation, Hobert did a mental calculation. Even after 2 transactions with the Temperance faction, he still had over 30 Beander characteristics of the prisoner, lunatic, and werewolf sequences. He also had over a dozen zombie characteristics, 6 inches Wraith characteristics, and 2 inches puppet characteristics. Most importantly, he still had 1 inch Disciple of Silence Beander characteristic. This made Hobert exclaim again, only Beander wars can bring such massive profits. These characteristics were all spoils of war that the creator had obtained during the previous battles between the Bach family and the Rose school of thought in the South Continent, by providing effective protection. It had been over half a year, and he was still reaping the benefits of those spoils. After completing the transaction with Sharon, Miss Sharon did not rush to leave. So, Hobert smiled, I still have a Disciple of Silence Beander characteristic here. Sharon, who usually showed little emotion, displayed a subtle change in expression. Just as Hobert expected, the puppet potion for Sharon, if not melting in her mouth, should be very easy to digest. Hobert said, but Beander characteristics of this level are not for trade, they are a strategic reserve. Sharon immediately asked, what price do I need to pay to get it? For her, as long as the price was not unacceptable, it was better than risking hunting down a Disciple of Silence from the Indulgence faction. It's not about what price you need to pay. Hobert said seriously, the creator needs to have absolute trust in the Temperance faction to hand this Beander characteristic over to you. Sharon quietly looked at Hobert. After 7 or 8 seconds, Hobert sighed, shouldn't she be asking how to gain the creator's absolute trust at this point? However, Sharon wasn't just now becoming this good at chatting, so Hobert asked her, does the Temperance faction need the protection of a deity? The exquisite Miss Bodyguard considered for a moment before saying, yes, they do. They needed it desperately. If they had the protection of a deity, the Temperance faction wouldn't have to hide everywhere, avoiding the angels of the Indulgence faction. They could more easily gather strength, instead of their organizational ability deteriorating as it was now. Hobert smiled, if the Temperance faction can pledge allegiance to the creator to a certain extent, you will not only receive some protection but also be able to obtain the Disciple of Silence Beander characteristic by completing tasks assigned by the creator. He then explained, the creator will not concern himself with your beliefs, he only requires you to show sufficient sincerity. This time, Miss Sharon finally asked, how do we show sincerity? Send out 15 Beyonders to form a Beander team, and they will follow my command, Hobert said. They can earn merit points and exchange them for Beander characteristics here. They can also enjoy the treatment of official Beyonders, the specific exchange plan is. After finishing the details of exchanging merit for Beander characteristics in one breath, Hobert took a sip of tea and continued, these 15 Beyonders will receive our protection, and the entire Temperance faction will also receive much assistance from us. Miss Sharon paused for a few seconds before saying, it sounds like a good deal. She was a student of René Tinicol, a true-blooded member of the Temperance faction. After becoming a demigod, she already had a certain amount of power to express her views on such matters. However, she did not immediately agree, saying she needed to go back and discuss it. The Temperance faction also did not ask Hobert to help crush the Beander characteristics. Hobert had originally intended to chat with Miss Sharon for a while longer, but he felt there was nothing more to talk about, so he politely saw her off. After waiting for a while, Hobert saw that no new guests had arrived, so he had Alan separately invite Bernadette and Osman, the nominal patriarch of the Tony family. Although both were invitations, the nature of the invitation differed. Bernadette was a sequence 3, even if it was to divide the spoils of victory, Hobert had to invite her over for discussion. The Tony family, however, was more like his own people. Hobert's invitation to him was more like a superior summoning a subordinate. About 20 minutes later, a lush, beautiful lettuce suddenly grew in the center of the side hall. The lettuce grew taller and taller, its leaves continuously unfolding outwards, emitting a pale green light that illuminated the space above the lettuce's top in a pale green hue. A graceful figure appeared in the light, quickly becoming clear. It was Bernadette, wearing a cinched long dress. She stepped down from the top of the lettuce, smiling. "Lord Hobert finally has time to see me." The lettuce behind Bernadette quickly became transparent and vanished into the air. Hobert smiled. The distinguished guest always arrives at the last moment. He invited Bernadette to sit down and, like the two previous guests, poured her tea. Bernadette raised her hand, and a delicate small leather bag appeared in her palm. "It's all in here." Saying this, she tossed the leather bag to Hobert. Hobert caught the leather bag, opened it, and glanced inside. Although the bag was small, it had over 20 compartments, separating all the Beander characteristics. Hobert then opened his wooden box and took out the mystic Beander characteristic he had prepared earlier, along with one of each Beander characteristic from sequence 9 inches mystery prior to sequence 5 inches astrologer. "You're at a bit of a disadvantage with this kind of transaction," Hobert smiled. "However, considering that I'll be providing you with assistance in the future, let's do this transaction first, and we can discuss future assistance later." Bernadette nodded, understood. Hobert asked, "Can you tell me now what kind of assistance you'll need so I can prepare?" Bernadette crossed her legs. "I've only glimpsed a very vague future, so I'm not sure what specific assistance is needed, but it won't put your life in danger." Hobert thought, "That action of yours is very unladylike," but then he remembered that in the Intis Republic, describing a woman as ladylike was akin to an insult. So, he didn't comment on it and continued their conversation. "Good." Then Hobert smiled and asked, "Are you interested in establishing an all-weather partnership with us?" All-weather partnership. Bernadette felt like she had heard that phrase somewhere before. "Tell me more." "It means we maintain a very close cooperation without interfering in each other's internal affairs, and we prioritize supporting each other," Hobert explained. "If Oravi Island is in danger, we will provide support at the first opportunity. Similarly, if we have a need, Oravi Island must also quickly organize forces to support us. Such support must have a minimum degree of reciprocity, just like our cooperation this time. As long as you participate in the battle, I will pay you, and I will promise one instance of help. Correspondingly, if you fight with me, you will share in the spoils. Our pay and gains are basically reciprocal." Bernadette pondered, pinching her chin. "That's not a bad suggestion." Hobert then said, "There's a prerequisite. If I help Oravi Island, I will follow your commands, but if I feel it's too dangerous, I reserve the right to refuse. If you come to help us, the same applies, you can also reserve the right to refuse." "You've thought of everything." Bernadette asked, "Do we need to sign an agreement?" Hobert smiled and said, "No, that won't be necessary." He sighed inwardly, thinking how much more pleasant it was to negotiate with the leader of such an Beander organization. As long as the other party felt it was suitable, such a deep cooperative relationship was immediately established. The two chatted for a while, then Bernadette stood up and reached out, and a golden braid of hair descended from the void. Bernadette grasped the braid and said, as if prophesying, "From now on, the Creator will be famous, officially participating in the game of this era." Hobert smiled, also speaking as if uttering a prophecy. The changing of eras is inherently a time for new forces to rise. He believed that the changing of eras was no secret to the Queen Mystic. Bernadette's eyes darkened for a moment, but quickly returned to a smile. "When I need your help, I will contact you." The braid pulled upwards into the void, and Bernadette also disappeared into the void. Hobert drank a few sips of tea and rested for a bit before inviting Osman of the Tony family in. Osman, still clad in a black robe, politely sat opposite Hobert and placed the stone box containing the spoils of war on the table. The stone box opened, revealing Beyander characteristics in small compartments. The box had 3 layers, and after arranging them all, the sheer number of Beyander characteristics altered the light and atmosphere of the entire side hall. Although the Tony family joined the battle late, their spoils ranked first in both quality and quantity. This was mainly due to the help of Beverly and Raymond. Although these 2 angels were not in good condition, Raymond had to return to Tony Manor after participating in the battle for just over 20 minutes, and Beverly also returned to the spirit world after more than half an hour of fighting. But even with such brief assistance, they achieved results that Lawrence and the others could not compare to. Hobert pointed to the demoness of Undying's Beyander characteristic. Are you even planning to give me this? This was the second sequence 3-level spoil of war received so far. Yes, Osman said with a smile. This made Hobert a bit hesitant, as it was difficult to set a price. Earlier, Raymond had set the tone. The Demoness of Despair's Beyander characteristic was sold to Hobert for £50,000. The Demoness of Undying's Beyander characteristic was a level higher, and at this level, it wasn't just a matter of the price increasing by 1 or 2 times compared to a sequence 4 characteristic. Hobert didn't rush to set a price, but instead asked, have you not considered keeping some Beyander materials from the witch pathway? Osman shook his head. Beyonders of this pathway tend to bring some disasters and cause a lot of trouble. The Tony family controlled 3 pathways of potion formulas, so there was no need to open new pathways. Moreover, they lacked corresponding potion formulas, especially those for demigods and above, which were almost impossible to obtain through trade. As for the issue of male family members being unwilling to switch pathways and become female, that was a nearly negligible factor. Hobert had no choice but to say, for this Demoness of Undying's Beyander characteristic, you name a price. Osman, however, said solemnly, we hope to utilize this Beyander characteristic to gain an opportunity. What opportunity? The opportunity to also establish an Beyander team loyal to the Creator. Hobert was slightly stunned. Look at their awareness. All right, Hobert said with a smile, but I won't let you suffer a loss either. What is the ritual for advancing to War Bishop? Osman immediately understood Hobert's intention and said, there are 2 methods. First, launch a surprise attack. The more unexpected the enemy is, the more fear and panic are gained from the war, and the faster the enemy collapses, the better the ritual's effect. Second, conduct a miraculous defensive battle. The greater the disparity between enemy and self, the more tragic the battle, and the longer the defense lasts, the better the ritual's effect. Hobert nodded, saying as Osman had expected, I will find a way to help you complete the War Bishop ritual, but not now, in the not too distant future. Osman exclaimed, that would be wonderful. Then he stood up and bowed slightly, thank you, God blessed. Through this Beyander war, the Tony family took the opportunity to promote another iron-blooded knight. Currently, the Tony family has recovered to the strength of 4 demigods. If a war bishop were to emerge among the 2 iron-blooded knights, they would have fully recovered their strength from the attack by Amon's clone. Hobert asked him to sit down and began to count the spoils. Osman had given a very low price. Hobert only spent £180,000 to buy all the spoils. As for the Tony family's official Beyander team, the temporary number was 15 people, and Osman had half a month to assemble them. After finishing his discussion with the Tony family, Hobert was also a bit tired, so he decided to rest for a while and continue dividing the spoils in the afternoon. Loan Kingdom, Rubber Island. This island is not far from the mouth of the Tassoc River, with convenient transportation and beautiful scenery. On the side facing the sea, there is a magnificent royal manor. In a small hall, William I, the Protector, sat on a high throne, radiating an intimidating majesty that made it impossible to look directly at him. He asked Georgina, who stood below, where did the Creator get so many angels? Georgina lowered her head and said, "We don't know. We don't know much about the battles between angels. The demonist sect only knows that the Creator dispatched 4 angels. Since we haven't been able to contact Ms. Shirley yet, we don't know the specific battle process. But what is certain is that the angels on the Creator's side won." William I then asked, "Where did those demigods come from?" "Those demigods came from many Beyonder organizations," Georgina replied. "Currently, it can be confirmed that there are members from Orvie Island and the Tony family." William I was silent for a few seconds before saying, "We still underestimated the strength of the Creator too much." He asked, "When will Hobert be conferred his rank? Is it a Major General rank?" "It was originally planned for next week," Georgina replied. "It is the rank of Major General. Change it to General," William I said, "and give him a seat in the House of Commons." Georgina was stunned. She reminded him, his father is already a member of the House of Lords. If we give him another parliamentary seat, the nobles and parliament members will definitely oppose such a decision. William I said, "Any noble who dares to object, let him show loyalty. At this critical juncture, we must utilize every means to win over Hobert, so that we can maintain a good relationship with the Creator." He paused and then said, "Didn't you say Alice has a good impression of Hobert? Create opportunities for them. It would be best if Alice could conceive Hobert's child." Georgina was somewhat surprised. Hobert probably won't marry Alice. He has feelings for Audrey. William I retorted, "Who said he had to marry her?" Georgina was even more surprised. She slightly raised her head, looking at William I's feet. "Your Majesty, we are the royal family after all." William I sighed, "You have no idea how dangerous we are right now. The crisis currently faced by the Roon royal family might only be understood by William I and Duke Southwell. It seemed that the Orthodox churches all tacitly approved of George III's ascension to godhood, but this process of becoming a god was too strained, and William I did not have much confidence. If it failed, Lowen's morale would completely plummet, and under the shadow of war, the entire royal family might be annihilated. And the Creator was a force that no one had accounted for until yesterday. While he has not yet leaned towards any power, efforts must be made to form an alliance with him. Besides gaining a solid ally, it can also greatly increase the royal family's fault tolerance. Even if George III fails, the royal family will not be completely passive and can still gain the Creator's help by sacrificing some interests to get through the risk period. This is not just about adding an ally. When the Orthodox churches are preparing to treat the Augustus family as a discard, they will consider the Creator's factor. When enemies prepare to launch a war, they also need to consider the Creator's factor. The superposition of these two factors is enough for the royal family to get through the most dangerous moment. William I, who had been playing this cruel Beyonder world game for over 2,000 years, was too clear about how much impact and how much energy such a newly rising force could unleash. William I gazed at Georgina. "Do as I say. The main task for the next step is to figure out what Hobert needs, and what the Creator needs. Do you believe me? That one in Fenaport will also utilize every means he can think of to win over the Creator. We have such a good opportunity, of course we must make good utilize of it." "Yes," Georgina agreed, then asked, "So, what is our attitude towards the demonist sect?" William I thought for a moment and said, "Kill a few people from the demonist sect, and continue cooperating in secret. The greater the demonist sect's failure, the more they would have to rely on the Roon royal family, making them easier for Lowen to utilize in the future." For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.